Bonjour, bonjour. I'm Sam.
I'm Mindy.
And this is our podcast.
Fiction After Lunch.
Yay!
Yay! So what are we doing in this podcast?
Yes, what are you doing, Mindy?
Yeah, what am I doing? So in this podcast, I will read, in the first season, I will read a fan fiction that I wrote when I was 13 years old. And this fan fiction is about, like, Invader Zim. So I think no one knows about Invader Zim. Like, there are not so many people who watch this series because it was, like, scheduled in TV at around midnight or something. Because it was not a children series.
Wait a second, you were allowed to watch TV at midnight when you were 13.
I was not allowed, but I did. And yeah, then I was motivated to write my own fan fiction. So for the people who don't know Invader Zim, like the basic idea is there's an alien which came to Earth and he wants to conquer the Earth and destroy the humans. So yeah, this is the basic idea of Invader Zim. And he has a robot which name is Gear, and he has one human enemy of him is called Dip. And he wants to show the humans that Zim is an evil alien that wants to destroy the world and everything. But no one is believing him, so the whole series is mainly about these two persons who are trying to almost kill each other at some point. Yeah.
You should also know that I didn't watch the series, and you don't have to either.
Because the story itself has nothing to do with the series. There's only the character Zim and Gear and Dip and maybe some other characters appearing. But it's not only about Invader Zim, because I also included some characters which I really liked from different kind of cartoon series.
And you also have a lot of original characters, which I really like, and you wrote beautiful descriptions of them.
Yeah, I really liked to write very detailed description of how people look like. So you will see in the first episode. And yeah, so this is an almost original work. I have a lot of own characters. I used some cartoon characters that I know and really like. So yeah, you will see. And what's our fanfiction name is Zim's Evil Side. And yeah, now you can wonder what will it be around. So in my description that I wrote online where I published this fanfiction, I wrote the description that Mindy, which is me, the Mindy in the story, which was also 13 years old at this point, was helping Zim to destroy the humans, I think. Zim somehow rescued her in her childhood or something, and then she was really grateful, and now she was like, oh, okay, I will help you, Zim, because I also hate humans. And
like 13-year-olds do.
Yeah, like a normal 13 years old, you come into puberty and you become a teenager and you're like, oh, I hate old people.
I can relate to that.
Yeah, so this is normal. And yeah, so this is the basic idea of this fanfiction, and we will read this, but this fanfiction has only, I think, 13 chapters. I'm not exactly sure. But it has not so many chapters, so it will be over after 13 chapters because we will read one chapter every episode. And the story itself is not finished. So it will be an open end, and we decided afterwards to write our own story. To continue the story that I already wrote, which is very horrible, by the way. And yeah, because we both like writing fanfiction, and we just thought, okay, why not continue the story or end the story. This is our plan for the first season, and we also plan for a second season to read some original works from Sam that she wrote when she was how old?
Oh, I have to look it up, I don't know.
Okay, so younger than she is now.
Yes, a lot
Definitely.
younger.
Okay.
Also younger than 16. We will look at some original work, because when I was your age I was writing original works, not fanfiction. My first fanfiction I wrote when I was 16.
Then we will have some original works which you can be very
excited for.
I like this word.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we are both Germans. What you maybe already heard from our bad English, especially mine bad English. Sometimes
Mine bad English.
I did this on purpose.
Of course.
Of course. All of the grammar mistakes that I do are all on purpose.
Yeah.
And I always forget how to pronounce stuff, and I always forget vocabulary on purpose.
Yes.
I don't forget them because I don't know.
It's for the meme.
It's for the meme. Yeah, the meme on the podcast. Yeah, so this is a basic idea.
Yes, also disclaimer, we are making no money out of this because...
We cannot make money out of this.
Also that, and because we don't own Invader Zim, we just have a bit fun with it.
Oh, I like how it sounds. Let's have some fun with them. Okay, so I think we said everything, or do you have anything that you want to tell our listeners?
I wanted to ask, because I didn't know before I had to Google it, what does Zim look like?
So, because Zim is an alien, like the appearance that he had is he had wet eyes.
Red eyes.
Wet eyes. And he has green skin.
Mm-hmm.
Where the people on Earth always think like, oh yeah, this is just a skin disease. This is normal. And it's really obvious that it's not normal, but yeah. And in his alien style, not disguise, he has also two, how can you say,
Antennas?
Antennas on his head.
Yeah.
I don't know what they are for. They're really ears or something, because there was one comment of the creator of Invader Zim that said that Zim can breathe through his eyes.
Breathe
through his eyes, which was really interesting. So I don't know what the antennas are for. Maybe it's like similar, the thing that cats have. Like the furry... Whiskers. So just to, I don't know, which give him some more of like sensuality.
This definitely is E-rated.
Oh, I already get like what the continuity of the story will be, what we are going
Continuation.
Purpose.
Yeah. What does he wear?
Black boots, I know. Mm-hmm. And he has normally this weird, how can you say, it's not even a t-shirt, it's more looks like a dress, like a wet dress, mm-hmm. with some lines on it, and he has like black gloves on his hands, mm-hmm. and he has like black leggings, something like this. So it looks really weird actually, like for normal fashion style.
Nice,
yeah. Zim is weird. And he doesn't have ears, like Germans do, and he doesn't have a nose.
Like Germans do.
Yeah, you know, only Germans have ears and everyone else is like, I don't know, some holes in their head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm very tired, I don't know. So this is a good point where we made some teaser for our episode. So I think this will be like episode 0.
Yes, this is episode 0.
Or, I know, the prologue is episode 0.
No, let's say this is episode 0, then prologue, then episode 1.
Okay.
Yeah, you can look forward to us trying to calculate which age Mindy was when she wrote this.
Yeah. If you're interested in some crappy English, in some two Germans who do some English mistakes on purpose and
Totally on purpose.
And do some weird stuff and a lot of laughing, I think, because we laugh about everything and we criticize also everything at some point.
Yes, and we also talk about our lunch, which is an important aspect of this whole podcast.
Actually, our name has like 3 words. Yeah. We talked about the fiction now, and we also need to include that we are doing this podcast every time after lunch. So we also talk a little bit about what we had for lunch. Maybe we cooked ourselves. Maybe if we have cooked something good, maybe we also give you recipes. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I upload it on the Instagram.
Yeah, because...
Follow us on Instagram.
Yeah, because, you know, we also have social media, I hope, until this point.
Yes, I'm working on it. We now have decided on an icon, which is the first step.
Yeah, we have an icon, and we have the first 2 episodes recorded already, so you will see them, you will listen them, hopefully.
Yeah.
What else should we include?
I don't know. Do you want to include how we started to read the stories?
Yeah. Like, first of all, it was an idea from another podcast also, you can say.
Yes.
Because we both are really big fans of this podcast, which is called My First Fanfiction by Elle. And we are really, really big fans of her podcast. Actually, I listened to her podcast, all of the 80 episodes, in 2 weeks. Like, I was listening 2 hours every day, I think, or more. Like, I was obsessed.
Yes, I was obsessed first, and then I told you to listen to it.
Yeah.
I just want to stress it. I was the first fan.
Yeah, Sam was the first fan, and then she made me a fan too.
Yeah.
So, and then, like, this was also when I listened to the podcast of Elle. We both also decided to read one old fan fiction that I wrote. Mm-hmm. And we normally went to the like cafeteria and library to study together, like during the time when Corona was not so bad yet.
Yes.
Because library is now closed.
Yes, we were able to social distance while learning in the library, but now they closed the libraries and it's too cold to sit in the botanical garden.
Yeah, we wanted to do the recording of everything in the botanical garden to have like the background sounds maybe.
Yes, one time it was really funny. There was an ambulance.
Like there was a scene in the story where an ambulance should come. And a real ambulance was in the background while we were reading this, so this was really cool.
Yeah, this would have been perfect, but sadly we didn't record it, and then we came to the idea we could record a podcast.
Yeah. This was very fast.
Yeah,
the process of thinking about doing our own podcast was like maybe 1 month or something.
I was thinking about it earlier.
Okay, I think she was already thinking about it while reading the first chapter of my fanfiction.
Yes, I was.
Like, okay, we need to do our podcast. And I was like, no, maybe not. Or maybe, I don't know. And then she finally motivated me, so yeah.
Here we are.
Here we are. So it's Sam's fault, not mine, that we are sitting here.
Everything my fault.
Everything Sam's fault. But maybe it's a good fault, who knows?
Well, I hope it is.
Yeah, for me it makes a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's also fun to me. I'm having fun.
Okay, she says this while sitting in my room, in my apartment.
I'm sorry.
Eating stuff that I cooked. No, we cooked together.
I'm sorry, I'm sitting on the floor and my legs have fallen asleep and everything hurts.
Yeah, my apartment is really small, so I have a table on the ground. And we are sitting at this table, so yeah. But this is enough information about my apartment, I think.
Yes, and we are both recording this with our phones.
Yeah, the recording. You have a recording app on your phone. You should use it. It's really good, actually. Like, the sound quality is surprisingly very good. Okay, so I think this was everything that we wanted to tell you as a teaser for our podcast.
Yeah.
So stay tuned. We will upload some episodes in some time.
Someday we will upload another episode.
Yeah, so someday, after this teaser that you already listened to, maybe a few times, because you like our voices so much.
Yes, we have good voices.
We have good voices. Yay! Oh no, this is like Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Yay! And yeah, so someday we will upload the real podcast, so stay tuned. And see you
next time.
Or listen to you next time.
Yeah. Bye for now.
Bye. Like, this is not an awkward bye.
Not awkward at all.
Not awkward at all. Okay, so, yeah.
I'm still talking.
Bye-bye.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. Bonjour. So, bonjour and welcome to our podcast, Fan Fiction After Lunch. Or like just fiction after lunch, because this podcast is not only about fan fiction, as you will see after a while, and because we are also having original works.
In another season.
So here we have only one fan fiction that I wrote, which is very horrible, and I just wanted to show you.
Friend, tell the audience, how old were you when you wrote that fan fiction?
I was mini Mindy. As you all know, as no one knows.
They don't know us yet.
Like, I was thinking we were already like some popular person, like, oh, as everyone knows. So, Mindy, the person who wrote this fanfiction was, I think, 12 years old when she published this, so I could look it up. So, after a while, we figured out that I was 13 years old when I wrote this fanfiction.
About
Invader Zim! So, copyright, careful.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Disclaimer, we don't own Invader Zim. And
Unfortunately.
yes, and we are making no money with this. Unfortunately.
Definitely unfortunately.
So this podcast is just for fun. Please don't sue us.
Please don't sue us. Like the FBI will come now in front of the door and like, what are you doing making fanfiction about Invader Zim? Like, okay, yeah. And yeah, I was a really big fan of Invader Zim, and for the people who don't know Invader Zim, it doesn't matter. Like, the story itself has only like some characters from Invader Zim, but also from different kind of like cartoon series or different kind of series. So we also don't have the rights for these that will come later.
Yeah, we don't have any rights for anything. just to be clear.
Apart from my own fanfiction, I hope.
Yeah, we're just two poor students.
Yay!
Sitting on the floor.
Yeah, we are definitely sitting right now on the floor, but we are not naked. This is like an improvement.
Follow us on Instagram.
What? We are not finished yet. We have not read a single line. And Sam wants to end the podcast.
Yeah. No, I mean for pictures of that show how close to the floor we are.
Yeah, because the reason for this is like I was in Japan for 1 year. So if I say sometimes
that's Japanese.
Yeah, this is how Japanese language sounds like every day. Japanese do like a lot of and oh and so desu and all of this kind of stuff just to show that they are listening. And yeah, for when I came back to Germany, it was like, yeah.
So I was never in Japan, and to show that I am listening, I'm nodding. So if you hear quiet, I'm just nodding at my friend, okay?
Like every time when she doesn't say anything, she's just like moving her head up and down all the time.
I'm agreeing.
Okay, so maybe we can come to the organization of this podcast. So we have my fan fictions that I wrote when I was 13 years old. And like actually the idea to do this podcast was while we were in the university actually.
Yeah.
Like during Corona, which is very complicated at some point. And we were meeting, it's a university, we went to library and studied together. And afterwards we normally went to the cafeteria to get ourselves some lunch.
I'm nodding.
So, okay.
For our listeners.
Because the listeners cannot see us, so yeah. Just say everything that you're doing, like putting your hands in front of your face or something.
Yeah.
And making a rainbow movement. Woo!
Woo!
Disclaimer, SpongeBob. So, and we had the idea to read some to read some fan fictions that I wrote when I was 13 years old. And yeah, we just did this after lunch in the botanical garden of our university, and it was really, really nice. Mm-hmm. And yeah, actually the story itself is so weird. It is just like you will see in the first few lines that it's so weird and so...
Yeah, keep in mind, it's written by a 13-year-old.
13 years old, so...
Yeah. And we'll probably have to rate it E. Just... Yeah.
Yeah, like there's nothing sexual there, but a lot of other stuff is happening. I will not spoiler, but you will see in the first few lines that it's like not a...
It's the first line of the prologue.
Toshkani. Oh, sorry. This was Japanese for, this right. I approve what you said.
I'm nodding again.
So, yeah, organization of the podcast, we will read the fanfiction together. And because this fanfiction was for me, I will read the POV, the point of view. And Sam will read the characters.
Yeah.
So be
all
prepared.
Except for Mindy.
Yeah, all except for me. Okay, so let's get into the story.
Yeah. Prologue. The next nightmare begins.
Maybe we should add that the name of the story is Sim's Evil Side.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did, now. Trigger warning.
Rated E for violence.
There were dead people everywhere, and the houses were on fire. You saw a man holding someone in his arms. It was his child, and next to it was his wife. He cried terrible because everything that was dear to him was gone, and would never come back. The man saw a pistol next to him. He took it and held it to his head. He shot himself in the head.
Should we put a trigger warning in front of this?
Okay.
Maybe have to cut it and put that in front of.
Okay. He shot himself in the head, so yeah, this is the beginning of the story. And the fire around the family grew thicker and denser until all you could see was the fire. Suddenly, the word "end" appeared on the fire. Then you saw that it was just a huge TV on which the fire was blazing. You see two girls on the couch who couldn't stop laughing. If you have any comments, you can just stop. Because I think a lot happened now.
Yeah, maybe we should try to talk about this.
I think that's a good idea to talk about something in a podcast.
Yeah, another thing we should have mentioned is that this story was originally written in German.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember.
And then I took it and put it through Google Translate, and this is what came out. And I want to stress that grammar is now a lot better than in the original version, which has nothing to do with what I did. But this was Google. Google fixed
I'm
a lot
totally
of problems.
surprised.
Yeah.
This looks like nothing like the badly written fanfiction that I had in German. Google did a really good job, and I'm a little bit hesitant to say this.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well, because I remember very clearly from my school days and trying to translate Latin into German and using Google
German Translate.
Yeah, basically yes.
Yeah, basically yes.
And the result was a lot different than what came out here. I suppose it has to do with the easier sentence structure, and
Yeah, I think so.
these are some short sentences, and it's probably easier to translate.
Yeah, like something, he shot himself in the head.
Yeah,
This is really easy, but I wonder, like, if Google Translator has, like, a grammar mistake or something, like, it's a completely different word, like, what else will come out? So I really hope that in future we will have more, like, mistakes by Google.
there aren't, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I'm disappointed. Google Translator, no!
Oh no. So, what were you thinking when you wrote this?
What were I thinking when I wrote this?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I think in general I was thinking about a man. No, like, I think I saw some movies or something like this where I saw this kind of scene.
Yeah, I remembered.
Like with 13.
I remember a movie this reminds me of, but I can't say which movie it is because it's a huge spoiler for the ending.
Yeah, like when everyone dies in something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know which you probably were watching.
Yeah. So, as I was a child, I was watching a lot of horror movies, actually. Like, I was really scared of them, but this kind of adrenaline that comes to my veins and everything. I really liked it, and yeah, I don't know. I had this, like, gothic face thingy.
Yeah, all kids have.
Yeah, like this angsty face that you could say.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just wanted to... But yeah, you see everything that was written until now was not like the reality, you could say, because everything was just on the television. So it was a movie that like the two girls that are sitting on the couch are watching.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nothing that really happened in the story yet.
But there are things coming.
Spoiler! And yeah, like what I personally find interesting is that the two girls are sitting on the couch and just laugh. Like normally when you see this kind of scene, you're like, oh no, like everything, he died, his family died, everything's really sad, and you just have these two girls like laughing everything.
Yeah, but to be fair, when you're watching something in a group, you tend to laugh more at scary or sad stuff. We were watching Death Note just a few minutes ago.
Spoiler.
Spoiler. And
No.
we were laughing as well. Episode 15,
Yeah,
no?
I want
Yeah.
to ship. Okay. short shipping for the people who know Death Note. Like we are currently shipping L and Light for the people who know.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of them? Do you think they will get together?
Well, I sure hope they do.
I really remember the tennis matches they had, but okay, let's stop with this story. We have a different story we need to talk about. So, okay, let's continue. One of the girls is Mindy. What a surprise. It's me. She has brown, curious eyes and dark brown hair that goes down to her bottom. She wears a black dress that goes up to her knees and is getting wetter and wet below. Okay, this is a weird Google translating thingy.
I think that was your fault.
Yeah.
I mean, you can scroll up and look in the original text.
Und unten immer roter wird. It's not wetter and wet.
It should have been more red than...
Yeah. Okay, Google Translator, mistake found. Woo!
Should we make a counter?
Okay, first Google mistake. Okay, so over the dress she wears a little wet vest and around her neck she wears a little chain with a heart on it. Her dress has sleeves that are light blue. Her shoes are black and simple. She also wears dark blue stockings that go up to her tight and almost disappear under the dress.
Wears and thigh. Sorry. I don't...
Yeah, please, continue.
No, that's how you pronounce the words.
Ah, she also wears...
Wears, genau, but because you said wear.
Ah,
Yeah.
sorry, my German mistake.
That's why we're doing this. We're practicing English.
So now you know another reason why we are doing this. Not only
Yeah.
for fun, but also because we want to practice our English. So, wears dark blue stockings that go up to her
Thigh.
thigh
Ja,
and almost disappear under the dress.
genau.
Perfect. Okay, so now what do you think about her appearance? I think it's very visible, like...
Yeah, it is. And I kind of miss these descriptions in today's fanfiction. Because people always say you shouldn't write descriptions like these because they are boring or something. But I like to know what I should be imagining. So I think it's a good description and I know what Mini Mindy looks like.
Yeah, also regarding like all of this appearance or something.
Yeah.
Like when I was a child, and I'm currently, yeah, I'm still a child by the way. No.
Yes, she is.
Hey, what? I started to draw like my own anime, manga like characters, and there's also like an illustration and a drawing of like Mini Mindy, and all of the characters that will appear in the story. So we will also put them in our Instagram, I think,
Yeah.
so that you have like an idea how they look like. So yeah, just wait for us to upload something.
Yeah.
The second girl is Lisa. She has clear, beautiful blue eyes and blonde straight hair that is only shoulder length. She wears a sky blue dress with a little red bow on the V-neck. V-neck.
Yeah, the
Is it also
thingy,
in English?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She also wears short, dark blue gauntlets with a red star on each. Her shoes are kept as simple as Mandy's, only with the one difference that they are dark blue. Her wet stumps barely reach her knees, and they almost touch the sky blue dress. The two are best friends, and they were watching a tragedy on TV. The two made fun of sad stories, but they will soon realize that they will soon be living in a tragedy themselves. Spoiler!
No, it's called foreshadowing.
Ah, okay. Foreshadowing. I will just continue doing this nonsense.
Yeah.
What do you think? Like, this foreshadowing, do you have an idea what will happen next?
My idea is that a tragedy will be happening.
Okay, let's see if it happens. Like, to give you an idea, we are not reading this for the first time, we are reading this the second time, but in English this time. And we already know some things that will happen, but these things are so... Like, I already forgot some already, so...
Yeah, it's like reading it for the first time, basically.
Yeah, like, because we are reading it in English, it feels like, oh, this is not my fanfiction? Like, what is it about? It looks interesting. Or not, who knows? Mindy stopped laughing and grabbed her stomach, which was aching. Sorry. Which was aching with laughter. She turned and smiled at Lisa, who had probably recovered. What? Who had probably recovered? What is this? Like... Oh, there's just a high probability that she recovered until now. What?
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's weird to say this.
That's your line. Oh, no, that's my line.
No, wait. It's my line. Yeah, it's my line.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so Mini Mandy. It's time for me? How does Mini Mandy sound like?
You, but younger.
Oh, shit. Oh, damn. How do I sound like? Maybe a higher voice?
Yeah.
That was really stupid. Oh shit. That was a really stupid movie. She laughed briefly. That would never happen in real life, Lisa said thoughtfully. So,
who knows?
I really like the high voice that you give Lisa. It's like, how can you say, my imagination of her is like exactly this voice.
Okay.
So Mindy shrugged her shoulders and asked Lisa, do you actually know where Zim is? I haven't seen him since we started seeing this film. Lisa thought hard and then came to the following conclusion.
I just hope he didn't go to my father's basement. There are dangerous chemicals there that can kill you instantly.
I really like how she's saying this, like, oh yeah, like, you know,
Yeah.
my father's basement, and there are chemicals that will kill you instantly. Like,
Yeah. Just the first thought that comes to her mind is, yeah.
So yeah, this is the story about just like people talking nonchalant about killing and death, and yeah. Let's continue and let's see if we go into this basement. Mindy looked at her worried. Did you tell Zim too? Lisa looked at her unsuspectingly.
Yes, what's up with it?
Suddenly, Mindy won off. Lisa called after them, still ignorant. What? What?
Oh, after her. Yeah.
Yeah, like Google Train, like
Yeah.
after them. What is Mandy? Does Mandy have like a personality disorder that she has like 21 personalities and then she's like, oh yeah, hey Mandy 1, hey Mandy 2, hey Mandy 3. Called after them.
Nowadays, them is used as a neutral pronoun.
Oh really?
So, yeah.
So you don't use like her or like...
If you don't know the gender or you don't want to use the gender,
Oh.
you're using they, them pronouns.
Ah, so we can say like nowadays it's correct to say this.
Yeah, and I think it was earlier too that the polite version was to say they or them.
That's interesting. So, what does Lisa say?
The The toilet is down the hall, immediately on the right.
Thank you. This is not in the context. So let's see where Mandy's going. Maybe not to the toilet, maybe yes, who knows. So Mandy didn't hear Lisa. And she didn't care what she said now either. The only thing she had to think about at that moment were the wet, shining eyes. That meant a lot to her. Wow, this is very deep. Very deep now.
That's where the shipping starts.
Yeah! By the way, I love them. I still do.
I think they know.
Oh, maybe not. So, full of fear, she runs through the corridors and reached a huge steel door. She had already been to Lisa's many times, and therefore she already knows that the cellar is behind this huge cold steel door. What the fuck is this? Where are they living? What is this house?
This reminds me of Dexter's laboratory. Maybe.
Oh. Does he also have this kind of huge cold steel door?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Why?
Did you watch it when you were a child?
I know Dexter, yeah.
Yeah.
Like this small guy.
Like the cartoon, not the other Dexter.
No. This would be weighted more than E, no?
Yeah, but it could be assumed that you watch it based on your writing.
Yeah, until this I had watched all series of Dexter, which were already coming out last year or something. Mindy Mundy was able to travel 2 times. But I wonder, how does she know that the door is cold? Is she, putting her hand on the door, oh, it's so cold?
As a physicist, you should know
What?
that steel doors are most likely cold, aren't they? Unless it's very warm outside,
depends on, what is happening. I have no idea how it looks like inside of the basement. Maybe they have, I don't know, an reactor or something, and it's really hot, or I don't know.
Shouldn't it be cool in laboratories because of the experiment and...
Yeah, normally it should be cooled down, like the reactor itself, otherwise it's going to be explode. But, I have no idea what kind of chemicals they have. Maybe they have chemicals which change temperature. Yeah. By the way, I study physics, not chemistry. I have no idea about chemistry.
You said 5 times that you're studying physics.
Yeah, I need to cut out maybe 4 times. I just want to make sure that everything that I say about chemistry, I have no idea really, so please don't judge me.
It's kind of making me nervous that the displays of our phones are black, and I'm scared that they are not recording anymore. Can we check that?
Okay, let's continue. Sweat ran down her face, and she was torn by the sheer fear that her bright, wet eyes would no longer shine behind the door. What the fuck is this for a sentence? Her heart was pounding like crazy, and she reached up her trembling hand to grab the door handle. She swallowed again, and then she threw open the door, open at an insane speed, and just looked into the darkness. Why is she opening this door so fast, by the way?
Because she's scared for the love of her life.
You don't know if they are together yet, or if she's loving him. It's only said that he meant a lot to her, so...
I'm shipping it already.
We are only 2, I don't know, 4 paragraphs. First chapter. Already shipping, yay, fanfiction.
Yeah.
But why she is opening this so fast?
Because she's scared. Because she wants to get in there and save them.
From the chemicals.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, I accept. Argument, you won the argument. She took another deep breath.
Sound effects.
Sound effect. And looked for a light switch on the wall to her left, and even found one. She squeezed it, but it wasn't working, so no light for her, it seems.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if squeezed is the right word.
No, squeezing is more I don't know.
Yes, that's the sound of it.
More I was making this hand gesture.
Yeah.
To show squeezing, but I think it looks very, very weird. It's good that you're only listening to us. I think.
Yeah. Correct should be she turned the light on. She tapped the light switch.
she switched the light on, I would just say.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like, she pushed the...
Yeah, pushed. Yeah.
Pushed the button.
Please correct us in the comments down below.
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of comments then. Like, you said this wrong, this is wrong pronunciation, you are wrong in general.
Yeah, let's blame Google Translate.
Yeah, Google Translate there. Okay, so she tried again, but to no avail. She can't see anything, but she can very well hear a small noise. She walks very slowly down the stairs. The noise got louder and louder, and now she can classify. That sound. It sounds like a laughing person. It's a psychopathic laugh that sounded even crazier with every step she took. Can you do a psychopathic laugh? Mandy had reached the bottom and tried to orientate herself on the sound. She felt her way slowly and grasped something. I think this is also like very bad. Like, you hear the psychopathic laughter and then it's like the normal reaction to go there.
If people wouldn't go there, we wouldn't have any movies about it, would we?
Okay, you won. It makes sense.
I wouldn't go there. I would go home and eat pancakes, and you know this.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, there's my friend missing. I don't care. I go eat pancakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely you don't go into the basement with the chemicals that will kill you. So.
Instantly.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so she grasped something.
She touched something.
She touched something. One shoulder. Zim? Zim, is that you? There was no answer. Hey, Zim, please answer me. I know it's you. How does she know? The laughter has stopped. The shoulder that Mindy was holding with her right hand began to tremble. Zim, what's wrong with you? Are you crying? Suddenly the person in front of Mindy broke loose and pushed her aside. A moment later she disappeared into the darkness. She?
Yeah.
But it's a he.
What?
Zim is a he. Zim is a man. And it's not Mandy that disappeared into the darkness, I think.
Again, blame Google.
Okay.
I didn't pay that much attention when I copy and pasted it.
The interesting thing is, like, in future stories and my own stories, I refer to Zim as a she, because in all of my drawings, I'm so bad in drawing men that I just decided, oh yeah, if I draw Zim, I will just draw him as a girl, so maybe Google already knows.
Yeah.
Google always knows, so...
Foreshadowing.
Mandy is shocked. Why would Zim do this to her? He had never pushed or scratched her before. Either this person wasn't Zim at all, or Mandy stood up in shock. She walked slowly to the stairs and boom! What was that? She went up to the stairs. Any comments?
I'm listening and I'm curious on how this will go.
Okay, then I will just continue.
Yeah. I already know, but it's still fun to listen to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to put, like, emotion inside of it.
Yeah, I can feel the emotion.
Is this a good or bad thing? Like, the emotion from this story to feel. Once at the top, she went through the corridors and finally arrived in the kitchen. The kitchen was big, but that wasn't to be expected with Lisa.
I like this part. It's my favorite part of this chapter.
I remember this part. This is like... Oh no, memories come back. Okay, so I try to not laugh. Okay. The kitchen was big, but it wasn't to be expected with Lisa's rich parents. Everything in the kitchen is very valuable. Mandy even thought of stealing and selling the high-tech microwave in this kitchen in order to be able to pay her rent for 3 months.
I like this part.
This is like, there's a boom, there's like adrenaline going on, and it's like really like, she runs up the stairs and goes into the kitchen, and like the first thoughts that she's having, like, to write down, oh yeah, like the kitchen is so expansive and there's a microwave and she wants to steal it. And
I have to say I really like this sentence on its own, but in this
combination?
Yeah, combination. it just doesn't fit with the mood, which is sad.
Yeah, maybe it's like the thing that you were referring to, like earlier.
Yeah, it would work earlier. Maybe when they're sitting on the couch, she looks around.
And I go,
She's
"Oh,
hungry.
yeah."
She thinks of the microwave.
She thinks of her own rent.
Yeah, that she still needs to pay. Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
Like, where does she live? But at that moment, she paid her greatest attention to the overturned round kitchen table, where Lisa ate her breakfast with her sister every morning. Mandy heard a strange noise behind the table. Can you do a strange noise? What the... Is there a pig somewhere or something? Okay, let's assume that Mandy hears this noise.
It kind of fits.
Yeah, I would be very scared, like, if I go to the kitchen and hear this noise. She walked slowly to the table and looked behind him. What she saw there came as little surprise to her. Lisa sits behind the table and eats waffles. Sorry, Sam, no pancakes for you. The smell and appearance of the waffles are pretty burnt. Mindy sits down in front of Lisa and looks confused into her eyes.
I also like the image of just Mindy sitting calmly down in front of Lisa and watching her eat the waffles. Yeah?
The burnt waffles, by
The
the way.
burnt waffles,
Like, they are black waffles falling apart, and she's like eating them like crunch, crunch.
I like these sound effects. Yeah.
So, yeah, I will just ask Lisa. No, Mini Mandy will ask Lisa. No, Mini Mandy in the story will ask Lisa. Lisa, what are you doing with burnt waffles behind the kitchen table? Like, she's not even eating at the kitchen table, like, behind the kitchen table.
Well, I just wanted to eat those burnt waffles on the kitchen table because I was hungry. But then Sim came running in here, took Gia under his arm, and ran out again. Sim's eyes were somehow so different. They were so black that I thought so that it would be my end. And then I went behind the table and took the waffles with me because I thought they would be my last meal that I would ever eat again.
So, do you want to summarize what Lisa is thinking?
Well, she was very hungry, and I can relate to that. Well, she wanted to eat those waffles, right? And
Yeah, and then like Sim came inside and was looking like really evil, and like she describes it as, where is it? They were so black that I thought so that it could be my aunt. And she's like, okay, if it's my aunt, I will just sit behind the kitchen table and eat waffles. So Lisa gasped because she said everything very quickly without even taking a breath. Oh, do you want to try it again without taking a breath?
oh god,
Challenge.
maybe not in that voice, but okay. Well, I just wanted to eat those burnt waffles in the kitchen table because I was hungry. But then Sim came running in here, took Gia under his arm, and ran out again. Sim's eyes were somehow so different. They were so black that I thought so that it would be my aunt. And then I went behind the table and took the waffles with me because I thought they would be my last meal that I would ever eat again.
Wow.
I still had breath.
I was really... Oh god, I'm so surprised. I didn't thought that you could manage it. Actually, I want someone to try it. But I think I cannot do the voice for Lisa. Well, I just wanted to eat those burnt waffles on the kitchen table because I was hungry. But then Sim came running in here, took Gia under his arms and went out again. Sim's eyes were somehow so different. They were so black that I thought so that it could be my aunt. And then I went behind the table and took the waffles with me because I thought that would be my last meal that I would never eat again. Oh.
Well done.
I think I made a mistake, but...
Yeah, I think I made a mistake too.
Please tell us in the comments. So Lisa gasped, gasped
that
because
one.
she said everything very quickly without even taking a breath. Mandy wasn't surprised. That's what Lisa was like. She only thinks about food. Yeah, I can relate to this. Japanese people can relate to this. Like when I was in Japan, everyone was talking about food, so... What did you do today? Oh yeah, I was eating this kind of stuff, and I was eating curry, I was eating ramen. What is your plan for next week? Oh, I go to this restaurant. Oh, I go to this, I go to Germany, I fly there. Oh, what do they have so for food? Something like this. Everything is about food. Yeah, but let's continue. Mindy ignored Lisa's gasp and continued to ask, "Do you know where he went?"
Don't know, maybe at home, because Ger yelled, yeah, home!
Yeah, let's go home. Lisa replied and ate a piece of her burnt waffle. I like the sound of it.
Now I want waffles.
Maybe I can bake some afterwards. So after lunch waffles we will have, maybe?
Maybe.
Mindy then said, "I probably pay the..." No, I'm already doing the high voice. Like Lisa.
Haha.
No! Mindy then said, "I probably pay them a visit then. Something is wrong with him, and I'll find out what." Lisa got up and put the plate of burnt waffles on the kitchen table. She looked seriously at the kitchen counter. That was new. Lisa is very rarely serious.
Mandy, I think you have a good feel...
What? What? No.
Mandy, I don't have a good feeling about it. You shouldn't go to Zim.
She closes her eyes.
He had those black eyes. It was as if he wasn't Sim. It scares me.
Oh, creepy. She opened her eyes again and looked at Mandy hopefully. Mandy just looked at her with a sad smile.
I'm looking hopefully.
"Lisa, I'm sorry, but I have to go to Zim. You know, he saved my life, and if something has taken possession of Zim, I'll help him. Even if it means I have to put myself in danger. Lisa, I will be fine. Don't worry." This is like so emotional when...
Yeah, it's so dramatic. I like it.
Like she goes into war or something. Like,
Yeah.
I need to save him. Like they have no idea what is happening.
Is Mindy in the story also 13 years old?
I think so. I was writing it with myself. Yeah.
So you didn't make yourself older or
No,
something?
like this is the same age Mindy. Like she's 13.
Mm-hmm.
Still also in the story. And is already thinking about like saving people and...
Yeah, so you have to imagine this little girl with long brown hair and puppy eyes standing in front of her friend who eats waffles and having this emotional speech.
Yeah, impressive.
Yeah, I am impressed.
Okay, so Mindy was smiling properly now.
Properly washed.
Properly.
Yeah.
Mindy was smiling properly now, without any sadness. Lisa looked at her for a long time. She knows she can trust Mindy, but those black eyes...
I think your neighbor is upset at us.
Maybe this would be so nice on the phone, like,
Yeah.
dum.
Yeah, I don't know if the microphone
No.
picks it up, but I think her neighbor is upset at us.
Yeah, she's like knocking like at the wall, like dung. But let's continue. Okay, ask about my neighbors.
I'm a bit quiet, I know. Okay, Mindy, bring Sim back to decent behavior and we'll see you again.
No, it's not because of us.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they are doing this like, I think there's someone new moving in.
Uh-huh.
Because also yesterday they were like putting a lot of like, how can you say, cupboards and everything up. They're also doing this.
Yeah.
Not cables, like tables and bed, and I think there's someone moving
Furniture.
out
Okay.
or moving in. So yeah. So don't be scared, it's not because of us. The walls here are
Okay.
very thick, so no one will hear us.
Okay.
Only in the floor maybe. Because I don't have a door like separating my room from the floor, so yeah.
You have one door. Like we're not we're not sitting in a cave.
You know, I like to sit in my cave. Okay, but we have an emotional scene here and we are just making fun of it. How can we?
Okay, Mandy, bring Zim back to decent behavior and we'll see you again.
Lisa was now smiling properly too. She was the same again. Okay.
I think I should clean up now before my parents get home.
Mindy looked at her again. This lovely person is your best friend.
You are part of the story now.
Yeah, so everyone imagine Lisa, this very cute little girl, which is a little bit weird, maybe, and just thinks about food. This lovely person is your best friend, not Mandy's best friend. Google Translator said it's your best friend.
Okay, but I think you wrote you too. Afterwards, we need to scroll up again and look.
Okay.
Google break.
Okay, so Google made a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm upset. I didn't translate it. It was Google.
Yeah, why are you so upset? I don't know. No,
Yeah.
Lisa is everyone's friend, so
Yeah.
she's best girl. I ship her already. Like, I don't know to whom, but I want to have to her a good life.
Do you remember these old Wattpad fics with your name in it? Like not Mindy in it, but it's like first person point of view, and it's you did this or that, and then he fell in love with you, and
Like,
Wattpad, come on.
apart from Mindy, there's like I.
Yeah.
Yeah. I looked at her again.
Instead of Mandy, there would be I.
I think. Did I ever do it? I don't know. Maybe.
Did you read them? These kind of fan fiction.
I think maybe I read some.
Okay.
My neighbor definitely didn't read some. So Mindy went to the door and opened it. I'll begin then. Bye, Lisa. She went out the door and made her way to Sim's house. Little did she know that she wouldn't see her best friend for a while. Dum dum dum. And there's also like a comment.
Doesn't she see like Lisa on the next day in school?
Do they go to the same school?
Do they go to the same school?
I don't think that they go to the same school.
Ah, okay.
Because Lisa is, how can you say, is referring to some friend of mine that I knew.
Mm-hmm.
And this friend of mine also didn't go to the same school as I did. Like, she was like, like, my parents were friends, and then, like, the daughters already, like, when the parents were meeting, they were also bringing the children, like me and, like, this person, Lisa, you can say, which has a different name in real life. And, like, then we played together or something.
Yeah.
So this was, like, the image that I had in mind, that Lisa is not at the same school. So, yeah, but there will be a lot of plot holes, and it will be very weird. But until now, I think it's quite okay.
Yeah, it's a decent story, I think. For a 13-year-old, you were writing this quite well.
Yeah, thank you. But it will get worse.
It will get worse, yeah.
Yeah. So, there's only one comment that I was writing myself. It's not much what, like, Mindy, the author of this story, is saying. Mm-hmm. So, what she's saying is... Okay, now I need to use Mindy voice. So, that was the first chapter. I hope you enjoyed it and you'll leave me a lot of comments. Smile.
Can you describe what kind of smile you were using? What are these called? I think we're saying house roofs.
House roof? Yeah, maybe like a roof.
Yeah.
It has the form of a roof, but 2 times and without anything else.
Yeah.
So this is the smiley that Mindy was using during this time.
Yeah. Because I like this kind of smiley face.
Yeah.
Like, you usually would do the
2 points, 1 bracket, which is a closing bracket.
Yeah.
Like a happy face.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Me neither. I don't know why I asked.
This is something that I normally never use in English, you know?
Yeah.
Like talking about my keyboard.
Keyboard, yeah. Tell them about your keyboard.
No! Oh, damn. Yeah, okay, you want me to tell them about my keyboard?
Maybe in the next episode.
Okay, so foreshadowing. There happened something with my keyboard, but I will tell you next time. So,
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Okay, so let's discuss this chapter like a little bit. So what happened until now? So they watched a movie together, and then like Lisa was saying, like, Mindy was asking, like, oh hey, where's Sim? And then Lisa was like, oh yeah, maybe he's in a basement or something.
Yeah, in the basement with the dangerous chemicals that could kill you instantly.
Yeah, I really like how she described it. And then Mindy was like, oh shit, maybe Sim went there, and then she went into the basement. and was pretty sure that the shoulder that she was touching was Zim's, and then he just like pushed her, which he was like, oh man, Zim never pushed me in my whole life, like how could he? So this could not be Zim. Like this was her fault, and then she just like went upstairs, and then she met Lisa with the burned waffles,
who was hiding behind a pushed over kitchen table, and she was like saying, oh yeah, Zim came, had dark eyes, black eyes, and took Gear, his robot, and then just went outside, and she was like very scared, it seemed. Like he was not himself, so what happened to Zim? Oh no!
Oh no! So what is what do you think about the story so far?
I can't give you a prediction what will happen next, because I know what will happen next.
What do you wish would happen?
If I wrote a fanfiction about your fanfiction, do you remember what I told you in the park when you first read it? I think I just said, I hope Zim and Mindy get together.
So we were already shipping, yeah?
Yeah.
This I remember also.
Yeah. Don't ask me questions.
What? Why are you here? Okay, so I also don't know what I said, I think. Like, I only knew that the story was getting very brutal and there's going to be violence and this kind of stuff. And
you gave me a few spoilers on what will happen next, I think, and I don't want to give them to the audience, which is you, person who is listening.
Lisa's best friend, it seems.
Yeah. Lisa's friend, you. And we can guess something happened to Zim, probably, and Mindy is going to save him.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, Mindy is going to be like the hero. She will be like, maybe she will just hug Zim, and then they will be like,
and love
will solve everything,
Yeah.
and then Zim will become normal, and they will, like, I don't know, move together and have a lot of mini Zimmies.
Zimdies.
Oh my god.
Shipping name.
So, Zimdies.
Yeah.
Oh. So this is a Zimdi fanship.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it. I really like it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is our proposal. No, proposal?
Not. What do you want to say?
Prediction. Oh
I said it earlier.
We are so bad. So these are our predictions. We predict that Love will save them and that they move together and make a lot of mini Zimdies.
Yeah, and I hope we will see Lisa again. I like Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa is cool. So Lisa's everyone's best friend. So yeah, I hope she will come back and eat more waffles maybe. And we are also going to do maybe some waffles now. And maybe take a picture. Who knows?
For Instagram, which reminds me, we still need to make an Instagram account and also an email where you can send us our failures, our mistakes, our grammar mistakes, and
no, please not.
Your thoughts and opinions. Who has the prettier voice? And
what? No, I think I would be very depressed when I read these messages. Just tell us that you like the stories, that you like us, and nothing else. No.
I mean, if you want, I would find it super funny if people started writing fanfiction about your fanfictions on what they think might happen or what they want to see happening. So if you want to do that, you can do it. Why not?
Yeah.
I would read them. Do we want to make a shout out to Elle?
Okay, so the idea for this podcast also arises because both of us...
I don't want to say stolen, I want to say borrowed from another podcast, My First Fanfiction, which we both are huge fans of.
We are really, really big fans. Like, she motivated us to do this and to motivate us to read old fanfiction.
Yeah, we both listen to every single episode of this podcast, and
I finished the podcast, I think, in 2 weeks. Like, every day I was listening, like, maybe 2 hours her podcast, which was, like, a lot, actually.
Yeah. And while we're waiting for the next season, we decided to make our own podcast.
Yeah, and the main goal is just to have fun and everything. So this is like maybe only a short, like, teaser also for her podcast, because it's really, really good, and You should listen to her podcast.
Yeah, we
Not
recommend
ours.
it. Yeah. After this episode, go over to hers. It's better.
Yeah, maybe that's better for you.
Yeah,
or if you want to stick, it's also fine. We will just continue doing our stuff, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sorry for every English mistake.
Yeah. We are Germans,
Yeah.
Not.
And you're a physicist.
I'm a physicist.
Yeah.
But this one doesn't count. Or 2 times counting. Maybe. And what does Sam study, by the way?
I study philosophy and psychology.
This has nothing to do with physics. Okay, so I think we will end the episode here, so you know our predictions and what will happen next time, and
Send us your predictions.
send us everything you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we will see you next episode.
Don't drink chemicals that will kill you instantly.
Okay. Should we try it together?
3, 2, 1. Don't drink chemicals that will kill you instantly.
Whee! Hello! Here's Editing Mindy. I just wanted to say a big thank you to you, the listener, who just finished the first episode of Fiction After Lunch, which I still cannot believe. But you made it so far, and for that a big thank you. Because this was the first episode, it was quite chaotic and we forgot to mention a lot of things. For example, our social media accounts, which I'm going to shortly introduce to you now. On our social media you can find updates and news of the episodes and also photos of our lunch, how close we sit to the floor, drawings of characters that will or have already appeared in the story so far, and a lot of other stuff. Sam and I would be very happy to know your opinion of our podcast and to connect to the world a bit. So if you're interested, you can leave us a comment on our Twitter account, which is called Fiction and Lunch, or follow us at our Tumblr account, which is called Fiction After Lunch Podcast, like our pictures on our Instagram account, Fiction After Lunch, or just write us an email to fictionafterlunch@gmail.com. We would be very happy to hear from you. You can also completely ignore all of these and just enjoy another episode of Fiction After Lunch, or just do anything else that makes your day great. This was everything I wanted to mention, so again, a big thank you for listening until now, and until next time, or what Zim would say, let's conquer the world! Bye bye! Bonjour!
Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour, bonjour, and welcome to the podcast Fiction After Lunch. I am Mindy.
And I'm Sam.
This sounds so angry. Like, I am Sam, remember.
I try to talk with a lower voice because I found myself a bit annoying when I listened to our last podcast.
Really? Actually, I found myself also annoying. And because this is like Fiction After Lunch podcast, where we read some original works of fan fiction that we wrote.
After lunch?
Normally do this after lunch, correct? And therefore, we wanted to include like what we ate for lunch. So, Sam, how are you? What did you eat for lunch?
I'm very full. We ate pizza for lunch. We made it ourselves. We had tomatoes on it and tuna and onions and 2 kinds of cheese.
Yeah, mozzarella and like normal cheese, you can say.
Bio cheese.
Bio cheese.
And I also had olives.
Yeah, I don't like olives. I don't know. I was trying to eat tomatoes when I was a child. Like, I didn't like them, and I still don't like them, but I always wanted to try to like them. Because I think, like, tomatoes are very, very healthy, and they're very cheap. You can buy them everywhere. And normally, like, everyone is eating tomatoes. So, yeah, I kind of felt like an outsider, like, not liking tomatoes.
I don't know many people who eat tomatoes, to
Really?
be honest. Yeah.
So maybe we both live, like, in different, you can say, shells.
Yeah.
Like, the people that are surrounding you are, like, the tomato haters.
Yeah.
And I only, like, my friends group, my family, everyone loves tomatoes. Maybe we should just change our friends. Like, do you want to take my friends? I take your friends.
No.
No.
I want to keep my friends.
Really? I want to get rid of my friends. What? No, okay. So this aside, so we ate lunch, we ate pizza, and we made ourselves some lemonade, which was really nice. And yeah, so this is what we ate. And we are very full, so a little bit tired, but we tried to do our podcast.
One thing I like to mention is that we ate some waffles after the last podcast, and I'm very proud of them because it just shows peak student culture. Because some of you may know the ingredients of the common waffle, which probably should include milk, butter, sugar, and I think it was one more thing.
Eggs.
Eggs, yes.
Yeah. And I need to admit I had nothing in my fridge. Like, we were doing this at my home, and I had no milk, I had no eggs, I had not really a butter, I had margarine. Yeah.
Margarine, glaube ich.
Margarine.
Yeah.
And yeah, I didn't have anything to make waffles, but we wanted to eat waffles, so I was like using Google Break, and just to figure out like how to do like waffles without any of these kind of ingredients. And fortunately, I had some kind of like apple mousse.
Applesauce.
That you normally use like for a substitute for eggs, so that the waffles stick together and that you don't have something that falls apart. Mm-hmm. And I think for milk they just use water, which was really weird. And what else? Like, for butter we just used margarine.
Margarine?
Margarine.
And instead of sugar, we
also didn't have sugar anymore.
So we put chocolate chips in it, but it turned out surprisingly well. We put a lot of strawberry marmalade on it.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. But I was happy. We had waffles, if you still want to call them waffles, of course.
Actually, I was a little bit disappointed, like...
I wasn't. I was happy.
That's good. That's good to know. Like, I was, like, depressed, like, oh, look at this waffle, it's not a real waffle, but yeah, this was, like, also a time for my waffle maker to get into action, so my waffle maker was happy, I think. So, what do you think will we do today?
I think today we will read the next chapter. I have no memory of yesterday. Oh, it was the day before yesterday. I have no memory of 2 days.
Okay, I remember there was Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa, our friend.
Yeah, our best friend, Lisa.
Our best friend.
Yeah, and everyone's listener's best friend. And yeah, I remember Mindy and Lisa were watching like a very tragedy movie thingy.
On TV, yes.
On TV, and there was a guy like, this was like the first 2 sentences of my story. Like, the guy was really sad and then just shot him in the head. And Mindy and Lisa were laughing, I think. They were like, oh, I don't know, this is very funny, and he's dead and everything. Mm-hmm. I think they were wondering like where Zim went. Mindy just went to the basement. Oh, basement.
To the laboratory.
Where with the chemicals that will kill you instantly, I remember. Very important fact from the last episode. And then she found Zim. I think she touched a shoulder, but...
Yes, she touched a shoulder, and then she wondered if it was Zim. But then she got pushed aside, and which got her very upset.
Yeah, like Zim never pushed her. Like, when I think about my own life and my boyfriend, for example, he's pushing me every day. Like...
Is he listening to this podcast?
I hope not. I will never show him this podcast. And yeah, like, he's pushing me around like all the day, like, go out of the way or something. Like, it's not so bad as I say, but I feel like I got more pushed than Mindy, like, from Zim now. And it's like, okay, if this is like your meter where you say like, oh, is this Zim or is this not Zim? Like, Zim wouldn't push me. Yeah, I think this is very weird, actually. And yeah, so Zim got away, and then she went upstairs, I think. And then there was Lisa with waffles, burned waffles.
Yes, which made us think of waffles and then later make waffles.
Yeah, the story makes us do more food, I think.
Yeah.
Like cooking inspirations from the story.
Yes.
And yeah, I think Lisa just said that Zim went home. And I think Mindy was really like emotional and was acting like a hero. Mm-hmm. Like she had this kind of emotional speech like, oh, he helped me. I also need to help him, even if it costs something or so. Like she was very emotional having a speech, and Lisa just sitting on the ground eating burnt waffles like
Sound effects.
Sound effects.
Yeah, I like this speech.
Yeah. And now we want to see like what happens. So I think that Mindy goes to Sim's house now. Mm-hmm. And what do you think will happen?
I think Mindy will save Sim.
From himself? Who knows?
From himself, yes.
Okay, so let's get into the episode. So we have chapter 1, which doesn't have a name. As I see, no.
Did I forget to copy it? Maybe.
I think so. So let's go back to the original name.
Chapter 1. A horrible surprise.
Mindy arrived at Sim's new house. It looked much more normal now. Only the pipes that were on the sides of the house are actually gone, and the front door has been replaced by a plain brown door. Mindy went to the front door and knocked softly. After a few minutes, even really loud. Why didn't Sim open up? Maybe he wasn't home after all? She stopped knocking and began to wonder where he was. She didn't even notice that a girl appeared behind her. That girl was Lucy! What do you think, who is Lucy?
Lucy is a friend of Lisa, because everyone is a friend of Lisa.
Okay, after last episode, I believe you. So, why do you think Lisa appeared also in front of Sim's house? Like,
Lucy.
she's then... Lucy. Why does everyone has a L?
I'm asking you.
Okay, maybe I really like names with L. Like in Death Note. Okay, so what do you think is the relationship between Lucy and Sim? Like, why is she also... Or do you think she has a relationship with Mindy and was just following her?
I don't know. Maybe they go to the same school and want to do homework together.
Okay.
I don't actually remember what was in this chapter.
Okay. So let's stick to it. Let's say that Lucy went to Sim's house and saw Mindy, so that they are doing homework together.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens. So first of all, there comes a description of how Lucy looks like. She wears a jet black trench coat over her light blue t-shirt that looked almost exactly like Dip's.
Who is Dip?
Dip is another character of Invader Zim. Like he's the anti-protagonist, or like he's the protagonist actually.
Okay.
Like, because Sim is more like an anti-protagonist, like he's the evil guy. Antagonist.
Yeah.
Like, Sim is the evil guy, you can say, because he wants to conquer the world. And therefore Dip is like the good guy who wants to show the world, like, oh, there's this alien that wants to conquer the world and want to destroy the humans, so I need to stop him. So he's like the good guy.
Okay.
And yeah, Lucy looks almost like Dip, it seems. Like, she had the same t-shirt. So yeah, she also wears black pants and... A comment from Mindy, who wrote the story. Oh wonder. Black boots that almost reached her knee. Lucy had wet, straight hair that goes just above her bottom. There's a symbol on her light blue t-shirt. It's a jagged heart. Is it really jagged heart?
Now that you're asking me, I'm not sure anymore.
Like, I never heard of this word actually. The heart that I had in imagination was like a heart which had like sharp edges.
I was imagining like a Minecraft heart, like blocky, a blocky heart.
Blocky heart, okay.
I now prefer the word blocky.
Okay, let's assume that. So we know that Lucy is the best friend of Lisa, and now we also know that she has a t-shirt with a blocky heart on it. Mm-hmm. So maybe she's also a friend of Minecraft. Who knows? Maybe they play together Minecraft.
Yeah.
This will become a story of girls playing Minecraft together and doing homework. So, nice story. Okay. Mindy, the author of the story, already gives us an explanation of how the heart looked like. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, she thought that we also didn't use the word, so very nice of her. So, what she's saying is, in plain language, the heart is not round, but pointed. I think everything is a comment here, kind of, like from the author. Okay, so she is explaining to us that the heart is not round, but pointed. Mm-hmm. And she also explains to us that Lucy knows Zim and she wants to visit him. So unfortunately, she doesn't want to visit Mindy, but maybe she wants to do homework with Zim. So who knows? But then she saw Mindy, who Lucy didn't know. So she just watched Mindy knock the door. I think this makes sense. Like, if there's a person in front of the door of your friend and you don't know this person, you normally don't talk to them.
I don't know. I don't talk to people usually.
Okay. Like, I don't know, like, I would ask, oh yeah, hello, I don't know, is Zim not home? Or, I don't know, I think I would just start talking maybe.
I wouldn't start talking to a stranger.
Like, after a while maybe. If she's, like, standing there in front of the door, like, for 30 minutes, just, like, knocking on the door, then I would say, like, okay, I have enough, I want to get inside or not.
What would you do? Would you push her aside and start knocking yourself, or...
Let me in, but not this crazy girl next to me. No, I think it also depends, like, on what kind of person is standing there. Like, if it's like a small, cute girl like Mandy, like Mini Mandy from the story, then I would say, like, okay, this is okay. But if this would be like an old man who looks like dangerous and I don't know, then I would be like, oh, maybe
we'll come
not.
to that back later in the story.
What?
I just made a face. Which reminded her of what is coming up.
Yeah, I think my body already knows that I wanted to get rid of these memories. Okay, so I think we should just continue.
Yeah.
So suddenly the door opened, but Mandy didn't see Zim, but Gear. Gear began to sweat. And then another comment from the author. Strange for a robot, but he can also eat and cry. Why not sweat this then? Where he looked at Mandy. I think a comment makes a lot of sense, actually.
Would you like to explain what Gear looks like?
Ah, yeah, also for the people who don't know Invader Zim, Gear is the robot of Zim. And actually, the aliens who put Zim to Earth just wanted to get rid of Zim. So they gave him a broken robot, which is Gear, and he's like very crazy and often also destroys the interrupts the missions of Zim. Like when he had a really good plan to conquer the Earth and to destroy the humans, normally it's Gear who destroys his plan because he's so crazy.
This is also new information for me.
Yeah, you never saw Invader Zim, so
No,
I need to explain it also to you.
I never watched it, no. I only know this fanfiction and only this fanfiction.
Yeah, I have never showed her anything from Invader Zim, but maybe I think during the flow of this fanfiction, maybe at some point I should show you something.
Maybe after we're done with it, because I don't want to say false hope, but...
Like you already have an image of these,
yes,
right?
Yes, I want to destroy the image that you put in my head. I want to see the whole picture of your fanfiction before I watch the show. And I think it's more fun when I write maybe a part of it myself before I actually watch it.
Yeah, I think like now we are giving these characters our own idea of what they behave like, only from what we see here. So yeah. So what I said to you until now is like Gear is crazy, has a high voice and is just like very weird and crazy. Yeah.
Yes. So he's a small robot.
Yeah, he's like a small robot and his disguise is just like he puts on like a dog costume.
This is also new information for me.
Yeah, so I don't know, like if Gear would like walk around in his robot style, you can say, then people would be like, oh, okay, what is this alien technology or something? So he needs to have a disguise, which is also like very bad as Zim's. Like Zim's disguise is normally just like to put on some kind of human contact lenses and a wig. But he still has his green skin and everyone is like, oh yeah, it's only a skin disease, so this is okay.
Okay.
And sometimes he also lost his contact lenses during the show. And the people were like, oh yeah, I just got a swollen eye. It's only wet because it's swollen.
Okay.
Yes, there's a lot of stuff happening there, and I really like this show. So I need to show you some stuff in 2 years or something.
Okay. In 2 years.
Then, yeah, there's Gear standing in front of the door, so let's see what he's doing. He was about to close the door again, when Mindy stuck her foot between the door. Mindy asked, concerned, "What's going on, Gear? Let me in." Only now did Mindy notice that Gear had wet eyes. Mindy? Gear, are you in comment mode? Or whatever that means? Well, it doesn't matter. Let me in. Gear?
You can't. Command from the master.
Oh. So, Mindy? You will get waffles if you let me in, Mindy said with a wink.
Waffles.
Waffles! New recipe idea. Let's do waffles afterwards. Yay! Waffles. Again. So, Gear?
I don't need to.
Mindy? Oh, come on.
No.
Maybe? In the meantime, at Zim in the laboratory. Zim stood in front of his computer with cables in the pack. Another information, the pack is the bag that he's wearing on his back. And the pack itself has like all of the DNA and information about Zim's personality. So if he loses his pack, he will die immediately after 10 minutes. Actually,
Immediately after 10. Okay.
yeah, like...
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like instantly after 10 minutes or if it's like a continuous process, but actually regarding Invader Zim, is like there were not all episodes out. Like the TV show itself was regarded as very brutal at some point because there were like, for example, some episodes where Zim is stealing some organs from other children and like you can show. Where have we been? Zim stood in front of his computer with cables in the pack. The cables analyzed Zim's pack. In the meantime, Zim was talking to the computer. Zim said a little angrily,
How do you imagine his voice?
I am Zim!
Okay.
He has a really unique voice.
Okay, then I try to speak uniquely.
Yeah, you need to talk a little bit like you are like the conqueror, like you want to conquer the world, and you're like you feel very proud of yourself, you can say.
Okay. That can't be true. I drank too much with that stupid villain juice. It's only your fault, computer.
Oh, that was really good. Computer?
What can I do? If you use Lisa's chemicals in Lisa's cellar, and then you also think that one chemical is something to drink and drink it too.
Zim said even more angrily.
Grr, but it looked like cola. Anyway, have you already found an antidote?
Computer?
No, not yet. You have to get along with it for a while.
Zim?
But tomorrow is school, and if I'm only a little frightened there, it can end badly.
Computer?
You can do it.
Okay, maybe we should stop here for a moment. So, what happened? So Zim tried to analyze his pack, and then he saw that something happened to him that he cannot cure yet, which results from the chemicals that he used in Lisa's cellar.
That he drank in Lisa's cellar because he thought it was cola.
Yeah.
We should get cola.
Okay, next time we will have some cola here.
Yeah.
Or afterwards, I don't know if I want to go to supermarket.
Yeah, I don't want to go to the supermarket. We could make some chemicals.
What? Okay, so how did it get from let's go and buy some colas to let's go to make some chemicals that will kill you instantly and make a chemical laboratory out of my kitchen? Zim was about to reply, but then he heard Gear and Mindy arguing upstairs. He got a numb expression on his face. The cables that had analyzed his pack came out of his pack, and the information could be read on the computer screen.
Analysis. Not Zim. No information. Danger.
So maybe you also heard like a short Google, not Google break, but break sound here. Because we decided to make a break and just make ourselves some tea. Because we were so upset that we couldn't make ourselves some cola, that we just decided to make ourselves a tea. So, but apart from this, let's continue with the story. So, what happened until now? We had the word danger. This is not Zim, and there's no information, the computer is saying.
Mm-hmm.
So, what happened during the time with Mindy and Gear? We will see now. During the time with Mindy and Gear upstairs at the door. Gear and Mindy were still arguing about whether Mindy was allowed in or not. Lucy, who was still standing behind Mindy, lost a patient and shouted,
It's enough!
Okay. So Mindy asked, a little confused, "Who are you?"
I'm Lucy. I'm in your class. But you didn't really get to know me because I always want to be alone. But stop it now. Here, let us in. No.
I really like Lucy's self-introduction here. Like, oh yeah, hello, I'm in your class, but I don't want to interact with any of you. Like, I want to be alone.
Honestly, me.
Yeah, this is Sam. So yeah, hey Lucy. So you're Lisa's best friend.
Yes.
Okay. Lucy. Now every time when I read Lucy, I always want to think of Sam. So Lucy wanted to turn the neck of the little robot because she wouldn't lick a simple no. What?
Google Translator.
What? Okay. For the original English speakers, is this how you really say it? Like, she wanted to turn the neck of the little robot because she wouldn't lick a simple no?
I think it's snap the neck of the
Yeah.
little robot, but I don't know what happened with lick.
Yeah, like, because she wouldn't lick a simple no. Like, what's in originally meaning is that she wouldn't accept a simple no.
Yes, she wouldn't accept. I wonder what she wrote in the original.
Google
Scrolling-
break!
Scrolling break.
Scrolling break.
I like that we have two different melodies for Google and for Scrolling break. Weil sie einen einfach... Ja, weil du es so geschrieben hast, ne?
Yeah. Accept. I can't even say the word in German. Akzeptierte. Like the original German word for like what I wanted to write is like accept. It means like akzeptieren. But the word that I wrote in the original German story was like absektierte.
Ja.
Can you say the word?
Absektierte.
Wow.
And now I think I will always say this word.
No! Yeah, we learn bad grammar and
But I still wonder how Google translated it to lick.
Taschkani, yeah. Why? Google, why? How do you translate absektierte to lick? Like, this is not at all the German word for this.
No.
No. I don't even know if this word really exists. Absektierte.
I don't think so, because the document says it's written.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so Google Translator just thought, oh, maybe from the context there should be lick.
I like it better this way.
Okay, so she wouldn't lick a simple no. Why not? But she read it because Mindy had found the device with which one could set Gear's mood and had set it back to the normal Gear. This was a weird sentence. Gear ran wildly through the apartment until Mindy and Sim didn't see him anymore.
Read what's written there.
What?
Gear ran widely through the apartment until Mandy and Lucy didn't see him anymore.
What did I say?
Sim.
No! Do you know, my mind is always occupied with Sim, so I cannot stop thinking about him.
I know, it's okay.
Really?
It's okay.
Thank you. Okay. They were about to go into the house when Lucy stopped and said frantically,
I feel a terrible aura. It's much worse than me. I'm leaving.
What? I really like that she can feel aura and that she's saying that it's much worse than her. Like, what kind of person is Lucy?
I don't even know if you should be able to see your own aura.
I don't think in general that you see it.
Nah.
Can you see aura?
Well, in fanfiction, I did write an soulmate alternative universe fic in which the two persons were able to see auras.
Okay.
And yes.
Okay.
There are different meanings to the color of the aura.
Mm-hmm. So what does red, for example, mean?
I didn't use red.
Okay, what color did you use?
I think I used black, which stands for illness, like when you had an accident.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think sickness is the right word, but something in that area.
Like maybe a depressed person or something?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have like maybe also happy, Aura or
Green zum
something like this.
Beispiel, green for example, I'm sorry. Green for example is for creativity, if I remember correctly. I also used yellow, I think, which this is happiness, I think. Yeah.
So is it like a standard like fan fiction that you normally like, which is normally written? Because I have also read one fan fiction about like soulmates, and they also had this like color system. I was like, I never heard about it before, and they were just using it like naturally.
Yes, you can look it up. There is a table which says which color means which thing.
So it's really a thing like in fan fiction
yeah,
that you can just accept it at some point.
It is a thing in fan fiction, but it's supposed to be also a real thing in real life that some people are able to see auras.
Yeah, in the fan fiction that I read, it was more like there were like more people who had like a soulmate. There were I think 7 people, and all of them were soulmates. You can say, and they had like also different kind of colors, but more to regard their personality. And like every day or every time when they went to sleep and they were dreaming, then they could see the other auras in their dream. And sometimes when like the people or like the auras inside of their dream went like under a water, then it shows that they're having like this aura, this person has some kind of problem, or that they are like drowning or something. And I saw this like the first time in this fan fiction, and it was like so naturally, like it didn't explain anything, like why is there this kind of dream, and then when they met in real life, they were like, oh, I see your aura, so you're my soulmate. So it was like really randomly for me, like reading it for the first time.
For me, it was a prompt for Soulmates September, which just said you are able to see your soulmate's aura. So I had to look it up.
Okay, maybe we can. Maybe if this is a thing, we can include it like in the later story. Like maybe because Lucy already sees some aura, so maybe Lucy can explain us later her own view of auras. So maybe we will make a thing out of it. Who knows?
Who knows?
Let's continue with the story. So Lucy felt a terrible aura, and then she disappeared. Because in the next sentence it's written, and with that, Lucy disappeared. Mindy thought, what does she suddenly have? Well, it doesn't matter. Back to... ... Zim! Zim stood in front of her in the doorway. His eyes were no longer the raspberry color he used to have. They were blood red, and they glowed eerily. So Mindy is asking, Zim, you are fine. I thought, what do you want with... Okay. Okay, I'm laughing because the sentence is, what do you want with the Zim weapon? And I know in the original that it's not written like this.
What was it written?
In the original it's written that, like, what do you want with the pistol, Zim?
Maybe you misspelled it again.
Google break! No, scrolling break.
Scrolling break. And the theme was...
Yeah. What do you want to...
you forgot the comma.
Okay. So, okay, we figured out that Google Translator changed my sentence because I forgot a comma. So, what do you want with the Zim weapon? But I really like the name of Zim weapon. Like, Zim has his own weapon called after Zim. So, it's a Zim weapon. Who knows? So, yeah. What does he want to do with this weapon? Zim did not answer, but pointed the gun at Mindy. He glared at Mindy and shot her. End of chapter 2.
Author's note.
So, my second chapter. What do you think? Will Mindy die or stay alive? P.S. By the way, Mindy has not yet hit the bullet. I think I haven't described it in enough detail. I think it's okay if she doesn't describe it in detail. Like, I don't know, if I would read this note at the end of the story, I would be like, okay, I know Mindy will survive, and... Or how did you find the chapter?
I like this chapter, and I think Mindy will die.
What? Or do you think, like, Alpha Mindy just made this as a joke, you can say? Like, she was saying, oh yeah, the bullet didn't hit Mindy yet. So she just wanted to lead people to the fact that Mindy would not die, but actually, Mindy will die. And everyone will be like, whoa, what? Really?
I would find this so funny.
I would find this so good.
Yeah.
I really hope that this is the case for the next episode.
Yes, me too.
So, yeah, what happened until now? So, Mindy arrived at Sim's house and she was having an argument with Gear, who was in comment mode all the time.
Command mode.
Command mode. And they were arguing, and then Sim was like, oh yeah, computer, I have this problem, and give me an antidote. But the computer was, oh no, I don't have it yet. And he's like, the computer is really nice, like, you can deal with it, like, you can do it. And then Sim changed at some point.
Yes.
And he became like evil Sim, you can say. Because he went upstairs and saw Mindy, and now he pointed a gun at her and shot her, it seems.
Also, there was Lucy.
Ah, yeah, Lucy. where I thought this would be Sam.
Lucy arrived at the house, and then she decided she didn't want to deal with this, and left again.
Ah, but true. Like, she went there, wanted to talk with Sim, I think. But then she was like... I think she was changing the command. Okay, I need to explain what just happened. Because Sam was just drinking her tea, and actually, last year during Christmas, Sam was giving me a Christmas present, which was a Death Note cup. And this cup had the effect of, like, if you put some hot water inside, like a shinigami or something else will appear, like, because of the heat change. And right now she was drinking a little bit from the cup, and there's, like, one character of Death Note, and she was like, how can you say? She was touching. She was touching the guy, like, oh, I'm in love with you. Yeah. And this looked very weird because I was trying to explain what happened. I don't know, and she was like, oh, I love you.
No, I wasn't.
What? I saw you, you know. Oh, touchy. Are you fine?
Yeah. Sorry, I get distracted very easily.
Like, next time when I have a cat or something, you would only touch the cat, like, pet her.
Yes, you have to give me your stuffed animals so I can hold them.
Yeah, I will give you all of my
Plushie, yeah.
plushies. Yeah, all of my plushies. I have a lot of plushies, by the way.
Same.
Same. Yeah, I have an owl, I have a bear, I have a...
What is this even?
It's
a rabbit?
Yeah, that's the English word. I wanted to say usagi, but this is Japanese.
Usagi.
Usagi. And I have another bear, I have one more rabbit, I have a sheep, I have a cat.
Dragons?
I have Digimon. Yeah, but now we got totally distracted, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Just like looking around in my room and just like, oh yeah, what else is in my room? Like, I think also this is like the second time this year that you came visiting my apartment. So.
Yes, we have January right now.
Yeah. So maybe you will see the episode in February, March, who knows?
April, May.
Next year.
Yeah, who knows?
Maybe next year in January we will
have
all episodes and all the stories that we wrote. Okay, so yeah, what are your predictions for next episode?
Like I said, Mindy will die.
Okay, so next episode will be the last episode, I think. So Mindy will die. And yeah, I think Sim will be very sad and just like, oh yeah, damn. And maybe... What?
Because of the foreshadowing in the prologue, maybe he will sit on the floor and hold Mindy, and then...
Oh my god! Oh my god! But you know, in the foreshadowing there was also a child. The Simdi is missing.
Mindy is 13, calm down.
Yeah, I think this would be very...
Maybe he also kills Gear. So then it would fit.
Yeah, like Gear's like a small robot, so he could behave like the child of
Yes.
Mindy and Sim. So, oh no!
I just wrote a better ending.
This is okay. The story is already ended now. You don't need to listen to us anymore. Story will end next episode.
We'll come back in a year with season 2.
Yeah. Season 2, Mindy awakes again or something.
Yeah.
Another person will die. Lisa. I think everyone will hate me now. No, okay, my prediction for next time, Lisa will come and save Mindy. But she will die during the process.
Which would also be interesting.
Yeah. And Mandy will be the person holding Lisa and just like, no! And then she will kill herself and then Sim will kill himself. And
That's why we probably should E-rate it.
yeah, I think so too. Yeah, until now, like, nothing too bad happened. So
Yes.
nothing really happened in this episode, actually.
Yeah,
So
not in this episode, but in the other one. I'm not even sure how to rate this, because after all, it was written by a 13-year-old.
Yeah.
So I guess 13-year-olds are familiar with this kind of tragedies.
Depends. Yeah, so
Yeah.
we will see, like, until which point we should rate something.
Yeah, to
Or
be
we put a trigger warning.
yeah, to be completely honest, I was laughing at you, if you remember, because you were so bloody, and
Yeah.
and I looked up my first fan fiction, which I completed, and we won't read on this podcast because I don't want to. And it starts with a meadow and a person watching police cars driving by, and there are rabbits, and there's a deer, and there are butterflies, and then the police cars arrive at a scene, and there are like 6 dead girls
Okay.
in the mud, and I didn't remember that I wrote something like that.
How old were you when you wrote this fan fiction? Or
I
this
think I
fiction?
was 16.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
little bit better.
Yeah, that's much more better than 13 or 6
Yeah.
or something like this. So maybe you watched criminal movies? Like,
Yes, it was a fan fiction of a criminal movie.
Yeah, this feels like the normal beginning of like some typical thriller or criminal movie.
Yeah.
Where the police find some corpse of something,
Yeah.
someone, and then they're like, oh, who did it? And then normally it's like the first person who arrives on the screen.
Spoiler.
What? What? Did I just figure out your story? Really? Okay. Maybe we should end the episode here.
So, we got our first comment. Comment?
Comment.
Now I can't talk anymore, I'm tired.
So you did send Bella and the first episode to a friend of yours.
Yep.
Just to check if it's funny at all, our podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, so here are Mindy and Sam from the future. Woo!
Woo!
And Mindy will tell you the story of her laptop.
Yeah, so maybe...
Tia.
So Tia, we greet you.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for your question. And yeah, what happened to my laptop? We will also put a picture on Instagram about my laptop, I think, because you can see what happened to it very directly. There was one day when
I like the way you said one day.
Yeah, I need to make it like a fairy tale.
Mm-hmm.
So there was one day when I was at home and I sat down and I wanted to watch some anime. And I already prepared myself some dinner, which was really nice. And I already made myself some tea, and I also wanted to have like a cacao. And I have everything on one table. I connected my laptop to my PC screen, but my laptop is on my table, where I'm also eating and put all of my drinks.
Yeah.
And maybe you can already foreshadow what's happened and predict what's happened. Because I was at my laptop, and then I was sitting down, and I remembered, oh, I have something in the kitchen. And then what happened? I stood up very fast and I did throw all of my cacao over my laptop.
I think they call it hot chocolate. Cacao is German.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There's a hot chocolate. So now you know it was my hot chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really hot, the chocolate.
As it says in the name.
Yeah, and it was really over my laptop, like completely over the full keyboard. And this is very bad. This is really bad if this gets soaked into your laptop, because it can destroy all of your electronic, and all of this kind of stuff, like your hardware. But I'm really proud of myself. I was really acting really fast. And I immediately took my laptop and took it into the kitchen and, how can you say, disconnected it really fast from all of the other stuff and let the hot chocolate flow out of my laptop. So my full, like my apartment is only one room, so my full room was full of cacao because I was running around with my laptop with hot chocolate.
Yeah.
And I went into the kitchen, got some towels, and put my laptop there, and then I tried to
Clean
it. Thank you.
Fill in the blanks.
Fill in the blanks. And yeah, I did this. What happened afterwards was that some keys didn't work anymore on my laptop.
Tell them which keys.
Actually, the most important key, E, didn't work anymore. So what did I do? Like, E is the most used letter in the German language.
Yes.
And my E letter, my key didn't work anymore. So if I tried to press it, nothing happened. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to write some friend of mine, what happened to my keyboard, and I couldn't write with E, and I was just writing really weird words which didn't have an E. So my friends were like, what the hell happened? So they didn't understood. But yeah, what did I do? I tried to solve this problem with exchanging some other keys that I don't need with E. Mm-hmm. So I got into like my experimental state, or my left hand working state, because I'm really bad in doing practical stuff. So I just removed some keys of my laptop. But in the process of doing this, I destroyed some keys. And there's a holder of the keys under the keyboard. Maybe you don't know, maybe because you never opened your keyboard keys and removed them. But if you remove them, there's normally like one white holder where you can press down the keys. But if you remove this too harsh, it gets broken really easily. And I did this with 4 keys. And no, I did it with more keys actually, because I used some kind of Uhu-Kleber. How's it called? Glue stick to repair some of the keys. So, for example, the T, F, and also the Y.
Oh.
I repaired, but all of the other ones were like falling off again, or I didn't want to put too much glue on it. Otherwise, you cannot press the key anymore. So I needed to do like, for myself, microscopic work. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I managed to do this for the most keys and managed to clean mainly all of them. But still 4 keys are still missing and I cannot repair them. And actually, because of Corona, it's very hard to get the keys, like substitute keys.
Yeah, laptop parts are very hard to get right now. Yeah. My laptop is also broken and whatever.
We have not the best equipment, you can say.
Yeah.
It doesn't make fun to write on this keyboard, so I'm really hoping that because the regulations are a little bit better now, that some shops are open, and I really hope that I can go to a keyboard shop. Because online you cannot get these keys, and I also want to go there with my laptop and try out these keys, because you also need to get the specific ones. Mm-hmm. Otherwise they don't match on your keyboard. And I don't want to get a full new keyboard on my laptop, because it's implemented in my keyboard.
Yeah.
My laptop. So it costs much more, and we are poor students, so we cannot afford this.
Yeah.
But it works. Like my E is now on the V, my V is now on the Q, my Q is now on under escape. Some are missing, and you will see a picture of the keyboard on Instagram.
Yay.
Happy Lucky Podcast.
Yeah, and the cool thing is you could in the Einstellungen, in the
system configurations.
Yeah, system configurations, you could change the letters on your keyboard. Because I think it's important to mention that it doesn't work if you just change the keys. I just wanted to say, in case kids are listening or something. Yeah, 13-year-olds who like blood, So I can imagine.
Violence.
Little Mindy's.
Little Mindy's. Oh, I think little Mindy would love this podcast.
Yeah.
She would write fanfiction about the podcast. And yeah, so change your keys, and then if you change your keys on your keyboards, then you also need to change it on in your system configurations, and then everything works well.
Yeah.
But you can also do this kind of stuff if you play video games, so this is quite easy to do. Okay, so Tia, I hope this answered your question, and you're happy to finally hear the answer.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you know where I can get keys for my keyboard very cheap, please send me your answers. I would be so glad to hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this was everything that we wanted to mention, and I hope that you can enjoy the rest of the episode. Or maybe the episode is already over, so we wish you a good evening, morning.
Whatever. Yeah, I think
whatever. I like how you say it. Whatever.
Yeah, I think we should put it at the end of the episode.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, talk to you in the next episode.
So.
Okay, so this was everything for today's episode, and we will see you next time.
Don't drink chemicals that will kill you instantly.
Woo! Bye-bye. Hello! Here's Editing Mindy. I just wanted to say a big thank you to you, the listener. Sam and I would be very happy to know your opinion of our podcast and to connect to the world a bit. So if you're interested, you can leave us a comment on our Twitter account, which is called Fiction and Lunch, or follow us at our Tumblr account, which is called Fiction After Lunch Podcast, like our pictures on our Instagram account, Fiction After Lunch, or just write us an email to fictionafterlunch@gmail.com. We would be very happy to hear from you. You can also completely ignore all of these and just enjoy another episode of Fiction After Lunch, or just do anything else that makes your day great. This was everything I wanted to mention, so again, a big thank you for listening until now, and until next time, or what Zim would say, let's conquer the world! Bye bye! Bonjour!
Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour, bonjour, and welcome to the podcast Fiction After Lunch. I am Mindy.
And I'm Sam.
And this is our welcome for you. Yeah, it is a long time ago since we last recorded. I think it was 2 weeks ago when we recorded the last
episode. Yes, I think so.
Yeah, therefore I have no idea what happened in the story until now anymore. Or do you remember anything?
I have no memory of what happened 5 minutes ago.
What did you do half an hour ago? What did you do yesterday?
I have no idea.
Yeah, and also for us is we have not seen each other for 2 weeks because we only meet when we want to do a podcast. This is our level of friendship, No.
Oh.
No, the reason for this is because Sam went to her hometown.
Yeah.
And I also went to visit my boyfriend in another town, so we couldn't meet each other. And we thought it would be better to record the podcast in person with distance and everything, Yeah. We don't use the same microphone, so this is everything Corona-safe regulations here.
Yeah.
As far as good.
Yeah, in our country it is allowed to meet with one household.
Yeah, and you are the only person apart from my boyfriend and maybe a Greek friend of mine who will move to a different state now.
Mm-hmm.
To a different country, not state. She will move to Switzerland and will work there, so I will not see her for my life, which is really sad. So I'm meeting her maybe this or the next 2 weeks, the last times. I was thinking, we just go outside and talk a bit, and because I'm starting to talk about my Greek friend, we were also thinking about introducing. How can you say, not introduction, welcoming words, or saying hello words and saying bye-bye words?
Yeah, in case she is listening, we want to greet her personally in her mother tongue, which would be Kalimera.
Kalimera. So this is, if you want to know a little bit more about this word, like Kali means good, she explained to us. And Mera is like a day, but you can normally say it like it means like a good morning. But I think you can also use it like for a good day or something. So yeah, this is a Greek word for hello.
For bonjour.
For bonjour, yeah. Because, like I normally use like bonjour, I don't know. I think it started in childhood actually. Like, I don't know, after the first lessons of French that I had at school, I was like, oh, bonjour, I like this word. And I just started using it like all the time and for all of my friends. And I don't know, I never used it another word. And never go to my friends and say hello. I normally say hey, bonjour. So also when I was in Japan, all Japanese people that were in my research group were like, oh no.
Oh no. What I wanted to ask, because you mentioned it, what would a Japanese person say for hello?
Okay, so in Japan they say ohayo or ohayo gozaimasu, which is like more the polite version. And also like when you go to sleep or something, you say like oyasumi nasai, or what I normally said was like when I say bye bye to a person, it's like jane, jamata, something like this. So this is what you say.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know, should we also introduce like the Greek version of like saying bye bye if we are already talking about it?
I think we should say it at the end.
Okay, then stay tuned until the end to figure out like what my Greek friend told us, which is like the Greek way to say bye bye. This is the only reason you should listen to this full podcast.
Yeah, to learn another language.
Because for the people who just listen now to our podcast, they have
started.
Yeah, who just started. They don't know what we are talking about. Like, what are we doing in this podcast, Sam?
Oh, we haven't told anyone.
No, we were just talking about language. I think people are like expecting us to be a language podcast now or something like this.
We haven't even talked about our lunch.
Yeah, it's like fiction after lunch. We haven't talked about like fiction
or lunch.
Or lunch. Just about languages.
Yeah, well, first we are going to tell you what we had for lunch, and after that we are going to read a fan fiction to you.
Yeah, that I wrote when I was like 13 years old, and yeah.
Which took a long time to calculate if you listen to our previous episodes, which you should, so you know what this one will be about. We are in chapter 2 now, and I'm making a pause again.
Because do you remember what happened the last time?
I don't at all.
Yeah, and I remember some stuff that we already wrote in the next chapters, but I don't know if we should say anything about it, or like my memory itself is like very confused or something. I don't know what we have already talked about in the podcast or what we read ourselves already.
What I remember very clearly is we talked about waffles, because we made waffles afterwards.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, and I forgot to buy cola.
Oh, no.
Tomorrow. I buy cola for tomorrow.
Yeah, because we will record the next episode already, because we are like producing more episodes for you in the beginning, so that we don't have so much stress or something. Like recording something every week, which is like completely impossible at some point. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so this is what we are doing, but we are drifting off again.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I don't know, should we first talk about our lunch?
Yeah. We had a can of beans with noodles and meat.
Yeah, and it was this Romanian...
Yeah, it was a Romanian dish, and I don't think there's much else to say about it. We also had a cookie, and I had some chocolate. Yeah.
Okay, so now we are going to think about the fan fiction. So
yes.
What happened the last time? So you remember that we talked about waffles in the story. So I remember now that Lisa, the best friend of Mindy, was
the best friend of us all.
Yeah. Lisa, the best friend of you.
Yes.
Of you all. Of you only. No. Is sitting behind the table and being scared or something?
Yes, because Zim walked past her.
Yeah, and he looked evil or something. But I remember that this was like, I think, the prologue actually. And
it might be, yes.
In the next chapter that we read the last time, Mindy went to Zim's house.
Yes.
And I remember she was knocking on the door and was having an argument with Gear, who is the robot. Yeah.
And Lucy.
Yeah. Lucy was introduced. Lucy, it was just like a random girl who just appeared behind Mandy. And she was really angry at some point because like no one went inside the house or I don't know, nothing happened. And she wanted also to go to Zim, I think.
Yes, she did, but then she gave up.
Yeah, she was just like, I don't give a crap about this anymore. Like, bye-bye. I don't care. And yeah, then I think Mandy went inside and I don't know, Zim came. And I remember very clearly that he was like, not talking to her, but having a gun or something. Do you remember?
No.
Really? Because
there was a fight scene, wasn't it? Was there?
I think it's coming.
I don't... Okay, I stopped talking. I don't know.
Foreshadowing. No,
Foreshadowing.
I think this is already spoiler now. Yeah, so I think this was everything that happened in the last chapter. So do you have any prediction? Yeah, you think there will be a fight?
Yes.
Between who?
I hope there will be a fight between Zim and Mindy, because that would be very interesting, I think.
But why should they fight? Like having a love quarrel or something?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, it will.
Oh, and oh my god, I have an idea. I know what happens next because we already read it, but I think this idea is much better than what's happening next. Because then Mandy sees Lucy and now she thinks about, okay, this is a girl who comes to Zim's house and she doesn't know Lucy. And now she meets Zim and he's like, oh no, you met Lucy. I need to kill you now because now you know we are in a love triangle or something. Because he's in love with Lucy, but don't want to say Mandy. And Mandy can become very jealous or something. So he's like, oh no, Mandy will kill me, so I will kill her before or something. And then story ends, that's for me. Mandy will be killed, Zim will get together with Lucy.
The end.
The end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will be very sad actually when this is the truth. Maybe that's better what's happening next. Who knows?
If you want to write it, feel free to do so, dear listener.
Yeah. Please write a fan fiction of my fan fiction.
Yeah.
I already got a special fan art from Sam.
Yeah.
It was really, really cute. For Christmas I got a fan fiction. No, not a fan fiction. A fan art.
Genau.
From Sam, which was showing like exactly the situation of Zim and everything. And what will happen next, everything.
Yeah,
so
and a lot of blood and...
You know.
The
Okay.
usual.
So I think we should get into the chapter.
Yeah.
And yeah, chapter 2, which should have a name but doesn't have one here. So I will go up and find the original name.
Chapter 2. Unexpected Help. Oh, da steht's ja.
Really? Really?
I'm sorry.
Okay, to explain what happened for the listeners who don't know what happened. So we took an extra Google break, kind of, to find the name of this chapter.
The title.
The title of this chapter. Because we thought it was not written there. Because there was only written like chapter 2 and nothing. And we didn't want to start reading before knowing the chapter title, so we just went to Google and find the name, and then we finally found it, and now we went into the chapter again to read the POV, and yeah, what happened?
I formatted it wrong.
Yeah, the title is written in the first line of the next chapter. So there's written now, Unexpected Help, without a comma or point or something.
Yeah.
Unexpected help, Mandy had her eyes closed.
Yeah.
Maybe we should. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It looks the next time better.
Yeah.
Better.
Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, then let's get into the episode. Unexpected help. Mandy had her eyes closed tightly and her hands in front of her face. But when Mandy didn't feel a ball or something after 5 seconds, she opened her eyes and saw that the ball was in the wall next to her. What kind of ball?
Bullet!
Yeah, it should be a bullet, you know? What happened here? What did Google Translator do?
Kugel.
Ah, it was Kugel.
Yeah.
Like, what is it, the English word?
Bullet.
Ball,
bullet is for pistol.
Mm-hmm.
Ball is, the English word is bullet.
Yeah, Kugel.
I'm sorry.
Spherical object here.
Yeah.
But when Mandy didn't feel a spherical object or something after 5 seconds, she opened her eyes and saw that the spherical object was in the wall next to her. Yeah.
There it's written correctly. There,
yeah. In the next line it's written, Mandy looked at who had caused the bullet to hit the wall. It was Lucy. Mandy? Lucy, how did you do that? And what's that coming out of your bag? Lucy sighed and replied,
These are vectors.
Mindy, what are vectors? Are you serious? Lucy shrugged her eyes. Shrugged her eyes. What does this exactly mean? How do you do this? How do you shrug your eyes?
It's probably rolled her eyes.
Yeah, I think it's... But I want to see a person like shrugging her eyes like, I cannot do this. So what is Lucy thinking?
She's thinking that this girl just asks too much.
Like, Mandy just asked like 2 questions, and
Yeah.
I think these are reasonable questions. So yeah, what happened until now? There was a bullet, not a ball. That was like coming out of the pistol that Zim had pointed at Mandy, I think.
Yes.
And yeah, but the bullet was not hitting Mandy because it was hitting the wall. It was changing the trajectory of the bullet.
Mm-hmm.
And who was responsible for this? It was Lucy. I don't know how she saw that it was Lucy who did this. Because
I would assume she saw Lucy when she opened her eyes, and she saw that she had her vectors out.
yeah.
Would you like to explain what vectors are? But I think it's explained in the story, isn't it?
Yeah, but I can make a short, how can you say?
Introduction to
Introduction
vectors.
to vectors. Okay, because I study physics. I'm a really big fan of vectors and matrices. No, actually this thing, like also the name Lucy, maybe some people of you know like Elfenlied, which is a very famous horror anime.
I don't.
And yeah, therefore I will explain it now to you a little bit, because the main character also has the name Lucy, and she also is known for having like vectors on her back.
Mm-hmm.
And can kill people like extended additional arms, you can say. And yeah, this was like Lucy is very similar to this anime character, but she has like a completely different personality. Like I made her my own, but she looks a little bit similar and has also this like vector thingies on the back.
Mm-hmm.
And the special thing with Lucy in my story is that she has like not only 4 arms, but she has like infinite many. So she can just take out as many as she wants. So these are like vectors, so not the vectors that you know from mathematics or something, but...
Interestingly enough, not all students have vectors in schools.
Really?
Yes, I was in a lecture and I sat next to someone who didn't know vectors from school.
What?
Yeah.
I thought vectors would be the most basic thing that you should definitely take from school or something.
Well, it really depends on Lehrpläne.
Study plan or from the teachers or
yeah.
from the government or something.
Yeah, the problem in Germany is that it is divided in different parts, and every part has its own study plans, and everyone is doing something different, and that's a bit of a problem sometimes, isn't it?
Vectors were really my favorite subject in school, in math school. So math school, I went to math school now. In like in the mathematician classes in school.
Math classes.
Math classes.
Yeah.
Okay, I will stick to this word now. I don't know, what was your favorite subject in math class?
My favorite subject in math class?
Mm-hmm. Did you had one, or did you... Because you also studied physics, so maybe you liked math a little bit? I don't know. Or do you hate math now?
I'm traumatized by math.
Really? How did it traumatize you?
Staying up all night trying to solve my math problems and then crying myself to sleep was enough to traumatize me.
Oh my god. Okay, I think I should not ask more, right?
Don't ask questions. And I was good in school in math. I did go to a math camp several times. Oh. I was the head of the math club in school.
You had a math club?
Yes,
really?
And I was the teacher there because the teacher that usually would do it got pregnant 2 times. So I had to take over with my best friend, who I don't talk to anymore now. And
maybe because of the math club.
Probably. And I won several awards. And
Really?
yes, I did. And I did not manage math in university.
Okay, but math in university is completely, like, the level is, yeah, very different.
We did go very far from our original topic, but all I want to say is if you're considering to study math, please look into the math you will do in university before you decide to do so.
Yeah, if you think like math in university is just like, oh yeah, you just calculate some vectors or do all of this kind of things and you just do some calculation to get a result with numbers or anything like this, you're completely wrong.
Yes.
In real math, no, mathematics, you will only work like with variables and all of this kind of stuff, and the things that you will do mainly is just doing proofs, because you have normally like a theorem or something that is stating I don't know, something should be true if you do this kind of calculation thing or something. I don't know, the sentence of Pythagoras, for example.
Yes.
Like you use this just in school, like the people are just like giving you the formula and you just use it to calculate something. But in real university, in the mathematics class, you will just try to prove this, and you will learn a lot of like different kind of techniques to do this. And in general, it's really hard.
Yeah, I knew I had a problem at the point when there were more letters than numbers, and
this is there are so many memes also describing this fact. Like a lot of people making memes like, oh yeah, this is how you calculate in middle schools and in high schools and university, and the more higher level you go up, the less numbers you will have.
That's exactly how it is, and I couldn't work with that.
Yeah, I don't know, for me it's completely fine now, because I do this kind of math also in physics, so you can also take this meme like less numbers, more formula, more complicated stuff, numerics and this kind of things. Also in physics, because we use the same level of mathematics at some point. But yeah, still it's really hard, so I don't know, but if you like to do this kind of proofs or anything, or you want to go into pure mathematics and this is your thing, you should do this. It's really fun if you know how to do a proof and you feel really accomplished. Yeah. But if you don't have this like frustration tolerance, where you, I don't know, cannot solve or do a proof in 1 week, 2 weeks or 2 months or more or something, then maybe it's not for you. So yeah, but now we talked a lot about mathematics and maybe no one is listening anymore, so maybe we should continue with the fan fiction. Let's see. So we were at the point where Lucy shrugged her eyes and thought that this girl just asks too much. And she's also saying something.
Yes, but I want to stress again that she shrugged her eyes a second time. Maybe this wasn't clear to the reader, or was it?
When she shrugged her eyes.
No, she didn't. I'm sorry, cut.
Cut. No, this was just, I think, because you
scrolled up and down and I got confused.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I will not scroll up or down. No, I should scroll down, but not up anymore.
I'm sorry, the trauma from math come back and confused me.
So maybe we should get into some fan fiction to get rid of your trauma now.
Yes.
Okay, so Lucy is saying something, and it's your turn now.
Those are invisible arms. For me, they are infinitely long, and I have an infinited oh shit. And nochmal. Those are invisible arms. For me, they are infinitely long, and I have an infinite number, but mostly I only use 4.
Mindy was about to ask something again, when Lucy answered,
I came back to make Sim normal again somehow. Got it?
Yes. Lucy now wanted to go to Sim, who just stood there and looked at Mindy and Lucy angrily. Lucy?
As I can see, you can't be talked to because you don't say anything. Then we'll have to fight.
I remember.
This was a correct translation, wasn't it?
This was a completely correct translation, because I also remember in the German version, as we read this in the botanical garden, it was just like, okay, the person is not talking to you, so I have no other choice than to fight you. Is this your normal approach?
Yes, it is.
I will just accept.
You know me.
Okay, when I don't talk to you, you will punch me?
Yes, I will fight you if you stop talking to me.
Oh shit, okay. That's the reason why I need to say so much now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue the story, otherwise I will get punched, I think.
Yeah.
No, not the... I talk,
With
I
a
talk.
stick.
No, not the stick. Okay. Lucy had her vectors, invisible arms, ready to fight. Zim just stood there. Lucy's vectors attacked Zim, but he dodged with ease. A vector grabbed Zim's leg and hurled Zim through a wall. Lucy thought it was over now and just went to the hole in the wall and looked through it, but she didn't see a Zim. I really like, she didn't see a Zim. How many Zims exist there?
We don't know.
Is it like an own class? Like, oh, you have one Zim, I have one Zim.
I mean, I kinda expected that because wasn't he some kind of alien?
Yeah, but Zim is his name in the alien. Yeah, in the alien race name is I think the English one was like Irk.
Ah, okay.
I don't know if there's how the plural is, but they are called like Irk.
Ah.
And Zim is like his name, so I think it's really fun to see like, but she didn't see a Zim, like his own, or like there are more Zimmies or something.
Maybe later in the story.
We should include more Zimmies. Okay, so Lucy?
What? Where is Zim? I threw him through the wall with my vector. He should be lying here unconscious somewhere.
Lucy turned and looked directly into Zim's glowing red eyes. Zim hit her in the stomach so hard that she spat her blood on Zim's face. Okay, you liked it?
Yes, I like it.
That didn't bother Zim. To be honest, he liked it.
Should we give a trigger warning in front of this one?
I think this podcast will be rated explicit. So we can also say cursed words or something like.
Yes.
In the first 2 episodes, I was holding back with "oh fuck you" or something, and now we can just say anything we want because this podcast will be explicit content. So
Okay, fine.
you shouldn't be care about anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, he liked it. He licked. He licked a little of the blood with his ear-kick tongue. Ear-kick. So this is maybe the plural or something.
What you explained earlier.
Lucy could hardly breathe, so hard was the blow. She needed help, so she took a black cell phone out of her pocket. She pressed a red button on the cell phone and put it back in her pocket. Now she just had to wait. Zim finished licking his face and wanted to get Lucy back to himself. Lucy swallowed. Meanwhile, at Lucy's house. Okay. Random place change.
Yes.
Inside of the sentence, or maybe it was like not.
Yeah, like I said, I messed up the formatting.
Yeah. Okay, so will Lucy die? Who knows? Let's see. So meanwhile, at Lucy's house. Lucy's house was totally black. Her favorite color. A robot named Liu. It's L-L-U. So how did we pronounce it again?
I think we agreed on Leo because L makes an E.
L-A, so E-U.
Or you just say Lu.
Lu.
I mean, it's your story. You should decide.
Yeah. Actually, I don't remember this character, this robot at all. Like, I never used him, like, or her in another story or anything, so maybe not important. But yeah. So Lou, a robot named Lou, was sitting on the couch in the living room. She was Lucy's robot. She had red eyes and Lucy's favorite mark on her forehead, a jagged heart. The color under her eyes was dark blue. What is it pronounced?
Physique?
Resembles gears. So this just means that she looks very similar to gear.
Yeah.
And her 3 fingers looked more like claws. And from their backs came 2 scarves that were dark blue and were connected to each hand. Let me just drink a short little bit tea. Okay, so we are back again. And we were just having a nice tea break, and Sam was, she was, how do you say, squeezing your nose? No. cleaning her nose, and then, yeah, she was saying, oh yeah, it's fine until there's no blood coming from my nose and I try to lick it from my face. Like Zim is doing currently.
You asked a question and I didn't get it.
Yeah. I was asking, like, because this kind of style of writing, where we had, like, this very dramatic scene, and now it just changed to, like, describing the house of Lucy and describing the appearance of her robot and everything. So I thought maybe it's, like, a little bit hindering the storytelling.
I think in this part of the story, it's not fine to write it like this. Because if I was watching it as a show, I would get very annoyed if this happened.
I don't know, it looked kind of very, not cute, but intense.
Yeah, it was very intense. Mm-hmm. And then write a description like that afterwards just takes the momentum out of the story.
So maybe I should have described less the appearance or something, and maybe only describing, okay, there's Lou sitting in the couch of Lucy's house, which is her robot or something, and she looks similar to Gear or something like this.
The thing I would have done would have been to introduce her earlier in the story.
Okay.
And then you can just go, Lou is on the couch, then she feels something, then she goes.
When would you have introduced her?
Probably when you introduced Lucy. Like, she had similarities to Zim, and she also had a robot who was like Gear, and...
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so during the moment when I was also introducing Lucy, I would also introduce, like, all of the information that don't take away the momentum from the story or something.
Yes, like, keep the information short, because otherwise it will get boring if you just info dump is the name of it. But just saying, this is Lucy, she also has a robot just like Sim, would have been fine. I think when she stood behind Mindy at the beginning of one of the last chapters.
Okay.
And was annoyed at Mindy, you could have...
maybe introduce it a little bit more.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay, because now it's just like the momentum is away. I kind of miss Zim's licking blood from his face moment.
Yes, we go from licking blood to sitting on a couch. And
This is a strong change in momentum.
In pace, yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of want to go back to Zim, so let's just continue. Maybe we will come back to Zim again, I will hope so.
Yes.
Okay, and where have we been? So... she was watching TV, but suddenly the jagged heart on her forehead glowed red. Lou knew what that meant. Her mistress, Lucy, was in danger. What?
I'm not sure this is the right word.
I just need to show... Maybe you realized I took a break when reading, and her mistress Lucy was in danger. No, I don't think that you say to your master, or like, I don't know.
Well, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not good with English. That I don't know what it says about you, about us, that we thought the same thing. But, yeah.
Okay, let's ask our English listeners. For the people who also know English.
Owner is probably the right word.
Yeah, because Lucy is the owner of Lou. And Zim is, for example, the owner of Gear, kind of.
Yeah.
But they also say, like, master or so. So Gear is also sometimes saying master.
Yeah, okay, mistress is the female form of master, to be fair.
So this is correct. So just
I'm not sure if it's correct.
So maybe...
I'm not sure if master is correct.
Maybe our English listeners can tell us if it's correct or not. So maybe we should just use it and stop letting our pervert brains to think weird stuff. But until now I really like this chapter. Like, Zim licked his face.
Yeah, it's my favorite chapter.
Lucy, Mistress Lucy.
Yeah.
I like it.
Same.
So, Lou got up and went out of the house. During that time, Lucy was badly beaten up. Oh no! She had scars all over her, a stomach ache, a sprained leg, and a half-broken arm. Lucy leaned against the wall and slid down there. There was a streak of blood on the wall. What the fuck is happening? Lucy couldn't go on, and Zim got closer and closer to her. Zim was about to hit her when Lou stood in front of Lucy and was hit. Lou crashed into a wall and passed out, but Lucy thought that Lou was dying. She just couldn't think clearly anymore because of all the pain. Okay, what do you think until now?
Well, narration-wise, I would think that it would be better to show than to tell. Because instead of saying that she thought that Lou was dying, you should more show that she thought it instead of just saying that.
I think it's really like, okay, this is happening, she thought this, and then happened this. Like
describe more pain,
yeah, you see she has a lot of pain and something like this, but I don't see emotions, a lot of this kind of stuff, like describing or
tears running down
her face because of the pain was so badly. Or maybe Lucy is just like, oh yeah, I don't know, I have so much blood, but I don't care. I have my vectors still. Yeah. I don't need a half-broken arm. And yeah, so Lucy thinks that Lou was dying. Like, Lou just appeared and was hit by Zim and died now. I wonder how strong Zim can punch someone.
Probably very strong if he almost killed Lou.
So let's see if he really dies. Or she, I don't know, the robot, if she is a he or
I would
she.
suppose it's a she. I mean, the robot can be whatever the robot wants.
That can be. because the robot is like, you can say an object.
That's a whole nother story, saying if it's how much we can personalize an object. Or at what point a robot is enough of a person to be a person.
Oh, okay, there comes the philosophy and psychologist.
No, it's also physics and computer science, isn't it? Artificial intelligence and
I was thinking
morality.
Of, like, exactly about like morality. Like, when do you think someone is a living person and has rights or something? Because this is also a thing that happens with animals. Like, where's the border or something?
Yeah.
And I think the border is more and more like getting smooth. Smooth? Not smooth. Overlapped.
Overlapped, yes.
Overlapped, maybe. So you don't really have a border at some point, and there's like life and object getting more, or not object, but living things getting more and more like the same rules and...
Yeah, for example, if Sim had to go to prison now, would he be, what's it called, treated as a murderer or as property damage?
Yeah, but what kind of rules do you have for aliens?
Oh, it's also aliens. Does he count as a pet or as a human?
Yeah, because
it's a good question.
Not only like a robot, but she's also an alien technology robot. Maybe because I forgot to mention this.
Oh yeah, that's important information.
The most important information for this whole story. Okay, but I think also we both take a lot of momentum out of the story because we just try to analyze everything.
I mean, it would be boring if we just read it to you, wouldn't it?
Let us know in the comments. Okay, let's continue. Lucy said, full of hatred.
Zim, that was too much. You will atone for that. Atone! I think it's more like you will pay for it.
Yeah, I think so. Or atone, I think you can also say it for taking revenge or something.
Yes.
But I don't know.
You will pay for the property damage.
Zim, you need to pay. Here is my insurance.
Yes, insurance.
Here's my insurance. Please fill out the papers. Let's call the police or something.
Yes, exactly.
And then let's get this over with. Lucy growled and felt new strength. Lucy got hundreds of her vectors from her back, and the vectors flew very quickly towards Zim. Zim didn't move a bit. Mandy pushed him away at the last second. Zim bumped his head against the wall. Mandy stood in front of Zim. Lucy, you mustn't do anything to him. It's just his strange other side. She was like... He beat up Lucy very badly that she's like leaving a stain on the wall with blood. Mm-hmm. And then almost killing the robot, which is like, we don't know if it's like having the same rules as for a living being or something. So he killed maybe almost 2 people now, and she was like, oh yeah. Mindy just saying, oh yeah, it's just this strange other side. You know, it's normal.
You can already feel where this is going.
Yeah. Okay. Lucy said, still quite angry.
But he killed Lou, and he'll pay for it.
Mindy, your robot is not dead. It can repair itself. Lucy?
How do you want to know?
Because I see it. Lucy turned to her robot and saw that he was repairing himself. Lucy?
Oh, Well, it doesn't matter. Hi, normal Sim.
I like the normal conversation flow here. Mandy looked at Lucy skeptically and turned to Sim. Sim no longer had glowing red eyes and his gaze was no longer angry. Angie.
This is the I'm Angie meme. Do you know it? The little cat.
The Angie meme? No.
Angie meme. There's a little cat and it's Angie.
Angie?
Yeah.
Okay, you need to show me afterwards.
Yeah, I'll show you later.
Okay. Yeah, but okay, I will read it again. Sim no longer had glowing red eyes and his gaze was no longer angry, but confused.
End of chapter.
End of chapter, okay.
No author's note.
No author's note.
Oh, no letter from Mindy of the past.
Yeah, I miss Mindy of the past.
Yeah, this was my favorite chapter. There was a lot of happening, a lot of blood, a lot of other stuff.
Whoa! What was your favorite part? Mine was definitely Sim licking his face.
Well, my favorite part were the vectors. Yeah, foreshadowing from Mindy of the past to Mindy of the future, also working with vectors.
Yeah. Yeah, I was 13 years old, so in which class have I been? Like, I think it was middle school, maybe 6 or 7 class, maybe?
Yes, you don't have vectors in that class.
Okay. I don't know, I had the feeling that you learned them really early or so. Because
Well,
I
I
always thought they
didn't.
were easy.
I didn't, but
Okay.
like we mentioned earlier, it's different in different parts, and we are from different parts of Germany.
Yeah, I remember we just started maybe in 9th class with variables or something, so...
Oh, I don't know when we start with variables.
Parameters and variables.
With letters. Letters in math.
You're normally the person who's better in English, though.
I'm tired.
Where's your math English skill? Okay, but yeah, this chapter was really cool, actually. There was a lot happening, a lot of like punching, blood. Sim is normal again. And yeah, do you have any prediction or I don't know, do you have any comments for this chapter or do you have any prediction what will happen next?
Well, I was already pointed out what I didn't like narration-wise, but other than that, I think it was a good chapter. It was very interesting, very exciting. One thing little Mindy could have done better would be the tags of who's saying what and how they are saying it. And a little bit more description of how people are feeling, like what is happening to Mindy while the other two are fighting. Is she fearing for Sim's life, or is this a normal occurrence and it's just another Thursday for her? And she's like, oh yeah.
Every week the same procedure.
Yeah. The same procedure as every week. She's standing in the corner of the room with her lemonade and
with a cola.
Yeah.
And some waffles or something that she got from Lisa.
Yes.
So, do you have any prediction?
I don't really want to give prediction. What I hope will appear in later chapters is more fighting scenes like this. More details of what Sim likes. And
Oh! So let's see if Sim is getting more into, I don't know, how can you say? Maybe Sim is very sadistic. He likes to punch people and get like his sexual attraction or something out of it. Yeah. How do you say it? I don't know. It's the English word for it.
I know the word, but I don't want to tell you.
Excitement. Oh. I still hope that there will be a love triangle between Mandy, Lucy, and Sim. And that they will now talk in the next chapter about it, and that maybe Mandy will beat up both of them, like Lucy and Sim, for, like, I don't know. And I really hope that Lou is getting repaired, so he is repairing himself, so maybe he also gets some lines of talk, because this robot didn't say a single line. He was just getting into the scene and was punched up immediately and almost killed, so yeah. And I really hope also Lisa comes back at some point.
Yes, Lisa is my best friend.
Lisa's also my best friend, you know? She's also Sim's best friend and Lucy's best friend. And she is your best friend.
I like Lisa.
I like Lisa too. Okay, so this was everything that we have for the fanfiction. Do you have anything you want to say before we say bye-bye in Greek?
Adio and Yassas.
Okay, I wanted to ask if you have anything to say before, but okay. You already heard. The Greek version of saying like bye-bye is adio, and the other one is yasas. And yasas, my Greek friend explained to me, was like more like for your health, something, so that you have a good health. So normally you don't use in your daily conversation with Greek people that you have maybe every day. Not yasas, because it's more like maybe polite and for your health. You normally say the Italian version like adio. Maybe we will also just say it now, and we will record the next episode tomorrow. So, yeah. I like that you're just nodding all the time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, yes,
You're
Mindy,
tired,
I
right?
agree. I'm always tired.
Okay, then let's stop here and say until tomorrow then.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Yasos! Hello! Here's Editing Mindy. I just wanted to say a big thank you to you, the listener. Sam and I would be very happy to know your opinion of our podcast and to connect to the world a bit. So if you're interested, you can leave us a comment on our Twitter account, which is called Fiction and Lunch, or follow us at our Tumblr account, which is called Fiction After Lunch Podcast, like our pictures on our Instagram account, Fiction After Lunch, or just write us an email to fictionafterlunch@gmail.com. We would be very happy to hear from you. You can also completely ignore all of these and just enjoy another episode of Fiction After Lunch, or just do anything else that makes your day great. This was everything I wanted to mention, so again, a big thank you for listening until now, and until next time, or what Zim would say, let's conquer the world! Bye bye! Bonjour! Bonjour and welcome to the podcast Fiction After Lunch. I am Mindy.
And I am Sam.
And this is a podcast where we read fanfictions or original works that we wrote together. No, not together.
Already messed up.
Already messed up, yeah. This is how it should go. Like, I was actually writing down the introduction and I was just reading it. And there's no together written there, but I was just like, oh yeah, we wrote it together. But no!
We read it together.
We read it together, and yeah. What? I cannot read my own writing anymore.
I can't read it either.
Thank you.
But
so, original works that we wrote when we were young?
When we were younger, oder?
Yeah, it should be when we were young, but I wrote down when we were wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. All the time after lunch I feel a little bit confused. And therefore, it's really good that we are doing this podcast after lunch, so we have a lot of mistakes. But what I wanted to say, so this is a podcast where we both just read fan fiction or original works that we wrote when we were young, or I don't know, some original works that we are currently working on. And yeah, in this season, we are reading a fan fiction written by me when I was 13 years old.
Mindy, what is this fan fiction about?
Invader Zim. Yeah, so for the people, and sorry for clearing my throat. I'm normally having the problem after lunch that, I don't know, my throat is just like filled with stuff and I need to get it out. And Sam is just running around the room now, so this is very interesting. And you're getting a normal chair now.
Yeah, the other chair is making noises, and I want to stress that the noises that were made by the chair.
Okay. So she's not lying on the bed and, I don't know, making weird noises or something. Oh no!
This was very specific.
No! I just want to say my bed is making weird noises when I'm just lying on it.
Okay.
And just like when I move one arm or something, my bed is just like, making really loud noise. And I'm just like, what is happening? Like, I really need a new bed. Otherwise, I don't know, it will break down. It already broke down once, so I think this is the reason why it makes noises. But yeah, we should talk about fanfiction, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, because this is a podcast after lunch, we will also talk a little bit about our lunch. This is not everything, but maybe we can talk about some specific things that happened during lunch making.
For the listeners, Mindy is looking at me judgingly.
Judgingly, yeah, because I'm again in your apartment, and actually I was thinking about it yesterday when we recorded the last episode. You know, in her kitchen, there's not a real knife.
I do have a knife, but the knife doesn't cut things.
It's really bad.
But I also have a butter knife, and the butter knife is better at cutting things than the actual cutting knife.
Yeah.
And I'm being judged.
Yeah. I'm just looking at you like, yesterday I was already thinking about like taking a knife from my apartment and just bringing it to Sam's house.
Yeah.
And just like, I feel sorry for you for not having a good knife.
Yeah.
So what did we cook today?
We cooked ratatouille.
Ratatouille. Yeah. So this was like a very spontaneous idea. We just had some vegetables and thought like, oh, what could we do? Oh, ratatouille.
Yeah.
And
we had potatoes. We had tomato cans. Yeah, tomato cans.
Tomato can.
Yeah. It's not a fresh tomato, but a canned tomato.
Yeah. And paprika.
And eggplant.
Yeah. So very healthy today. And
now we're drinking cola and eating gummy bears.
Gummy bears, is it the original English word?
Yes,
gummy bears?
I think so. Like, those are sweets, and they are very sweet. I don't know how else to explain. They have many different colors, and some taste like, are supposed to taste like banana and orange and ananas. Pineapple.
Ananas.
Yeah.
You should remember this word. When I was in Japan, I taught one Japanese guy to not say pineapple anymore because I kind of, sorry for the English speakers, but I really don't like pineapple as a word.
It's not a good word.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not my favorite one. And then we just taught him to say ananas all the time, which is the German word for
To
pineapple.
be fair, ananas is the correct word in almost every other language but English, as far as I know.
Why do you say pineapple?
Yeah, explain.
Explain!
Okay.
Okay, so we talked about our lunch. Oh, and in the first episodes we also talked about this getting ourselves some Coca-Cola.
Yes.
And we finally did so, but
I only have one clean glass, and this one's for the guest. So I'm currently drinking out of an empty marmalade jar.
Yeah.
I'm being judged again.
Yeah. I don't have any words for like... like you have a really big table for 4 people sitting here.
Yeah, I have enough place for some people, but I have a really small kitchen and I don't cook very often. As you can imagine, I don't even have an oven. I only have like 2 heat thingies.
Heating plates, I think.
Stove?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. 2 heating thingies and a fridge. I don't have much more than that.
Yeah, but normally, like, you go over the weekend to your parents' house, so...
Yeah.
You don't have to cook.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's go over to the fanfiction today, to the chapter that we are reading today.
Yeah. Do you remember the last episode we recorded? We recorded it yesterday, so you have no excuse for not remembering anything.
I remember... What do I remember? I think there was a fight. Let me think.
Yeah. Mindy was saved by Lucy. And then Lucy and Zim fought.
I remember.
Yeah. Lucy had a robot, and the robot got activated and came to the house to attack Zim, but Zim almost killed the robot, whose name I forgot.
Lou.
Yes.
With the 2L, which was really confusing.
It's a good writing. And spelling it is, I think. And, Lou almost died, and then Lucy wanted to revenge, but Mindy saved Zim. And then Sim hit his head and then he was normal again.
Yeah, I think so. And therefore we didn't have any prediction for the next chapter because this was the end of the last chapter. Like,
Yes.
it's really open and we were just thinking about what did we think about. I think my prediction would have been only love triangle between between Lucy, Sim and Mindy.
Yes, and my prediction should have been that I want Lisa to come back. I like Lisa.
Lisa, best character of the full story.
True.
Because she likes waffles and is really relaxed and really cool.
That's very relatable.
Yeah, and I also remember in the last chapter that there was like the fight scene beginning I really liked. Because Lucy was just like, oh, Sim is just standing there saying nothing. I need to fight him.
Yeah.
So this is normally how you approach people. Like when they don't talk to you, just punch them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying yes. I'm just agreeing with you.
I would have expected you to say like, no, this is not how you should deal with other people. But I think this is the way Sam deals with people.
I'm not good at social interaction. I've stated this to people many times, and
But you're currently social interacting with another human being like me.
You are very good at social interaction, which makes up for my not good at. Makes up for me not being good at social interaction.
Really? Actually, I think the same, that I'm not good in social interacting. So maybe it makes like we both are really bad in it.
Yeah.
So it gets like a plus sign, like in math. Oh, sorry. I'm already sorry.
Trigger warning for math.
Trigger warning for Sam, who was traumatized by math.
Me and many other people.
Yeah, so maybe I should stop it, otherwise we will lose all of our listeners.
Yeah.
Because they'll just like, oh no, not math.
Not again.
Not again.
They already talked for half an hour about it last.
Yeah, I think the last episode was only about math, actually. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Let's start with the chapter.
With the chapter. So the name of the chapter is?
Chapter 3, Gear is a human.
Who was Gear again?
Gear is the robot owned by Sim.
Exactly.
What does Gear look like?
Like a robot.
Yeah, he's kind of small and...
Yeah, he was small and...
For the listeners, we are showing on the table how small it is, both of us.
We are just like, not describing how small, but it was just like really small. How can you describe it? It's like metallic, green, blue eyes, lightning, and... He looks like a robot. Just imagine your favorite robot or something.
Good idea.
Okay, but this robot maybe becomes a human, which is this chapter implying. So let's get into it. Mindy and Lucy stood in front of the confused room. What?
Oh no, already Google Translation.
Yay! I think I will not go over to the original work anymore and just accept that they stood in front of a confused room.
Come on, I mean, confused room is a personification of the room which tells the reader that everyone in the room is confused.
Oh, okay.
What I also can imagine is that maybe it's not confused, but durcheinander. In the
like
sense
a destroyed room, which is like not tidied up or something.
Yes, exactly. Not tidied up.
Not tidied up.
The word for not tidied up is this.
Yeah, so now we know that the English word for not tidied up room is confused room. So I will use this in everyday language when I speak English now. Sam, your room is very confused, you know?
Yes, it is. But I did tidy it up before you came over.
No, this was
still confused.
Yeah, this was just like...
Especially
because
kitchen.
I was putting all of my stuff everywhere, so this is confused room because of me.
Yeah.
So Sim is saying something.
Is something?
Mindy and Lucy just stood still. Until Mindy suddenly screamed, "You're back to normal! You need a hug!" Sim rolled his eyes. He knew that Mindy was just saying that about the hug. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. Oh, I really like this choice of word. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. So Mindy had said that he was normal again. Sim?
Was I somehow abnormal?
Lucy said casually.
No, just that you were brutal and all.
Yeah, he was just brutal and all, so, you know, Normal Tuesday.
I mean, it's actually normal for him, isn't it, to be brutal and stuff?
No, actually not.
It's not?
No, I just told you the episode about where he stole the children's organs.
Yes, you told me about this, so I just assumed that it is kind of brutal.
No, he's actually Zim is actually very confused. Confusing.
Is he not tidied up?
No, he's not tidied up at all. And he's normally not very brutal because his plans to do something always messed up.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's not brutal at all, but in this story it seems he is.
Yes. So Mindy wants a hug, but they are not hugging.
Yeah, which is really sad. I wanted them to hug, actually.
Yeah.
Aww. Zim quickly went to his front door and said quickly before closing the door,
I'll go then. I still have many new plans for the destruction of the Earthlings. See you soon.
Okay, end of chapter.
I mean,
No,
okay,
no.
listen, there he says it. He wants the destruction of the Earthlings, which implies that he is normally brutal.
Yeah, but in the cartoon series itself, it's not so brutally made, you could say.
Okay.
Apart from the episode where he stole children's organs.
So that's just Mini Mindy talking.
What do you mean with?
Would he normally say that he has plans for
yeah,
this?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is his,
So
this
that's
is his standards.
in character.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
totally in character. Bye-bye, I want to destroy the Earthlings. But normally, normally he also says this to the Earthlings, by the way, so... But they're just too stupid to see through his disguise.
Yeah. Mindy is looking at everything through the pink glasses. Pink glasses of love.
Mindy is totally in love with him. So she's just like, oh yeah, he's brutal. And he wants to destroy the Earthlings and the Earth. But I don't care, I love Zim. So Zim leaned against the door and signed.
I think we have a problem, Gear. Gear? Where are you?
Oh no, where's Gear? Zim looked around. Ordinarily, Gear would be sitting on the couch around this time and watch TV. Zim guessed where Gear could be. Zim went into the kitchen and stood on the laboratory toilet.
Now you need to explain some things.
Okay, what do I need to explain? I think everything is clear.
Well, first of all, I think we should mention it shouldn't be ordinarily, but usually.
Usually is better.
Gear would be sitting there.
Ordinarily.
Google Translator. I think that makes things more
I like
fun.
this word, actually. Ordinarily.
Now, explain to us why there's a toilet in the kitchen.
There are reasons.
That's just the thing we do in Europe.
I don't know, maybe in America everyone has like a toilet. Like when I was watching Invader Zim when I was a child, I was just like, oh, America do have a toilet in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
I was assuming it was normal until I realized when I got older that it's not the case. So yeah, I was very influenced by Invader Zim and thinking it was real. And yeah, this laboratory toilet is because Zim is an alien. He doesn't need to go to a real toilet, but he wants to look very normal.
Mm-hmm.
In order to look normal, he sometimes messes up things. Because he doesn't know that the toilet should have an own room or something. He's just like, okay, I need a toilet, but where should I put it? In the kitchen, okay. And this toilet is not a real toilet, but this toilet is like a door, something, like an elevator.
It's the entry to the laboratory.
Yeah, it's like an elevator and you just stand on the toilet and it just goes down.
Okay,
And then
I
you
can
go
imagine.
into the laboratory. So yeah, don't you want to have this kind of toilet?
I would like to have a laboratory where I can be evil and destroy the humans.
Yeah, actually when I was a child I was also like, I need a secret entrance to my laboratory or something.
I think all kids were like that.
like this typical imagination of having an own, what is it called? Wood house?
Tree house.
Tree house.
We also say tree house in German.
Baumhaus. Yeah, I think this is...
Yeah.
I also wanted to have one of those, and actually in my... when I was living with my mom, we had one room where we had this kind of, going through closet, where you have all of your clothes hanging in one room, you can say, and where you could go through. And I was really, really small, and I was always like hiding there, just like, this is my secret. This is my secret
Layer.
room or layer. I was doing plans for the destruction of the Earthlings in this area. Now maybe I was writing this fan fiction there.
I can imagine.
Oh no! Okay. Zim is saying something. Zim?
Hopefully, he's not in the lab using my new machine to destroy the Earthlings.
Yay! This kind of remembers me of the moment when Lisa was saying, hopefully he's not in the laboratory of my dad where there are chemicals that will kill you instantly.
Yes, that's... yeah. No, I don't even know what to reply to this. It's a good sentence, I think.
It's a normal sentence. I would assume this is completely normal for Zim.
Yeah, I like that he's talking to himself and telling us his thoughts and yeah.
Yeah, actually this is completely normal for Zim. He is talking a lot to himself in the cartoon series.
Yeah.
This is kind of his characteristic.
Yeah, it makes sense for a children's cartoon, which is not for children. Anyway.
Destroy the Earthlings, yes! In the meantime, with Lucy and Mandy in front of the door. Mandy and Lucy were still standing in front of Zim's door in silence. But Mandy was getting bored and said, well, Zim is normal again. Then I'll go home. Bye, Lucy! Mandy waved to Lucy happily and then went home. Lucy didn't say anything but thought,
funny girl.
Okay, she thinks Mandy is funny.
They're about to be best friends.
But what about Lisa?
Oh,
Mandy and Lisa are best friends. So Lucy and Mandy cannot be best friends. Like this is a normal rule, you know, when you're a friend with another girl and you are like best friends, you cannot have any other best friends.
Okay, you can have other friends.
But not best friends.
Okay, true.
This is now the rule of this story. I think in real life you can have more than one best friend, like maybe 2 or 3.
By definition, best should be the
top.
Ultimate friend.
Okay, actually, I think my best friend is my boyfriend, actually.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know which is really sad. Or do you think we should become best friends?
Now I'm disappointed and I'll take applications for a new best friend.
No!
Write me an email.
but you said top level. But second level is definitely you.
Second best friend.
Oh no! How can I get out of this awkward situation? Just continue reading. I really like the beginning of the next sentence. It didn't matter. No, it's not. It's a... Okay.
Oh.
It's Lucy who's continuing saying something.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, this was something that I said, like, it didn't matter, you're still my best friend now.
Well, it didn't matter, thought Lucy. Actually, I wanted to talk to Sim about something, but he seems busy to be. Then I'll go home too. Lucy... No, that's yours.
Lucy, no, over. Lucy, stop, no.
Should we try this again?
If you want to. Maybe you can try to change your voice a little bit to more Lucy.
Yeah.
She feels more like the dark girl, kind of, maybe lower voice. Lisa has a very happily and...
Maybe start with Mindy again.
Also.
Yeah.
Mandy waved to Lucy happily again and then went home. Lucy didn't say anything but thought,
funny girl. It didn't matter. Actually, I wanted to talk to Sim about something, but he seems busy to be. Then I'll go home now too.
Lucy went to her robot, which had already... This sentence is killing me. I don't know why. Lucy went to her robot, which had already completely repaired itself, and went with him home. Zim had arrived at the laboratory in that time. Zim?
Dear, come down here immediately. If you fall into the greenish liquid, then something happen.
Then something happen. You know what is happening here.
So it probably should be, could something happen to you?
No, I think this is completely fine. Okay. This is how Zim speaks. You know, he cannot speak English. He's an alien. Maybe he's just used a translator or something. And
Google Translator.
Oh! You know, aliens also use Google Translator.
I think now it's more... How do you say? Better in character.
You say he behaves more like he should behave in the cartoon series.
Yes, there's a fancy word for it, but I don't know it.
Yeah, he behaves in character. I would also say, Zim behaves like Zim.
Yeah, okay.
Gear stood on a 3-meter board, and under him was a pool full of greenish tones liquid. What the fuck is wrong with this sentence?
I think tone is just tone, which means you can leave it out and just say he stood 3 meters high on a board. Like when you want to jump into a swimming pool and it's 3 meter high and you can jump a little on the board and then jump into the pool.
And then it's like not vibrating but swinging itself.
Yes. And instead of pool water and pee, there is a greenish liquid.
I don't know which of these two I would prefer.
Well, if you go to a swimming pool in public, then you have to.
Yeah, but what should I say to this? Like, would I prefer the greenish liquid made by an alien and Zim is saying like, oh no, don't go in there, maybe it will kill you instantly? And he's just standing there, oh yeah, hello, greenish liquid. Maybe it's a good greenish liquid, like you just put some, like what you use for food. There's coloring when you bake something. Food coloring. Maybe Zim just colored his normal water weirdly. Or maybe this is... I can imagine this to be your water, actually.
Oh, yes. I have a... Additionally to having no knives or more than one clean glass, I also have a water problem in my flat.
Yeah, we don't use the water because we are scared of it, kind of.
Yes. I haven't showered in weeks. Which doesn't say a lot because I was at my parents' home and the water is okay. But
that's good to know.
Yes, and we have legionella in the water. I don't know the English word. It's some kind of bacteria.
Yeah, and you say it's not good for drinking and eating, I think?
Yes, it should be cooked before it's used in any way.
Therefore, we are drinking a lot of tea and getting ourselves cola and some other stuff. And try to survive in this apartment.
Yeah.
With a butter knife and marmalade jar as a glass. Yay!
Yay!
So, Gear?
But I want to go swimming.
Zim?
Gear, this is not earth water. It is poisonous, acid. Now come down there. You get a taco too.
I want to have a taco also. Like if
You just ate like 2 kilograms of of ratatouille.
I ate 2 bowls of ratatouille, which is not 2 kilograms. I don't know how much would it be. I think 400 grams, so half a kilo. So maybe you're almost right.
Yeah, 1 kilo of ratatouille. Okay.
But regarding Gear, like he want to go swimming.
Yes.
And if I would be Gear, I would say, oh, tacos. Okay, I don't go swimming into this poisonous acid.
Yes, I would prefer taco as well.
Gear?
Yeah, taco!
Yeah, I love Gear. He's like having the same idea. Gear was about to jump down to Zim, but the board was too smooth and he slipped out and fell into the liquid. Zim?
Gear!
Wow, so much emotion.
I didn't want to scream because of the neighbors.
Okay, let's scream together if you want to.
No.
Okay, no screaming together. I'm very sad now.
That's why we are not best friends.
Because of your apartment, I think.
Yes.
This apartment is fault at everything. This apartment is at fault for ruining.
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 Oh, yeah.
I'm very bad at this word. Ruining? No. How do you say it?
Destroying our friendship.
Okay, I like destroying more. Destroying our friendship here.
Yeah.
What happens with Gear? Zim went quickly to a switch on the side of the pool and pressed it. All the liquid disappeared into the drain. What?
He could have just done it earlier.
Yeah, but where does the liquid disappear now?
Probably the sea.
So this was the plan to destroy the humans, just put all of the acid into the sea?
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah. So Gear just was responsible for killing all of the humans now. Because he wanted to get a taco and slipped.
Yes.
Yes, so...
End of story.
Bye-bye. This was a podcast. Bye-bye. Gear lay unconscious in the pool. Zim went into the pool and he took care of the rest of the liquid, not touched. Okay, so yeah, he didn't touch any liquid. Zim took Gear in his arms and then left from the pool. He put gear on the hard and cold floor of his laboratory. I really like that she emphasized that it's hard and cold floor.
This really paints a picture of the laboratory, I think.
Yeah, so this is how a normal laboratory should look like. Zim looked at Gear, startled. Gear was no longer a robot, but a female human. Dum dum dum. Gear is a human. We have the title of the chapter.
I did not expect this.
This was very unexpected, also because we already read this maybe 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, one explanation maybe we should include why I made Gear a female human.
I like this explanation.
Because I think I'm already told this, but in my anime drawings or something that I do, all of the characters are female because I cannot draw men. And because I was also doing some anime drawings for this fanfiction, I wanted Gear to be a female human, so I just thought of a possibility, an option to make him human.
Yeah.
This is the explanation. Seems reasonable, right?
Seems very reasonable. All my friends that like to draw also tend to say that men are a lot harder to draw.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, female have a lot of more like proportions, you can say, and men feels more like a block. You just need to draw a block of men or something. Like, I only need to draw Minecraft people.
Art lessons with Mindy.
Yay!
New section.
You have like the beautiful female proportions of everything, and then you have like a Minecraft man next to her. Yay! This is how I draw. She has black shoes and a gray skirt. In addition, she has a crop top. What is a crop top?
This is, you should know, because you probably also wrote crop top in the original, because we have no other word for this. This means it is a short shirt, and you can see the stomach in the shirt.
Bauchfreies.
Yeah, stomach-free shirt.
Stomach-free shirt.
Yes.
Shirt.
Exactly.
I cannot talk anymore. It's already over. Bye-bye.
You stopped the podcast already 3 times by now.
I'm so sorry. Should we continue?
Yes, continue. Give me the description of what she looks like.
Yes, I will give you the description. She has 2 on her shoulders swimming wings. These 2 share Gear as a robot on his shoulders. I'm just reading what's written there, actually.
Yes. What is it in English then?
I think I was really saying like swimming wings, because on his shoulder he has like this spherical object, a ball thingy. And I was just like, okay, how can you make Gear human, a female human? And I was just like, okay, what you can do, you can just put like swimming wings there.
And this also fits well with the swimming pool theme we had earlier.
Yeah. I didn't thought about this. So Gear becomes like a swimming person. Like, what swimming person, for example? Like surfer,
A swimmer, isn't it?
Yeah. The most easiest I cannot do. I'm so disappointed at me.
You are learning a lot of new words, so I think
that's true.
this is the positive effect of this podcast.
Yeah.
Other than breaking up friendships and
I'm so sorry.
and talking bad about my flat.
I'm so... But, butter knife, You're drinking from a marmalade jar.
It's a good jar.
It's a good jar. It's the best jars she has here.
Sadly, yes.
Oh, really? Okay. She wears a cap on her head. The cat is green and has a dog face on it. His face from the dog costume.
This would also be a good point to explain which dog... Explain. Which...
Sorry?
Yeah, which dog costume you are talking about.
Yeah, Gear's a robot, so when he goes out or something, I think humans would see that he's a robot, which is not good. And therefore he has like this disguise of a dog.
Yeah.
And the costume of the dog is just like a green dog having weird eyes and 2 long black ears. And this is just like a head which looks like similar to this costume. Do you need more explanation?
No, I don't.
Okay. 2 black stripes hang down on the sides. The ears of the dog costume. There we have it. On her ears she has 2 golden earrings. She has silver hair that goes down to her shoulder. Zim looked at Gear.
It can't be you. It can't be. You have become a woman, Gear.
Yay! Oh no! Everyone Zim knows is a woman! I see something happening more than a triangle relationship here.
Oh,
Oh no! Gear slowly opened her eyes. The eyes were blue. She got up slowly and rubbed one of her eyes. Finally, Gear asked,
what happened, sir?
Sir. I really like that he's saying Sir to Zim, who's his master.
Her
No.
master.
Yeah, her master. Oh no, are we getting into this area again?
Yes.
Zim twitched his eyes and fell down. He's just like immediately unconsciousness, like, oh no, another woman. It can't be. Gear went to Zim and looked at him in confusion. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Gear smiled happily and shouted in his normal Gear way again.
I'm going.
Gear stood in front of the door and opened it. He's just like, okay, Zim just died or something. And he's like, I don't care. I go to the door.
I mean, he's clearly unconscious, isn't he?
I don't know. There's nothing describing that Zim is not dead, like falling down on the cold and hard floor of the laboratory and just like broke his head or something.
So if you had to write this again...
He would be dead. No,
Yeah, no, I mean, you had to put more description of what Gear is seeing, maybe.
Yeah. But I think this is really
what it
nice
looks like.
for us because we can do a lot of interpretation. What is
Yeah.
really happening? Gear?
Hi!
Oh no, Mandy again! She's always coming back. Mandy stood in front of the door and looked at Gear confused. Who are you? Gear?
It's me!
Gear couldn't finish her sentence. Zim had pushed her away and now he was standing across from Mandy. Wow, Zim was really fast in waking up from his unconsciousness state.
From getting unconscious.
He's just like unconscious, conscious,
Yeah.
unconscious, conscious. In a second.
Yes, seems like it's happening more often, and Gear has no reason to worry about him.
Yeah. Maybe Zim has like a low blood pressure.
Maybe.
Because I sometimes have it because I have a low blood pressure. And when I wake up and just like wake up really fast and stand up from my bed, I'm just like, oh, I'm getting black points in front of my face.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just get unconscious for a moment. And then I get conscious again.
Okay, maybe this is a reason after all to be worried, at least a little bit.
Right? No, it has gotten much more better. Like, this was a moment when I was not doing any sports at some point and didn't eat anything healthy.
I don't do sports or eat healthy, and I don't have this problem.
Yeah, so maybe because of your biological system or something, you have maybe a normal or good blood pressure or something like this. Yeah, I'm almost like a zombie. Zim quickly finished Gear's sentence.
So her name is Gil. Oh yes, she's also a helper for conquering the earth. And because we are so busy, I say see you soon.
Mindy, I just wanted to say that we have school tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I think she's really nice, just like coming back and like, oh Zim, don't forget, we have school tomorrow.
She already missed him.
Oh, I think she was gone like, how long did it take for Gear to become a woman? Like, half an hour?
Good question.
Like
How
maybe-
long? This depends on the draining speed of the
Of the pool.
poisonous acid.
Like Zim was just standing there, looking on his watch and just like, oh yeah, half an hour later, maybe Gear already drowned.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of hair in the drain. Like in my apartment, the water takes a while to flow away.
Because you normally have like hair in your poisonous acid.
I mean, look, it.
Okay.
I don't think it really was poisonous acid because acid normally eats. Yeah, I know eat is not the right word, but it destroys.
I think the word is dissolve.
Yes, dissolves any kind of material thrown into it. So I suppose Zim was lying to.
Yeah.
Gear.
So that he comes down.
Yes, either that or he made a mistake and the poisonous acid pool was on the other side of the laboratory.
Okay. Oh no! Just what the hell did Zim now put into the sea of Earth? Like everyone is becoming a woman now.
All the fish are turning mermaids.
Mermaids!
Oh,
my God.
I know how I'm going to continue the story.
Okay, so in the next chapter we will have mermaids.
I need to write this down.
Oh no.
There will be mermaids in a later chapter.
Oh no, we tried to continue being sensible and trying to connect like the continuation of our story with something that really happened in the story.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Of course, that's how you usually would write a story.
But I think I would write it just like, I don't know, I'm a bad writer, so I would just write anything down, just like not connected to anything that happened until now, just like, oh yeah, now they are like in German and having a cup of tea.
Then it is my part of the story to connect all the loose threads.
Oh, okay, I would like to see this. Because you're doing like writing as your hobby.
Yes.
So you have a lot of
exercise.
Exercise. And you have a lot of experience in writing and reading a lot of fan fiction, so you're the professional here actually.
Yes, out of the two of us, yes.
Yeah, definitely. Mindy, I just wanted to say that we have school tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Oh, I read it already. Sorry. I just wanted to remember that we have school tomorrow. Bye-bye. Zim closed the door and turned to Gia. Just like, bye-bye, close.
Gia, you can't tell anyone you're Gia. Especially not Mindy.
Why not?
Because
what to say?
Because Zim likes Mindy and he doesn't want her to think... I don't know where I was going with this. Maybe Mindy is some kind of threat to him because she knows him better than anyone else and he fears her because she could unravel all his secrets and...
Oh, I really like it.
Maybe one day she will decide that she doesn't want all the Earthlings dead and use her knowledge against him and... Yeah.
Oh no, like in the end Zim and Mandy will become like enemies. and they still love each other and they are like thinking of the higher order thing, you know. How can you say? Like destroying the Earth or not destroying the Earth.
Yeah.
Something like this. I think you understand what we mean.
Yes, you.
Okay, so let's write me down. Mandy versus Zim.
The AO3 tag would be friends to enemies to lovers. Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, friends. Enemies. I need to write this down. Yeah. Enemies I wrote down wrongly. This is correct.
How did you write this?
I'm so sorry.
What letter is this?
L.
Is it?
Yeah, my L is like this. It looks like an H.
Are you... Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people tell me that I should write it maybe this way or this way.
Yes.
Okay, for the listeners, you have no idea how it looks like, but
yeah, her L looks like an H.
Yeah, it looks like lovers, looks like hovers.
Yes.
Yay, let's become hovers. So this is how we rate our story. Friends, enemies, hovers.
Yes.
Enemies, lovers.
Next sentence. So he said, Gia, you can tell anyone you are Gia, especially not Mindy. I have namely a contract with her that I am not allowed to make any transformations. Your name is now, first, Gil. I think I have to take you to school tomorrow for better or worse. You must behave normally, Gil.
Oh no, Gia should behave normally.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Sam is drinking something out of her marmalade jar. Cola from her marmalade jar. So we just took a small break because recording was a little bit too long and for editing or something we need to have a short recording time.
Yeah.
Otherwise it takes ages or cannot be
uploaded.
Edited. Yeah. Yeah, that's the reason. So welcome back and we will continue where we stopped. And we stopped where Zim is saying that Gia cannot say Mandy that
cannot tell Mandy that Gia is now a woman because he has a contract with her that forbids him to make any transformations.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I would have liked to know a story behind Sim and Mandy, actually. Like how they met and how they came to this kind of contract and everything. Like a backstory I would really like to have.
Yes, we can have a backflash later.
Yeah.
In a later chapter.
This is something I really want to include.
Yeah, the origin story of the transformation contract. And
maybe Sim did some transformation. She was like, no, this is bad, don't do this.
And it also supports my theory that he was lying to Gear earlier and he knew that this wasn't acid but transformation juice.
Transformation juice. Maybe the full pool was also a marmalade glass, but a big one.
Stop it.
I'm sorry. No, actually I'm not. No, I'm not. Yeah, so we will think of a backstory and regarding, he lied. He lied to Gear and he has transformation liquid. So this is maybe already going against the contract with Mandy.
Yes, this would mean he not only lied to Gear but also to Mandy, possibly.
Yeah, and he's also saying Gear now to lie to Mandy. Zim, what are you doing? I loved you. And now you're lying to everyone. And you're like breaking your promise and your contract, and I don't know, I'm really disappointed in Zim right now.
Oh no, so much drama. I did not expect this from a story from a 13-year-old.
Yeah, more drama, please. Gear raised her arms and screamed,
yeah! School!
Wow, this emotion. But sorry for your neighbors, maybe we already talk a lot and loud and...
Yeah.
Maybe your neighbor just turned off his TV and just like listening to us because we are now her or his new radio or something.
Yeah. My neighbors now have VIP access to early episodes.
Become a patron.
The uncut version.
Yeah, the uncut version, because we will cut a lot maybe. In the first episodes we need to cut a lot because we are beginners and we do a lot of mistakes and our English is bad.
Your English is bad.
Yeah, I know. I don't even argue against you because your English is much more better than mine. But yeah.
Much more better.
Much more better, you know.
But we're learning. Both of us are learning. Neither of us are perfect, but we're not native speakers. We both speak several languages, but none of them correct. Not even German.
Not even German. I think no one can speak German correctly. No, but let's come back to the story. Actually, the story is finished. Mm-hmm. No, not the story, but the next line is...
The author's note.
The author's note. Do you want to read the author's note or should I do it?
Do it in the Mindy voice.
In the Mindy voice. Oh, okay. I think, actually, my Mindy voice was much more lower.
Because she probably tried to be very edgy and had like a low
edgy
voice.
And emo, and I think my voice now is much more higher. So let me think of Mindy voice. This chapter had given me trouble, but I made it. Arms up.
Victory for Mindy!
Victory for Mindy! So, there's another author's note. P.S. The next chapter can get a little bloody. Have fun while reading.
And this is our warning. It gets really bloody. Like really bloody.
Really bloody. So if you have
problems with blood,
don't follow the podcast anymore. But I don't talk about politics or any hard stuff, actually. This is a light-hearted podcast, I hope. This is what we want it to be. To give you a good feeling while you're cooking or cleaning up. What I normally do when I'm listening podcasts.
Yeah, falling asleep.
Falling asleep with our voice being like...
Well, why not?
No!
At least now you're awake again.
Yeah. Or like maybe people like to get screamed at when they fall asleep.
Yeah.
This feels like childhood. No.
Now it's getting dark again.
Now it's getting dark again, no. And so do you have any prediction for next time? Apart from getting very bloody.
I hope Lisa comes back, still. Also still hoping that Sim and Mindy get together.
Yeah.
They first have to be enemies and then...
Yeah, I think in the next chapter, maybe, I don't know, they will have a fight or something and then she will be like becoming his enemy and then immediately afterwards, I love you!
Maybe, but also I think next chapter is yay school chapter, isn't it?
Ah, yeah!
This isn't even a spoiler, because it literally said in the last sentence, yay,
Yeah.
school.
Like, yay, school! And end of chapter, so I think we will go to school, yay!
Yay.
How do you think the school life will be?
Bloody.
Bloody, yay! Let's go to the bloody school of horror. Yeah, so I think this is our prediction. So it will get bloody, then we'll go to school, maybe Lisa will come back, maybe Lucy will come back, and Mindy will come back to Zim and just in the morning, Zim, do you remember we have school today?
Maybe.
I can imagine her like being this edgy girl, like going to everyone like, you know, we have school, come to school. And now we will say the last sentence of the episode.
3, 2, 1. Don't jump into green liquid. Au revoir.
Hello! Here's Editing Mindy. I just wanted to say a big thank you to you, the listener. Sam and I would be very happy to know your opinion of our podcast and to connect to the world a bit. So if you're interested, you can leave us a comment on our Twitter account, which is called Fiction and Lunch, or follow us at our Tumblr account, which is called Fiction After Lunch Podcast, like our pictures on our Instagram account, Fiction After Lunch, or just write us an email to fictionafterlunch@gmail.com. We would be very happy to hear from you. You can also completely ignore all of these and just enjoy another episode of Fiction After Lunch, or just do anything else that makes your day great. This was everything I wanted to mention, so again, a big thank you for listening until now, and until next time, or what Zim would say, let's conquer the world! Bye bye! Bonjour!
Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour, bonjour, and welcome to the podcast Fiction After Lunch. I'm Mindy.
And I'm Sam.
And yeah, welcome back!
To episode?
This is episode 4 as far as I know.
It's chapter 4, episode 5, I think.
If we also include the trailer, then we are at episode 6, I think.
Yes.
Do we include the trailer? Yeah.
No.
No? So we are at episode 5.
Yeah,
it's so
episode
confusing.
Yeah. Mindy, tell me, what did we eat for lunch?
I immediately forgot it. Like, I just wrote it down 5 minutes ago. We also Googled some English words, and I was motivated to go directly into the episode, into the chapter, because I know what kind of chapter will happen today, and I'm really excited for it. Yeah, but what did we have for lunch? This is a good question. Do you want to tell us?
We had falafel for lunch, which means we had pita bread with salad and onion and cucumbers and pickles. And we had little balls made of chickpeas, which were baked in a pan.
Yes.
You could also put paprika and tomatoes on it, but as we already established, Mindy doesn't like tomatoes and I don't like paprika, so that's what we ate.
Yeah. And
sauce. We also had a sauce.
Yeah, the sauce is a tahini sauce, or I think some people also call it tahin. Like a friend of mine just found this sauce, and it's made out of sesame. Sesame?
Yeah, sesame.
Is the English word?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've actually thought the sesame would be the Japanese word, but this is not correct. It's a completely different word, I think. For the people who come here only to listen to our language podcast, because it seems like every start of the episode we are trying to discuss, I don't know, some language thingy. Because I remember there was one episode where we just talked about language, I think, for 10 minutes. Do you remember the episode where we talked about the Greek greetings and saying bye-bye?
Yes, I remember.
Do you also remember the words?
Of course. Kalimera.
Oh, perfect.
Did you not?
I forgot Kalimera, but I remember the ending.
Adio?
Yasos.
Yes, by both.
Both.
Yeah.
So people, This is also an educational podcast, so just stay tuned for the first 10 minutes before we start getting into the episode, which is going to be very messy, and I think we should already mention a trigger warning.
Yes, so as soon as we start with the actual story, you should be aware that there'll be mentions of blood, and there will be a lot of yes, I think. Yeah, there will be a lot of violence, so I suppose there will also be blood. Probably. And, like, a lot of violence. It's still written by a 13-year-old, but...
I like that we already emphasized this in every episode, that I was 13 years old when I wrote this.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if you read something very violent written by a 13-year-old, there's a difference to something written by someone older. Because of the way you describe it. It's not that much horror, I think.
Yeah, it's very direct. But yeah, you will see when we go into the episode. Oh no!
Oh no.
This is a good start for all of the Fiction After Lunch listeners. Because now our neighbors decided to destroy the house. So say hello to my neighbor. Yay! This is the best quality podcast. We are recording with our phones. The neighbor is doing like a destroying house party.
I mean, if you're so good at editing, just edit it out.
Yeah, but now I want to stay. Now that we are talking about it, I would like to hold it in.
Keep it in.
Keep it in. But, you know, let's not get our spirits down and try to do the episode as normal as we can. What the hell is my neighbor doing? Okay, so I think this is everything we wanted to say. Or do you have anything else you want to mention before we get into the very exciting episode?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Then we are at chapter 4.
Chapter 4. School chaos at school.
And we already have a person talking. So... What kind of... So, the person who is talking is Mrs. Bitters, which is a teacher in Invader Zim. And because it's your turn to say what she is saying, what kind of voice do you want to give her?
An old voice.
Okay. Can you do an old voice?
No.
Can you try to do an old voice?
I can try, yes.
Okay, I'm curious.
Student, we are getting a new hopeless student. Come in.
I love your voice, it's so awesome. I want to have more lines of Mrs. Bitters. Actually, because your voice was so awesome, I've totally ignored what she was saying. But yeah, we're getting a new, hopeless student.
Yeah.
Isn't this a great start into the chapter?
Great start, yes.
Okay. The door opened, and you saw Gil, standing there. Gil looked around quietly for a moment. But then she screamed,
"Hello! I am Gil!"
I like that you're trying to hold yourself back and not screaming.
Yeah, if we were outside, I would scream, but now that I know that your neighbor is home and currently working, I'm...
No, don't care about my neighbors. We already established this in some episodes. Don't care about them.
Okay.
So, yeah, Gil is now a new student, and she's very enthusiastic. And there's also Zim sitting in the classroom. So, Zim thought...
I can no longer.
I think this is like a Google translating thing, because I can no longer what? Hear the sound of my neighbor.
Sound effects.
Sound effects.
I know what it says in German, but I don't know how to translate it in a better way. So, this line wants to express that Zim is very done already.
I think you can translate it like this. I'm done. I cannot do this any longer, or something like this.
Yeah.
Mindy also thought, what? Okay, there's written Mindy also thought, what? Gil seems nice. Yesterday at Zim. What? This sounds so weird.
I think it's supposed to say Mandy also thought something.
Yeah. The sentence is really weirdly written. Because, Gil seems nice yesterday at Zim, and this is her thinking. But I think she wants to express, yesterday at Zim she saw Gil, and Gil seems nice.
Yes.
Or the girl that just comes in was the girl she saw at Sim's house. Where I still hope that there's going to be a love triangle. And,
Okay.
and now I'm hoping that there will be something that Mindy is getting jealous at Gil or something.
Maybe.
For being at Sim's house. Like, she just accepts Lucy going to Sim's house and being another girl. They're like, Sim is a playboy here.
I mean, that sounds kind of toxic of you. I think it's good that Mini Mindy accepts that Sim also can have female friends.
Yeah, Tashkani.
Yeah, that's... I love when you say it. I mean, nowadays... it's important to know people can have friends and they should, that people should be allowed to have friends outside of a relationship. You can also do stuff without your partner.
Yeah, but I want to have this fanfiction.
You want drama.
I want drama, you know? Well, what kind of fanfiction do we have here without drama outside? There's always drama in fanfiction. That's the purpose of fanfiction.
Okay, I mean...
So, Mrs. Bitters?
Sit next to... Lucy.
Sim's eyes widened. Everyone who has sat next to Lucy so far is after about 1 week gone. Oh. Like, why is no one realizing this? What is happening to the people?
I mean, Sim is realizing it.
Yeah, but... What about the West? What about the teacher? Doesn't she question, oh yeah, where's this child? And I don't know.
From the 2 lines I read, I felt like she herself seems a bit hopeless.
Yeah, her name is Mrs. Bitters.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe she doesn't care about the children at all. Now comes all of the school trauma comes back. I have memories coming back to from my teachers. But I remember that most of my teachers, actually I think really lucky with all of my teachers.
I wasn't.
Oh no! So you don't only have, like in the last, I don't think in the last episode, but some episodes before. So if you want to listen to Sam's math trauma, please listen to episode 3.
I mean, I hope you're listening to this podcast chronologically.
Yes, makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, for the people who just come, we are reading a fanfiction.
Oh, that's good to mention.
Yeah. I thought everyone already knew, because
yes,
you
I
should
think
listen chronologically.
for stuff like that, you start with the first episode. I think no one comes here freshly.
Freshly. But I need to include... My neighbor wants to say something. I need to include that I sometimes start in the middle of some podcast just to, I don't know, figure out if the voice or something is nice, or with the last episode. And then sometimes if I figure out you need to listen to it chronologically, if it's a story, then I start at the beginning. Yeah. But if it's just like a talking podcast about random stuff or so, where you can also start at the end, then I also start in the middle or something. But this is the way I do it, so I really hope you do it maybe similarly and don't read from the end to the start or something. My neighbor is definitely doing it, and I think he's becoming a meme. Like, I start to imagine my neighbor while recording this podcast.
For the 100th episode, we let your neighbor come in here and
maybe
something.
Maybe. What do you think? Is it a she or a he?
Like I taught you, we can just say they.
They.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the 100th episode, we will invite my neighbor. If they don't no. If she or he
or they,
I don't care about their opinion. They just come over and we will, I don't know, force him to them to read our fanfiction.
Yeah, we are very
And I think we should continue our fanfiction because maybe that's the problem.
Yeah.
Gil sat next to Lucy and smiled at her. Lucy ignored her. That's a badass thing of Lucy. Just sitting there and not talking to Gil.
Oh no.
And Gil is just very nice. Just goes there and smiled at her. She didn't even scream at her like she normally does.
I mean, she screamed at the beginning of the class.
So maybe screaming time for the day is over. Gil?
Hello! And you?
There we coming back again. I just thought that Gil is like quietly sitting down, but no. Gil was lucky because exactly after she asked the school blade Wang. What?
The school...
Bell. I
Bell,
think it's Bell. The school blade. Like, I imagine just like a teacher going around the hall with a blade and with 2 blades or something and it's like...
The thing I am thinking about is when did they have their lesson? Because Gil introduced herself in front of the class and then she was allowed to sit down next to Lucy and then the lesson was over.
Yeah, this was... I think Mrs. Bitters, I don't know, wasn't interested in doing a lesson at all.
Yeah.
It's mainly self-study.
Yeah.
Best school ever. So we were at the point where the school blade Wang. And yeah, you are completely right. The lesson was...
Very short.
It was 5 seconds.
I would like this lesson.
Okay, I think we should return to the chapter and not talk too much about our depressing school life. We are a happy podcast.
Yeah, happy. Very happy.
Very happy.
Yes, violence.
Yay! But nothing bad happened until now, apart from the school
Not
blade.
yet, yeah.
I really like that the school blade is like a foreshadowing with Google Translator mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, so the school blade Wang.
Mm-hmm.
Lucy got up and went to the class door, but she is not out of the classroom yet. Gil looked after Lucy for a moment, confused. Zim was relieved that Lucy and Gil did nothing. Keith was behind Zim with a toy pistol.
Mindy, tell me, who is Keith?
Keith is another character in Invader Zim who's just another character in the classroom. Like, in the classroom you don't have only Zim, Lucy, Gil and Mindy, but also...
Other students.
Other students, which are like NPCs. How is it called in English?
Side characters.
Yeah, side characters. And Keith is just a side character, and yeah, he's just appearing in Invader Zim, hello neighbor, for a moment.
They want to break through the wall and take part in this podcast.
I didn't thought that our podcast would be so famous that people want to break through the wall.
What does he look like?
Keith.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I don't remember anymore. I think he looked like a normal student, but a little bit crazy. Like this hyperactive little child you can imagine. Like,
Every class has one.
Yeah, oh my god. I was best friend with one.
Yeah.
And
I was one.
You was one. Yeah, I was best friend with him, and then I also became hyperactive because of him. And then I don't know, we were the hyperactive duo, which was really fun. But I think all of the other children were really annoyed. Okay, so Keith was behind Zim with a toy pistol. And maybe we can just imagine the sound in the background, like there's construction in the school in Invader Zim, in my fanfiction. What do you think about it?
Sounds reasonable. And
So-
in my last year of school, where I had trauma, there was
more trauma stories.
yeah, they were constructing. They were destroying the old gym hall. Oh, and I don't know if I should say it because I don't know if people could track me down like that. But they found 2 skeletons underneath the gym hall.
I remember you told me the story, and I was just like, what kind of school did you went to? Oh my god. Yeah. Happy podcast, you know?
We are laughing, aren't we?
It's more like I want to laugh because otherwise it's getting too awkward. Otherwise I need to leave the room. No. And yeah. So we can just imagine this construction as something that really happens in the story. So it's just sound effects, so everything was just a play of us. We just wanted to surprise you.
Yeah.
With some sound effects.
Yeah.
So, what is happening? Keith happily said to himself, you need to make a voice for Keith now. So Keith is very hyperactive and like a little bit like Gil, but you can make up your own voice. Uh-oh.
I'm not going to yell.
I would like if you...
Shh. Cool. I found a toy gun. I'm going to Zim with the gun. Frighten. Hey, Zim.
I really liked also that that Google Translator did a mistake here again.
Yeah.
I'm going to Sim with the gun frighten. I think he wanted to say that he wants
I'm going to frighten Sim with the gun.
Yes.
And then, hey Sim!
Hey Sim! I really liked your voice, like, Keith held the S pistol to Sim's head. And the S pistol is written S pistol, like with the letter S. Mm-hmm. Because in German, toy gun is written, like toy, the word is
Spielzeug.
Spielzeug, which is a word with S. So, don't be confused because there's like an S. The S pistol to Sim's gun.
Nein.
Oh no! I'm already also making mistakes. This is a mistake school trauma episode. Yeah. This should be the name of the episode.
Maybe our teachers were so angry because none of us can read.
Yeah, my teacher didn't teach me, so I'm not at fault. Yeah. Keith held the S pistol to Sim's head. Sim stopped there as if rooted to the spot. Sims closed his eyes and put his hands to his head, as if he had a headache would have. As if he had a headache would have. Keith looked at Sim, startled. Sim had his wig and his human one eyes removed. Oh my god, the Google translating thing is getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
So Sim had his wig and his fake human eyes removed, and Sim's eyes were glowing blood red. He glared at Keith. When Keith looked at Sim's hand, he saw the Sim with a pointed and sharp knife in his hand. What is a sheep knife? Like the animal is a sheep.
I think I know how you wrote sharp. Like in German we have the word scharf and we have the word scharf.
Yeah, there's only one letter making a difference between like sharp and sheep. Yeah. I like that we said it's the opposite way at the same time. But yeah, I want to try imagine them with having a sheep knife instead of a sharp knife.
Maybe it's the kind of knife you take to cut the wool from a sheep.
Yeah, okay. Let's assume Sim has a sheep knife with him.
Farmer Sim alternative universe.
Farmer Sim.
Yeah.
This would be so good. Oh, I would love to see this. Okay, so
what happened in English, in correct English?
In correct English without parallel universe Farmer Sim. This would be when Keith looked at Sim's hand, he saw Sim with a pointed and sharp knife in his hand. Mm-hmm. So, but I want to imagine Sim with a sheep knife. I think it's cooler. We don't need to make a trigger warning because Mindy also now put a warning here. So do you want to read it?
Warning, it can get a little bloody now.
A little bloody, she says. Mm-hmm. Mindy says little bloody. Little bloody.
Yeah.
Keith went away. I'm so proud.
But I know you wrote it in German exactly like that. I know you.
Yeah, I'm so proud of Google Translator because this was the same in the German version. Oh, and I was already prepared to have a bad Google translating thingy here and that we need to explain it what happened in the German version. But
that's what you wrote. I'm sorry.
Okay, I will read what's written there, and this is exactly the same that I wrote in the German version, but both is a mistake, but so Keith went away, but Sim shit the knife in Keith's back.
I'm crying.
Yeah. So, and I remember that this scene was so funny that you also drew fan art of it.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I have fan arts that Sam did draw for me.
Yeah.
I have it on my wall. Yeah, and there's Zim like shitting the knife in Keith's bag. I think we will also put it on our Instagram, so follow us on Instagram. Yeah. Like in the original, he's just throwing the knife in Keith's bag, but I think this is much more funnier.
Yeah.
Keith was on the floor. All his blood was spread out under him. Keith felt the knife pulled out. He wanted to say thank you, but where he looked up he saw Zim. Zim stopped the knife over Keith's head. Keith wanted to scream, but it never came back, because Zim had already rammed the knife into Keith's head.
So, basically, Zim brutally murdered Keith.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what happened. Yeah, one character...
we should have a death counter.
Death counter. Oh, okay, let's make
I really like my counters, don't I?
Yeah, but we never count, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, for you
Idea.
out there, you dear listener, we will make an extra outtake episode someday, and we would like to include all of the moments when we find a Google translating mistake, all of the times when we mention that I'm studying physics.
I just wanted to say a physics counter.
A physics counter, and now that you today started a psychology counter, you said...
I only mentioned it once.
No, now you mentioned it twice, I remember.
But one time you specifically asked me. Because you...
But it's still a counter.
Okay, we are at 2. Okay. And also a death counter.
A death counter, which is, I think, starting now.
1.
Okay, so Zim killed Keith and Zim pulled it out. So he means the knife. Zim pulled it out. What? What is wrong?
Sorry.
Are you reading another fanfiction in your head right now?
After I saw your edits.
I remember one episode where we were very excited about reading Zim licking blood off his face.
Yes.
What? You forgot?
I wasn't sure if we already read it on the podcast.
Yeah, we read it.
Yeah, okay.
I edited this like 2 days ago, so I remember it clearly. Our laughing times when everything pervert stuff happened, and we were like, our pervert minds.
Yeah.
So, dear listener, you can imagine everything you want. We will just read it now. Zim pulled it out and found his next victim. Lucy had watched with amusement as Keith was killed. She liked it anyway, nobody in her class.
So, she liked nobody in their class anyway.
Yeah. Lucy.
Hey Zim, I'll join you.
Yeah, 2 people killing people, yeah. Lucy saw someone in her class. Coincidentally, it was Zita. Lucy used hers vectors, invisible arms, to hold Zita in place. A vector holds Zita on her left arm firmly, another on Zita's right arm, and 2 others on Zita's legs. Lucy grinned evil. Her vectors pulled Zita apart, or rather became Zita torn apart. Zita screamed and all her blood spurted on the walls. I will continue reading.
Yeah.
Zita was alive, even without arms and legs.
Yeah.
Okay, no comment. I will not comment anymore. Okay, Lucy used a vector around Zita's heart, tear out. Everything about Lisa... No, not Lisa! No! Shh. I'm so sorry. I was just so shocked by my mind thinking about Lisa now. So everything about Zita went black. She died.
So, she tore Lisa...
No!
Great, no.
No!
Shit. Okay.
This is so sad.
Zita.
What is our mind thinking?
All these names sound so similar. Lucy and Lisa and Zita and...
Yeah, they're only like, what is it called? 2 syllable?
Yeah, syllables.
Yeah, 2 syllable... No, I cannot say this word anymore.
Syllables.
2 syllable names.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but this is our Happy Lucky podcast, and as you can see, Zita, Lucy took Zita's arms and legs, and she was still alive even afterwards, after getting her arms and legs torn away.
Death counter number 2.
Yeah, death counter number 2. Woo, party! Next time we need to wear party hats or something with a death counter.
Yeah.
So, what is Mandy doing all of the time? Like the Mandy in the story. Mandy watched the gruesome spectacle. Suddenly, Gil appeared behind Mandy. Gil?
What are you doing?
Mandy? It doesn't matter. Gil, we'll go to my house. Okay, so Mandy is doing the good choice to just go out of the scene, not to die, I think.
Yeah, she's saving herself and Gil, and...
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable choice. Like, I think Mindy is behaving very reasonable here. And she's also rescuing Gil. Like, she doesn't run away immediately, shocked, but she also takes Gil to her house.
I mean, the right choice would be to call the police, maybe?
Yeah, but I think, first of all, you should bring yourself in safetyness.
And then call someone to take care of what is happening at school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe Mindy is doing this. Like, she just goes out and then she starts to call the police.
Or whoever can take care of something like that. But to be fair, I suppose you wrote it at a time when you didn't have a phone. Because I know I didn't have a phone when I was 13 and you are older. Very old.
I'm so old. By the way, I'm older than Sam. So I'm the older one here. I'm your senpai.
No! I don't know a lot of but I don't think that's the right word.
Yeah, I don't think so too. Okay, so Gil?
Okie dokie.
I like that Gil is just like happy, so happy. Mandy didn't want Gil to notice that everything in her class had just been killed. So she left the classroom with Gil and followed her with Gil home.
Question for the death counter. How many kids do you think are in a class? I think when I was 13 we were like 30 children in one class.
I think, 25 to 30 children, I think.
Go with 30. So Mindy survived, Gil survived, Zim
survived, Lucy survived.
Yeah, and that's it.
I think that's the main characters. Lisa is not in the school, which we already found out. Mm-hmm. Okay, so 4 people survived. What is the teacher doing? I think she left this classroom. Because it's only talking about her class, so not about the teacher. So I think Mrs. Bitters maybe just sits there, all of the children are killed, and she's reading a newspaper or something.
That is exactly what I wanted to say. Because it's what usually happens in a cartoon. So 30 minus 4 is 26.
Yeah.
So death counter at 26.
After 2 sentences or something.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's interesting to see how fast they are. Mm-hmm. Like Zim and Lucy. Mindy was talking with Gil, I think, 5 minutes? Maybe? Less?
Less.
Like 1 minute or something? They only talked about going home. And in this time, Lucy and Zim killed 26 people. Children.
Yes.
Okay.
What were you feeling when you wrote this?
Should we go back to my school trauma? I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe in the story itself, not the people are killed, but they are coming back during the time. Maybe Mindy will use a time-traveling machine, go back and try to solve the problems with Sim and Lucy.
Sure. So,
I like that you're just accepting this. So, during the time with Lucy and Sim, Lucy stood on corpses and said, sadly,
"Too bad, everyone is already dead."
Oh, so sad. Sim appeared behind her. The bad Sim. I like that it's calling the bad Sim, like he's a bad boy. Sim?
No, not all of them yet.
Mindy and Gil heard Lucy scream. Can you do a scream? Okay. Yeah, I can imagine if you're like 2 blocks away from the school or something, like, oh. That you only hear this voice. Okay, so do you think Lucy died?
I just wanted to say, if this was filmed in a cartoon, which I can imagine, it would just cut to outside of the school and then birds flying away.
Oh,
like
yeah.
when the scream happens.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It would be a cartoon where you really, like, kill people, but without showing, I think.
I mean, you described the deaths in great detail, so...
Yeah, so maybe we cannot really compare it to a normal cartoon. Mindy? Oh no! Lucy! Gil?
Who is Lucy?
Mindy said, worried. She is, or was a friend.
She only met her yesterday.
But it doesn't matter. We'd better get out of here. Gil?
Okay.
I think Mindy is really reasonable here. Very calm but I really like to see that she's saying to Lucy she's her friend. And then as a comment from Mindy was, yeah, she just met her yesterday.
I think this part is supposed to show how trusting Mandy is, maybe. And friendly, and that she quickly finds new friends.
Yeah. I think this is also my real self when I was a child. I always started talking to random people and just like, oh yeah, you're my friend now.
That's how we met.
Yeah, that's how we met. Okay, Sam, hello. Let's play some chess. And then, yeah, you're my friend. We are playing chess together.
Yeah.
We are spending time together, you know. I'm not Italian, by the way.
I don't know why I always...
Maybe I have, like, Italian DNA in my blood. And so they went on to Mandy's house. But what happened to Lucy? Lucy went through dark alleys. She stopped and put one hand on the one wall. So she just put a hand on a wall. You could see that she had a cut on her eye that was bleeding a lot.
So she was leaning against the wall, I'm imagining, while trying to catch new breath, because she was running through a dark alley.
Okay. Lucy looked at her hand, which was also bleeding, and said,
"Oh man, why does Sim always attack me? First, he has to give me a scar, miss the eye, and then slit my veins."
More trigger warning.
Yeah, I think we should the warnings in front of the thing.
Always afterwards.
Yeah. I like that she says, "Why does Sim always attack me?" Like she's really not annoyed, but she feels very attacked by Sim. But she's 1 out of 4 people who survived.
That's a good counter, yeah. Maybe we should change the counter to survive counter.
Maybe.
So 4 people survived until now. No, with Lisa it's 5. So Sim attacked her, and now Lucy has a scar over her face. Like in my drawings of Lucy, she also has a cut over her face. So.
Yeah, I saw the drawing, I think.
And then slit my veins, so she's bleeding out.
Yeah.
But Lucy is just like, oh man, why does he always attack me?
Yeah.
Below her was a puddle of water. The evil Sim was reflected in the puddle. Lucy noticed the womb was behind her.
What?
The womb, I think it meant Lucy noticed Sim was behind her or something. But she didn't look scared, but bored. I can imagine Lucy being like this.
She sounds very cool.
Yeah. Lucy thought,
"Oh no, Sim again.
She saw something lying on the floor.
Wait times.
Like, wait a moment, I think.
Yeah.
Wait a moment.
Sim
was about to stick his knife in Lucy's back when Lucy turned around. She has a can of cola in her hand. Lucy shook it quickly, opened the can, and then she sprayed whole Coke on coal. It's so bad to read bad English.
Yeah.
So Lucy shook it quickly, opened the can, and then she sprayed whole Coke on me.
Yeah.
We could make a web.
Yeah.
Zim rolled on the floor, screaming. When he did, the head rolled up a whole coal. When he did, the head rolled up a whole cola. He stood up and was back to the normal room. What the fuck is that? I don't understand anything anymore. So what happened? Lucy found a can of Coke and then she quickly shaked it and she sprayed it over Zim, and Zim is allergic against water, but I think I made this is a mini Mindy mistake, because Zim is not allergic to Coca-Cola but to water itself. So normally he should not be screaming, but I think Mini Mindy was thinking, yeah, he's allergic against water, so Coca-Cola is of water, consisting of water, which is very reasonable. Therefore, he has like pain over his whole body and is like rolling on the floor, on the ground, to get rid of the pain. And this pain, I think, made him become normal again. Like the thing that happens normally in movies when you like
Slap
someone to make him become normal again. Zim looked bored at Lucy and said hello.
Thank you.
End of chapter!
Maybe scroll up now. And
Okay,
see.
now a short
happened.
scrolling time to find out what normal room means.
Yeah. Scroll faster. So.
Yeah, normal Zim.
Yeah.
Like also in the sentence where it's written like evil Zim, Google Translator said normal Zim, like normal room. He said, Zim is not a room,
I don't know
What?
where that one was coming from.
because normally he is a Google Translator guy.
Yeah, the Google Translator person recognized Zim as a name, like most of the time.
Yeah, like a noun. I don't really know what to say to this chapter.
It was very aggressive.
It was very intense, yeah.
Yeah.
What happened in general was like Gil was a new student in school,
Yeah.
and we had a classroom of 5 seconds. What's a
Or
class?
maybe they started a bit early and the bell was ringing to show the beginning of the class. Maybe? I don't know. Because I remember we had 2 times of bell ringing at school.
Okay, maybe this is what Mini Mindy thought.
Because it would be really short. Just after the introduction, it's over.
But
Yeah.
Lucy wanted to go out of the room after the bell rang.
That's also true.
Maybe Lucy just didn't care, like,
Yeah.
bye-bye, I just go when I want. Because she's like the cool girl. She's like the cool girl sitting in the back and having her legs on the table and, I don't know, playing a video game or anything.
Yeah, and students disappear when they sit next to her.
I want this to be a side episode. Like, what happens with the people who sat next to Lucy? Like, Gil seems to be safe because Mindy saved Gil, but...
But
no one knows. Let's write a fanfiction about what happens to the people next to Lucy.
yeah. I mean, Lucy is an original character, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, she's my own character, which has, like, some similarities to some anime characters that I know. But in general, she's my own character.
Yeah, so next season, Lucy's böse Seite.
Yeah,
Lucy's evil side. Yeah.
And maybe we should change the name, because now Zim and Lucy together have been evil. Maybe we should just change the name in general.
Yeah.
The Adventures of Evil Lucy and Zim. Yay!
Yay.
Yeah. And Mindy will be very sad.
Yeah.
Like, she's just rescuing people, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think will happen to Mindy and Gil?
Maybe eat some waffles.
Yeah, or maybe they go to Lisa's place. And just like, oh, here, Lisa, look, I got a new friend. Let's eat some waffles.
This would be nice.
This would be... So next episode, I hope it will be less bloody, actually. And less school trauma. I hope we leave school.
Yeah, this chapter was very concerning.
Yeah. I hope that we will do a lot of cutting and re-editing.
Yeah.
But we said in the beginning, trigger warning of extreme violence.
Yeah, we did.
So,
we did. And murder and stuff.
Murder and stuff.
And organs and...
Yeah, organ, I think there was only the heart itself. And arms and legs flying off. Oh my god.
Skin is an organ. Yeah.
I have a picture of
it's-
someone peeling his skin off or something. Oh my god.
Okay, that's not my fault now.
I think that's good that you don't have this fault. Okay, so I think we should end this episode because it's also got very long, I think. So, but before we end the episode, now we finally have some social media, which we don't forget to mention now before we end the episode. Because until now we have only one recording of myself saying the same stuff after every episode because we did not manage to do our social media during the time when we recorded.
Yeah, Twitter annoyed me because I didn't have enough letters to put it fiction after lunch. Which, yeah.
2 letters.
Yeah, 2 letters were missing. Well, first of all, thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for listening. I'm still, like, if we get any comments or anything, I think I would be so surprised by every comment because I cannot imagine people listening to this. Because we are doing this out of fun and I think we are sometimes very weird.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So,
thank you for listening. And now, Sam, it's your turn.
you can find us on Twitter. Shit.
Okay, this is our name on Twitter. Shit. Therefore, Sim shit a pistol. No. A knife to kill.
To Keith, yeah.
To Keith.
Our social media. On Twitter, we are Fiction and Lunch. On Instagram, we are Fiction After Lunch. Also on Tumblr, which you wrote wrong, by the way.
Oh.
You spelled Tumblr wrong.
Oh no. At least I spelled this one wrong and not our name.
Yeah. You can find us under Fiction After Lunch or Fiction After Lunch podcast, or you can write us an email at fictionafterlunch@gmail.com.
Yeah. And we would be very happy to hear about you from any kind of social media.
Yeah, to hear from you. Yeah.
In general.
Wherever you want to reach out to us.
Yeah, if you ever want to reach out to us.
Yeah.
And yeah. Okay, so thank you for listening, and I hope you tune in for the next episode. And yeah. Okay.
3,
So,
2, 1. Don't drink chemicals that will kill you instantly. Bye.
Bonjour.
Hello, funny, funky people, dear listeners. This is Fiction After Lunch. Funny things to say after eating too much.
Lunch.
You are too much because you can't stop laughing at any word I say. And this is really off-putting.
So, yeah, for the people who just tuned in.
So just keep your tiny mouth shut.
What? Okay,
Because
I'm not the main talker today.
I am not finished yet.
I'm so sorry.
Good. After having sincerely apologized, I am now able to introduce our nice podcast for today. This is... have a look at paper. Yes, of course. Fiction After Lunch. Who'd thought of that? And after having too much lunch, there are many funny things to say and things that have never been told before. I guess, well, that's what is written on my paper. What I am supposed to say, because I am here. It's absolutely my free will. I'm not forced to do anything.
Yeah, he's
It's
not
what
stuck
I
to
ever
his chair or
wanted to
something.
do, and I joined voluntarily, without any pressure. I am well nutritioned. Also, I'm accompanied by 2 lovely people around here, which names I haven't been told yet.
Yeah. Okay, so for all people who have listened to the how many chapters have we? How many episodes do we already have? I think 7 now. So today is the 7th episode with the trailer, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, for all people, this is a new voice, as you heard.
No, it's not new. It's more than 20 years old. But it changed. So, well, in this current state, I guess at least 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm Mindy.
I'm Sam.
And you are?
Mac.
I love how enthusiastically you said it. Yeah, so for all people, we have a new voice, and this is our guest, Mac, for today. And maybe for some, maybe you can introduce yourself a little bit. Like, who are you? What are your hobbies? What do you like? What kind of connection do you have to us? Why are you here today?
Oh my.
Oh my.
Well, first of all, I'm a human, I suppose.
Oh yeah, important for our story.
Gifted with voice, a mind which is very caring and understanding, and I really look forward to this wonderful episode.
It sounds very sarcastic, by the way.
I don't have a clue what I am doing here, but perhaps that's for the better.
Yeah.
So in this season, we are talking about fan fictions. Meg, tell us, did you ever read or write a fan fiction?
Well, no.
So you have
not
no...
really. I read some, but in which context I'm not really convinced whether I should explain in which circumstances I did that and whether I've been drunk or not, so let's just skip that part.
I can imagine that I showed you some fan fictions.
A lasting impression. Of course, yes.
In each episode we are reading a chapter of a fan fiction that I wrote when I was 13 years old.
Yeah,
And it's very important to emphasize that I was 13 years old for the people who listened to the last episode.
And then you forgot how to write.
This is also the case, yeah. No,
my.
but maybe we are now in the chapter 5. But maybe we should give Meg
May I
a little
spoil
bit...
the title of this chapter?
No, not yet.
Not.
I know that you can already read it, but please don't
you
spoil
give me
it.
a sign, yeah.
Yeah, I will give you a sign.
Good.
And
What kind of sign? I'm curious.
I will give you a peace sign.
A peace sign.
A peace sign. I was too much influenced by
Peace.
the Japanese people, you know.
What kind of peace? Like world peace or peace? what about peace in a pot or peace in your pocket?
I'm already... I think he's already overtaken our podcast by now.
Oh no! How very,
I know that this was your
how
plan by
very
now.
unfortunate.
So you're reading my fan fiction that I wrote when I was 13 years old. In the next episode, you are just sitting here
You
alone.
sound so proud.
No, I'm
Is it
not
worth
proud.
it?
No.
No,
think
no.
it is.
It is.
Really, you think?
You're doing a podcast about that, so that is rather convincing.
Yeah, I'm doing a podcast about it because it's so horrible.
Yeah, I think so. Well,
Maybe Sam.
Huh?
Maybe Sam can give you an idea what happened until now in the
yes,
episode.
I
Because
shall-
you
I
have no
shall-
idea what happened.
I shall interact with you and you with me.
Yeah, you don't need
That's
to talk
new.
about a monologue or something.
Other people. Great.
Other people, yeah.
Nice, because nice of you to figure that out.
Yeah, but okay. Shut up for a moment. And please let Sam explain what happened until now. Do you remember, by the way?
As every week, I have no idea what happened in
Oh
the last few chapters. I think you should know that the story is about Mindy.
Yeah, Mindy.
Mindy, who is 13 years old, and she has a friend whose name is Lisa. Then there's also Zim, and then there was an accident, and then Zim became evil.
Yeah, therefore this fanfiction is called Zim's Evil Side.
Yeah.
I really like that you're looking at me and I'm like not looking at you, and then I look in your face like, oh, I should talk. Do you expect me?
It sounded like you wanted to add something.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, first of all, my impression of the title, there's been an accident, and therefore Zim became evil. That's right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
so why not calling it Zim's bad side? Because there's a consequence of the accident, he might have lost his own side, or he's looking just horrible. Like
Maybe
a bit
therefore he's very
squished.
disappointed.
Hit by
No.
a car, and his appearance changed in shape somehow.
Yeah,
and-
no, like maybe we need to give you more input. Like in the first chapter or something, they were like Lisa and Mindy. I'm so sorry. But this doesn't make a difference. There was Lisa and Mindy sitting on the couch watching television, and then they realized, where's Zim? Like Zim is a friend of them, from Invader Zim from the cartoon series. Then Mindy went into the basement where she found Zim, and I really liked one sentence that we always use.
Don't drink the bleach.
Don't drink chemicals that will kill you instantly.
Don't drink chemicals. They will kill you instantly.
That will.
That.
Yeah.
The act of drinking itself is fatal.
Yeah, you should
Don't
never drink
this.
something.
Please stop it. Well, death will hit you instantly.
I really like the instantly,
Yeah.
like you're just falling down
Yeah.
instantly.
Like someone pulled a switch or something like that.
Yeah. And then I remember, Zim became evil. He just is really, he pushed Mandy or something, and she was like, oh no, this is not Zim. He cannot push me. And I don't know, I think they went to school.
Yeah.
And before there was Gear's robot. You watched Invader Zim with me, so you should know what Gear is and who Gear is. And you remember Gear is like the little hyperactive robot from Zim, and he became, he jumped into a pool
Of chemicals.
of chemicals
They
again.
were supposed to kill him instantly, but
Yeah.
instead he turned into a
Girl. I like your
I'm
reaction.
pretty sure his self-confidence got killed. In that case, well, retrospectively, her old persona was killed in a way, and therefore, of course, drinking those chemicals was, as a matter of fact, lethal.
Oh,
Oh, wow, this is getting very deep already.
I like this analysis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so maybe you're like our professional story analyst guy now?
A mere fool. Just a fool
A
sitting
fool!
around here listening to sort of gibberish, what I'm doing all the time, and it's...
Yeah, therefore it's perfect for you, by the way.
I guess, yeah. That's what I am supposed to do now, and I am quite satisfied. So, cheers.
We didn't even started the chapter and he's satisfied.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think then they went to school, and this was the chapter that we read yesterday. And yeah, in short, everyone died in the classroom. Zim and Lucy killed them.
Except for 4 people.
Yeah, we assumed that there were like 30 people in the classroom, and 4 people, Mandy, Lucy, Zim, and Gear, who is now called Gil.
Because it's a girl now.
And Zim doesn't want Mandy to figure out that Gear turned into a girl, but we don't know yet why.
I think we learned why.
Well,
Because-
apart-
But I don't remember why.
A part of it that they've got a new name, like no, called Gear anymore, but Jill, and no
Jill.
one asks why. And the whole thing's changed. Well, she of course doesn't notice because she's somehow retarded. I don't know.
It's Gear,
Don't
you know?
notice. Well, the whole person changed, even the name, but well, it's still the same as anyway. So I don't know.
I need to admit the characters in the story are not the
Yes.
most
I
intelligent
see, 13
people.
years. Yeah, I recall that.
Oh, I think you just insulted my 13-year-old. But I think that's normal during this age.
They
Like,
might complain.
should I call Mini Mindy in my head?
No, I'm waiting for your 13-year-old yourself to get angry at me, and I'm waiting for the day we will have an encounter. And I'll face it.
And you will face it and
Of
fight
course I
it.
will.
Oh, okay, so I think this is everything. And I remember that Mandy saved Gil, like while Zim and Lucy killed the whole classroom.
Yeah.
And they decided just to go home. And this is the moment where we start to read the chapter, and you know. And for the listeners, we organized it today like this, that Mac, because he has a very nice voice, and because you're our guest, you have
I
the...
am not getting paid for this.
Yeah, I'm complimenting you out of my free will, so...
No, that's the artist's payment.
That's the hardest payment.
Good reputation.
The fun is your payment.
No hard money, but soft compliments.
Soft compliments. Oh. Okay, let's get into the chapter. So you're reading the POV, and Sam is reading some characters, and I'm reading Mandy and Zim.
I'm so sorry.
What?
No, I'm going to read the POV of that mindfuck.
Yeah, so
Where do
have
I
fun
start?
and enjoy. And yeah, who wants to read the chapter title? I think normally Sam is reading it.
Chapter 5. Flippy?
Mandy and Jill, Ger, arrived at Mandy's house and went in. Mandy stood in front of the door and called, "Now come on,
No,
you."
no,
Oh,
no,
fuck,
no.
that's...
This is my sentence.
Okay.
We are
once
reading
again-
this together.
Good. Mandy stood in front of the door and called.
Now come on, Gil.
Gil ran into Mandy's house with his tongue out and a big smile. Mandy closed the door and leaned against her. Mandy sighed.
It's finally over.
Gil looked around and noticed something.
Hey Mindy, why is there nobody here?
Mandy's eyes widened. She started to sweat.
Zed, I'll tell you later. Let's go to the park. I have heard there's always a weird green guy feeding birds. We could make friends with him.
Of course.
Don't you have any questions?
The weird green guy, let's invite him to your next party. Why not? He's feeding the birds. With poison.
With poison. Yeah, I really like the cheese. We already emphasized that the Mandy in the story is very social, and every
Very
person
intimate.
she's meeting is her friend.
Let's call it naive.
Naive, yeah. I think normally you say
And
naive.
ahead.
Oh, I wanted to say something in the Japanese. Kawaiso, Mandy.
Kawaiso.
Kawaiso. By the way, Mac can also speak a little bit Japanese, so I'm so sorry, Sam. But kawaiso means something like bemitleiden.
Like pitiful.
Yeah, pitiful. No.
I don't know any German.
You are German, by the way.
That is something that just happened. I have got Germanized. Now I am full of germs.
Oh.
Therefore I can also understand the German language of the germs. Germans, I am so sorry. Dear population of this country. Mandy's eyes widened. She started to
We
sweat.
already
No,
with
no,
this.
I'm starting to sweat. Oh, what is this supposed to be?
You need to say the name here.
Gil.
Yeah! I'm sorry.
No, it isn't. It says Yeza. Sweet Jesus. What is it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I don't know. What language is this?
It sounds a little bit like the Greek word we learned. Yassas.
Yes.
Yassa. Maybe Gil is just saying bye bye.
In a fictional language that has been just invited for the purpose of being featured in the fan fiction.
Obviously.
Of course, with whole vocabulary and grammar. Yet to be published. Yes.
Yes.
So, they went back out of the house and into the park.
By the way, I realize they are just going home for 5 seconds and then they just go to the park again. Like, what kind of time interval do we have in general? Like, the school lesson only takes place 5 minutes, then she goes home for 5 seconds.
I guess the whole span of events took place over 4 to 5 hours.
That's
the temporal setting.
No, there was already a night in between.
Good night.
We have two, we are at the second day.
Because you don't want to limit the reader's imagination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, I also asked myself
Horrifying.
why Mandy's eyes widened when Gil asked that
Drugs.
no one is in the house.
Drugs.
And I really like that Mandy
Drugs.
is just doing an explanation in the next sentence.
Of course. Well, it's kept in brackets and it says, brief explanation why Mandy lives alone and doesn't tell anyone. Dear audience, your parents... What is it? What is it? What kind of translator did you use to produce
Google
this?
Translator.
Kurabi Petty, no. Your parents are died. All your base belong to us, of course. After moving to town. So your parents died right after moving to town. And the reason for that she doesn't tell anyone that if... Oh no. She doesn't tell anyone is... well, if she tells a teacher or... if she tells a teacher or something, she might given up for adoption. Oh no. You're raping the English language.
Google Translator raped it. Like, in general, what's written here is that Mandy's parents died. And
God,
because she doesn't tell anyone, is because she's scared that she will, like, will be adopted or something.
Yeah.
That she needs to get into adoption. So, but I really like that it's like, your parents died right after moving to town. Like,
Are died.
your parents
That's
are
a
died.
rare case of second person narration. Just look it up. We haven't got the time to feature that as well. But nice videos on a certain video platform, which we are not sponsored by, so I won't tell the name because I like money. And but you can look it up like second person narration, and that would be I guess, rare case of this narration technique to be featured in a text written by a 13-year-old,
Author?
artist.
Artist.
I
I
wouldn't
was
say
a 13-year-old artist.
It did enlighten me and my perception of the world, and the choice of words. The choice of words that the translation, the automated translation service has given to you, also is very different than anything that I have read before. They're very inspiring.
Yeah, by the way, the original story,
I feel so
we yeah, I feel touched.
Yes.
But in the original story, we also have a lot of grammatical mistakes or something, and I really like how Google Translator is putting this also in this story.
Yeah.
Like
So-
easy sentences, like the story itself is written in really easy sentences,
Yeah.
but even then I put a lot of grammar mistakes or anything.
So just a brief resume. So she killed her parents, and
She did not kill her
to
parents.
figure that out because she might get into jail or something. I don't know.
So maybe Minnie
Can't
Mindy
stop it.
author wanted to bring us false information,
She
fake
wanted
news.
to bring us death.
Death. Yeah, in the last
And
episode
that's
she
why
already brought
I
us a lot
guess-
of death.
I guess Mandy has also written the explanation herself, well, in the context of narration, and therefore she threatens the audience with killing their parents.
This is very
in
scary.
case she might be adopted. Good. In the meantime, with the normal Zim and the injured Lucy. Zim and Lucy talked. Lucy.
But why are you so funny when you get scared?
I've just pissed my pants.
What?
That's not funny
No!
at all. Zim.
I need to make a Zim voice. Oh shit! A few days ago, I was in Lisa's basement. She had chemicals in the basement that I didn't know. So I thought a liquid was cola and I drank it. And that fluid created a new personality in me. And almost always when I get scared, she comes out. Got it?
Lucy didn't look at Zim. She looked on the floor. Zim didn't notice something about her wasn't right and asked her concernedly.
Lucy, what about you?
Lucy raised her head and said softly,
Blood loss.
with the words, she fell over.
Ugh.
Blood oozed from her arms onto the floor. Zim looked at Lucy, startled, and screamed.
Lucy!
He got a cell phone from his pack, he got it from Mandy, and called an ambulance. After he had made the call, he put the cell phone back in his pack and picked it up, and picked it up, I guess. Then something happens with a wig. I guess Zim that's Zim. Gets a wig and two eye contact lenses
Yeah.
to camouflage.
Camouflage.
himself.
I like
Pardon
the
my
word.
French. The ambulance came and two tall white men, very specific.
Oh no!
Too
I wanted to emphasize that they're having this coats.
Clothing. The
This
clothing
coat-
is white.
Yeah, the clothing. I was not ememphasing the skin color.
I see.
I'm so sorry for everyone who's
tall
already.
Men in white garment quickly put Lucy down, very carefully on a stretcher, and put the Lucy thingy in the ambulance.
What is a stretcher?
The thing you put Lucy on.
So you're now going to stretch her to get rid of all of the blood, so she doesn't die of blood loss anymore.
Yes, of course.
That's the most logical thing.
On a stretcher to stretch her limbs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you don't know, Lucy got attacked by Zim before, and therefore she was bleeding all over her body.
Yeah, she has now a scar over her eye, and her veins were
cut open.
What is it? Like the Stockholm syndrome? Oh yes.
Why Stockholm syndrome?
Or perhaps she's just such a masochist, you know. Just, oh yes, hurt me more, please, I like your company.
Maybe that's
Please
the reason why she's always so ignorant. No, I think she's just very, like, doesn't care.
I don't feel nothing but pain in my heart. Good.
Okay, let's continue.
So now it is about Zim. And Zim said, when getting, so himself, into the ambulance.
I'm coming with you. I'm a good friend of Lucy. We got more information. He's a good friend of Lucy. So, I need to tell you, I have... the story itself is not completely finished yet.
Who had thought of that?
And I'm planning, but I hope that in the continuation we will have a love triangle of Lucy, Zim, and Mindy.
Well, looking forward to it. It's so funny how Zim keeps talking to Lucy, who is unconscious, and states, well, I am coming with you, Lucy, and I am a good friend of Lucy, in case you forgot.
No, I think he's saying to the ambulance man here, like, I'm coming to you. No, I'm coming with you, like with the people.
And with you too. Ah, yes,
yeah, with you guys. And I'm a good friend of Lucy to explain why he's coming with them.
That's been a very, very dumb mistake. So then again, time for the white men. And the white men nodded. And then they drove off with Zim. In the meantime, with Gil, I guess Gil or Jill, how should I pronounce it?
We normally say Gil.
Gil, good. With Gil and Mandy in the park, Gil was running after a squirrel like crazy.
Yeah, like normal Gil, actually.
Mandy said to herself,
Gil kind of reminds me of Gear. Oh, she's the most intelligent person in the whole story.
oh yes, Gil reminds me of Gear, whom I haven't seen for 3 weeks now. But then this strange Gil person appeared.
at the same time.
At the same
With the
time.
same knowledge and the same behaviour, but being a girl, well, what a coincidence. What might have happened? I don't know. Mandy saw someone sitting on a bench. Mandy said happily,
I see that green guy over there. I'll go see him, Gil.
She went behind the bank.
Behind the bank. Where does the bank come from? It's a good park. You can get your money everywhere.
Of course, she went, let's say bench would be better, and started talking.
Hello, I'm Mindy. And you?
Oh, I thought like, hello, I am Mandy, and you.
I am Mindy.
The green guy got upset. Oh no, just got up. And got upset. And
You
turned
are
around.
upset.
Mandy looked at him surprised. Mandy was surprised looking at him and said to him,
You are a bear?
well, who'd thought of that? The green guy, and how it turns out it is a bear. A green guy. Feeding pigeons or birds in general, and then it turns out, well, it's not a green guy after all, it is a bear.
A green bear.
Ah, a gummy bear. He has black eyes and green fur. He wears a green cap on his head. He's also wearing a green army jacket, or whatever the parts are called. He looked at Mandy.
I like the comments from Alpha Mini Mandy.
Screw language.
Like, oh, whatever the parts are called. Like, I don't care.
Mandy said slowly,
Who or what are you?
he said in a cute voice.
I'm Flippy. I'm from Happy Tree Town.
Mandy,
Are you in the army or something?
Flippy said.
No, not more.
He added quietly. Mandy,
Well, what the heck? Welcome to Flippy Town. What? This is a good name for the town.
some strange person, but already has got the whole town named after him. I admire strangers very much, yeah.
I'd assume you forgot a comma again.
Yeah, I think it should be welcome.
To Town Flippy.
Yeah.
Well, it
Welcome to
change
town,
with,
Flippy.
with the punctuation because the whole word has to be put another place, like, welcome to town,
Flippy. But how does she know that he's not from the town? Like, they didn't talk about the time or anything, that he just moves there.
No, welcome to town because he seems to be new and she wanted to be polite.
But how does she know that there's always a weird green guy feeding pigeons in the park?
Drugs.
Okay. Or maybe this is just a drug dream of Mandy.
Well, that's good at being there. But Flippy smiled and said,
Thanks.
Mandy,
I wanted to ask you something.
Gil yelled in the background.
I have you, squirrels!
No, isn't it supposed to say, I hate you, squirrels?
I hate you,
I
squirrels.
despise you. I want to deep fry you. You are making me angry.
No.
But then Flippy asked carefully.
Who is this?
Mandy said, bored.
Oh. Gil was a friend of mine.
Friendship ended.
Friendship immediately ended after Gil got a squirrel.
Until now.
They just met each other today in the school, and she's assuming to him like Gil is her friend now, and now she's like immediately cutting off the friendship again.
Yeah.
The friendship lasts 2 hours.
I'm making myself new friends.
Yeah, no friends. And now a note from Arthur or from Mandy.
She only met Gil today.
Yeah. I like that Mini Mandy Arthur realized this fact.
Mandy said happily again.
Hey Flippy, do you have any friends? And now, like now that she lost Gil as a friend, she's like searching a new friend again.
Flippy said sadly.
No.
Mandy said very surprised.
What? Why not? This is like, you don't say this to people who don't have friends. Like, why don't you have any friends?
Because I have to explain you, I'm a search the mass murderer and I have killed my friends.
Maybe.
Flippy didn't look at Mandy and said softly,
There have been a couple of incidents about me.
well, who'd thought of that? Mandy looked at him sadly.
That sounds kind of sad.
She couldn't finish the sentence because Gil pushed her away. Mandy fell on top of that meadow. This exact one here. Gil grinned at Flippy and asked loudly.
Hi, I'm Gil. Shall we become friends?
Exclamation mark. Mandy got up and brushed off the dirt.
What Gil is saying is whether we shouldn't become friends. Like, why does she need to explain this?
Well, because she has still gathered many problems of her own, drug addiction, and needs to consider herself what she is listening, and by repeating the question, it is just a kind of help for herself to understand what is happening around her. Otherwise, because of drugs, she couldn't understand otherwise, because she is constantly dumbing down.
Like, maybe she also took too many chemicals in Lisa's basement.
Of course, Flippy smiled and happily said.
Clearly.
Mandy also smiled.
Super!
Mandy noticed something about Flippy.
Hey Flippy, you have something wet on your white cheek.
Flippy grabbed his hand on the cheek.
Maybe he was already holding his hand on the cheek and then just grabbing the hand. I like how you're so disappointed every time.
I'm not disappointed, I'm just, surprised in a different way. Flippy, please.
Red stuff?
He took his hand away again. Again, of course, because that's what he's doing all the time. Just putting his hand on the cheek and putting back again, like...
Yeah, therefore he was grabbing his hand that was already on his cheek.
Very athletic, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
look at her.
this is a sport in this kind of universe.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Flippy's eyes widened and he just said one word.
Blood.
His eyes turned green. His teeth went razor sharp and so did his voice. Oh no.
Oh no.
His teeth went razor sharp and his voice got deep. Mandy asked carefully.
Flippy?
Flippy saw a squirrel nibbling an acorn on the floor.
On the floor.
Oh no. Mandy thought along Flippy would be alright. She probably got it wrong.
She probably got it wrong.
Flippy laughed. No,
Hilala.
Flippy laughed madly and took a knife out of his green jacket. He stabbed the squirrel at lightning speed with the knife. When the squirrel was dead, he turned to Mandy and laughed even louder. He got closer and closer to Mandy.
Yeah, what do you think of Flippy just killing a squirrel right now?
So when we first read it together, I started screaming.
Yeah, we were reading this in the botanical garden and she was like, no, not the squirrel!
I was so mad at you. And the funny thing was, when we were talking about it in the botanical garden, ambulance drove by.
During the ambulance scene with Lucy and Sim, there was like exactly at the same moment an ambulance like driving in the street and we heard it.
Well, I think it's just the impression you've got of him, and it's quite wrong. I think you're getting it very wrong here.
What kind of impression?
Because it is, of course, a victim of the ongoing COVID crisis, and is a very frustrated, unemployed butcher
You
looking
mean
for
Flippy?
work to do, and he's so mad after all these years, after these centuries without work, without one animal to cut open, and always takes his knife out and sees this fat squirrel walking down the park and says, yes, finally, there's work for me to do, and I can show everyone how good I am and how well I know to hold the knife.
And how fast he is. He does this with lightning speed.
Cutting at the speed of light. I like it, yeah.
But okay, with this explanation, if he's a butcher, he always has a knife with him, so he's always prepared to work. Really enthusiastic.
I do admire him, yeah.
Okay, he's a workaholic then.
He's very motivated.
Do you think he will kill
Just
Mandy?
Stay motivated. This is one thing you can learn.
From this podcast.
You have to be prepared all the time. You have to stay motivated to fulfill your dreams, to carry on with your vision of the future, like Flippy and the squirrel.
I think more like Flippy instead of the squirrel.
The squirrel died, of course, but for a good sake, you know, for the sake of cutting with a knife. How very fulfilling.
Yeah, that's very fulfilling.
Yeah.
Please don't does this at home.
Mandy, what would
Yeah, what will happen with Mandy?
She might be hungry. I don't know. Mindy was sweating with fear. Yes, so the fear is
Sweating on her skin.
Sweat out of her body, and she said, as she always took a step back when he got closer.
Always.
Yeah. Of course, because he is a butcher and always cuts things like animals, you know.
And humans.
Not that much for trees or fruit, but
He doesn't seem like a vegetarian.
no, not really.
Okay.
Well, he could be a vegetarian butcher, just cutting
that's
animals
true.
but not eating them himself.
Flippy, please don't do that. Zim! Help!
Uh-oh, they are coming.
Oh no, my neighbors. No, they heard me scream. Oh no.
In the meantime, in the hospital, Zim is talking to a doctor outside Lucy's hospital room.
Okay, the doctor.
Your friend will be better soon. She will be here for a few more days.
Zim sighed and said to himself,
I was lucky again. What? I was lucky again. What does this imply?
Maybe for some reason it is important that Lucy stays alive.
It
for
seems
some
so.
reason it's important that Zim already left the scene before the squirrel got killed, and Mandy is screaming for help at someone who isn't there anymore, which makes the whole situation even more frustrating.
Yeah, Zim and Lucy, like, all of them have not been at the same location. Like, Zim and Lucy have been in one location, and Mindy and Gil have been to a different location.
Why does she ask for Zim's help then, when Zim isn't there at all? She's retarded and too much drugs.
Oh!
No.
Maybe because she has, like, a love connection to him.
Really?
Yeah! We are shipping Mandy and Zim!
And he's leaving her alone.
Yeah, because he needs to help Lucy. You know where the idea of the love triangle is coming from, you know?
They can't decide.
I think no one is on my side here.
No.
Oh, you don't want to have... What? Who are you shipping now?
Now I'm shipping them with the doctor.
Why? Where does this idea come now
Well, let's
from?
pretend the doctor's asexual, not interested in this kind of stuff. You know? But then, now for something important. Zim said to the doctor.
Then I will probably go now. I think that's a correct decision.
No love interest at all. I'll just go away.
I need to hold my distance.
I will go away now, and here it also says Zim left the hospital, but suddenly he had a strong feeling.
Strange.
A strange feeling, which might be strong, we don't know.
Yeah.
In the speedily spoke.
Spooch.
Spooch. What? Why spooch?
It's a speedily spooch.
What is it?
It's Zim doesn't have normal organs because he's an alien, and this is this is the name of his organs. There was one episode where Zim was stealing the organs from all of the other children because he thought if you have more organs, you're more human. I think that's reasonable. If you have 3 lungs, you are 3 times more human.
Yeah. He knew what it was,
This
and
was
he
one
only
calculation.
said one word before running to the park.
Mandy.
Yes, of course.
And this is the end of the chapter.
How very enlightening. Well, it's much fun. Not making that much sense, but still very much fun. Yeah.
Yeah, how was your first time?
My first time. You're asking about that. What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, this podcast is rated explicit, so now we are going to talk about your first time reading this fanfiction.
Well, then let's talk about Zim's organ pipe.
Organ pipe? What?
Growing from his peeled spooch. Oh.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Sam. There's going to be no love triangle between the Doctor, Zim, and Mandy because Zim doesn't have interest
Because
in
the
the
doctor flew
Doctor.
away and can't be reached anymore. He is out.
He
He's
disouted.
out. No, nothing. That's it.
Or maybe he will come back. Maybe he will not give up and stalk Zim or something.
Why should he?
Yeah, maybe the Doctor is in love with Zim and aliens and wants to dissect them or something.
How much of a time?
How much? What?
Yeah. How long did he stay there?
In the hospital?
Yeah.
How long do you need to save someone from blood loss?
Well, let's say 20 seconds.
Yeah, then maybe 20 seconds the Doctor got, love on first sight.
That was first sight, yeah. Mm.
Yeah, Doctor saw Zim with his green skin, fake wet eyes.
And thought, well, might be a trap, but I'm going for it.
Might be a trap. Yay. Yeah, who knows? The Doctor sees a lot of humans every day, so maybe an alien is something really enlightening.
Might be a friend of Flippy's, like, they go to the same Butcher's Academy.
Why does the Doctor go to a butcher's academy?
Well, needs to know how to cut.
It makes sense, I think.
Okay. So we assume the Doctor and Flippy went to the same butcher academy. Maybe the Doctor will save Mandy then.
Why?
Because he is friends with Flippy, because they know each other from like academy times.
Like, Flippy, why should the doctor save Mandy if Flippy cut a squirrel, let's say 2 tiny pieces in front of Mandy and might continue doing so with her as well? Why doesn't the doctor himself join Flippy
Oh no!
in the act?
I want to save Mandy, but I think it doesn't look good for her.
It's more appealing, isn't it?
So this is your prediction for the next chapter?
Of course it is.
Okay, so Sam, what is your prediction?
I also like the idea of the Doctor helping cover up the murder of Mindy.
What? Why is everyone trying to kill Mandy now? I'm not for killing Mandy. Because she's like really sweet. She just wants to be friends with everybody and then she gets killed.
Well,
Maybe that's reasonable.
I
naive.
predict you won't see any squirrel at all in the park anymore, but there'll be fresh meat at discount at the butcher's.
There will be a butcher's
Some
shop in
days
this park.
Yeah.
Selling squirrel flesh. Squirrel.
Meat. It's Grill and Mindy.
And Mindy, yay! I'm looking forward to it.
Humans can die, but the material they're made of will always prevail. In
And-
different shapes, perhaps, and, well, it's not that bad. Well, you can eat minced meat, so you will be reused to provide for many more lives, yeah, to feed people. Why not?
Yeah, sounds reasonable. Okay, I predict Mindy will not die. I don't want her to die, and that the Doctor will talk with Flippy. And I still hope for my love triangle between Lucy, Mandy, and Sim. And Gil just plays in the park. Okay, let's figure it out in the next episode, because this chapter was the last one that Sam and me did read in the botanical garden. So the next chapter will be completely blind, also for us. So I have no idea what will happen in the next chapter. Sam doesn't have an idea, and you don't have an idea in general, because this is the first time you're reading this. And yeah, do you have anything else you want to say to our listeners?
Yeah, please. Enjoy the upcoming episodes. Keep traumatized and let those...
I think this is the first time that he's laughs during this whole time.
It's so much fun. I have to admit, it's kind of foolish fun, but it's not about quality, it's about quantity of fun you can enjoy.
Yeah, we are doing this podcast for people to have a good time, to laugh, and also for us to have a good time and just read stupid stuff. No.
To make the best out of everything.
Yes. So, Sam, do you want to say our social media, maybe?
No, I want to talk about what we had for lunch.
Oh my god.
We forget it every time.
We forget it every time.
So that's for the fiction, now it's for the lunch.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we always talk first about the fiction, then about the lunch.
Noodles, lettuce, salad.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Now to our social media.
Yeah, our social media.
You can talk to us on social media, on Twitter, where we are Fiction and Lunch, because I didn't have enough letters.
Yeah.
You can like pictures of our lunch on our Instagram, Fiction After Lunch. You can visit us on Tumblr, Fiction After Lunch Podcast, or you can email us at fictionafterlunch@gmail.com.
Yeah, so this is everything for today. So thank you a lot, Meg, for being our guest today. Thank you all for listening to this very weird podcast, as we already established until now.
I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't mind. It's
And we
my
really
pleasure.
hope... Yeah, and we really hope that maybe Meg will come back in future, maybe with completely new chapters or something. Mm-hmm. And yeah, we wish you all a great time. Maybe you can listen to the next episode, which is already out. Maybe you can just do something else that makes your day great. And yeah, we are getting something. Maybe we will drink a tea or something now.
3,
2, 1. Don't drink chemicals that will kill you instantly. Bye-bye. Cheers. Bonjour. Bonjour, and welcome to the podcast Fiction After Lunch. My name is Mindy.
And I'm Sam.
And yeah, hello back. Okay, and before we get into the episode, we learned that before we go into the episode, we talk about our lunch.
Yes.
So Sam, what did we have for lunch? Do you remember? It was now 1 hour ago.
Yes, I remember we had tortellini with cheese, and you made a salad with... Oh, I need to talk into this. And I'm not used to the new microphone. And
Okay, short input. We have like one real microphone here.
Yeah.
And Sam is using it currently, so my voice will be the same as every time, but maybe Sam's voice will be very nice.
Hopefully.
So, hopefully. Yeah. Otherwise, this microphone doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like, phone microphone is better. But yeah, Sam, it's a lunch.
Yeah. You made cucumber salad with strawberries, green salad, and...
Yeah. The green salad
I
is...
don't know the other words.
The green salad is rucola. I think it's the same in English.
Okay.
Rucola salad, which is a little bit more bitter. And actually I found this recipe online and I was like, it's so sunny outside, it was warm, and I was like, oh yeah, what kind of salad could I make? And then it was like, oh yeah, this freshly strawberry salad, so yeah. It was really good. I liked it, and I really liked your tortellini that you made.
Yeah, I put them into boiling water.
Yeah, like already prepared tortellini. Just put 2 minutes into boiling water and put some cheese and oil on it, and then it's perfect.
Yeah.
Like, I really liked it. And actually, the food was not so much as we normally eat, but I need to admit, I feel much more better.
Okay.
Like, I don't feel so tired.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, maybe I normally eat too much during lunch, and then I'm like, I don't know, become a zombie afterwards. And like, I need to sleep. No work anymore. So now I'm really excited for this episode, because also this episode is the first chapter that we are reading both blind. So I have no idea what will happen, and Sam has less ideas than I do.
Yeah, Mindy was highlighting the lines I have to read while I distracted her so she wouldn't read. Yeah.
This was interesting, distracting technique. Like, I was highlighting and she was like talking to me all the time about the fan fiction that she wrote when you was 13 years old.
This was not a fan fiction. Yeah.
Handwritten. Like, you have a beautiful handwriting.
Thanks.
I told you when I saw it, but I also want to know. I want the listeners to know that Sam has a really nice handwriting.
Thank you.
In contrast to me. And yeah, so she explained to me what she was doing, and I was like trying to highlight and listen, and in the end I kind of like messed up both.
Okay.
I hope that the highlighting worked, so otherwise, I don't know, you can also read Mandy's line all the time. And yeah, so, but apart from this, do you have anything that you want to mention before we get into the chapter?
Do you have any predictions what will happen? Because we remember that they are at the park, and I think a squirrel got killed.
Oh,
And
the squirrel.
I was so upset when I first read it. Yeah. And I was making a scene in the botanical garden because that's where we wrote it. We read it, and I would assume that more bloodshed is happening.
Yay! Like, we didn't had enough blood and death yet.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, at some point, isn't it going to be boring if, like, all people die and, like, maybe you're the last person on Earth because everyone else died? Because in this story we have, like, a maximum number of characters of maybe 5 that are alive.
Yes, another good idea for a special episode would be the death counter.
Yeah, I listened to it on the episode when I edited it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I remember we changed it to a survival counter.
Oh yes, survival counter. So far it's 3. 4.
I think it's more. Like,
5.
I think 5, 6 or something.
We have Lisa, Lucy, Mindy, Zim, Gil, and Flippy.
Yeah, and we don't know if the teacher survived.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so this is like a mystery that we need to solve. Is Mrs. Bitters alive? Is she still reading her newspaper in the classroom of all the corpses of children? So let's figure it out in this chapter, which name is
Gear's Other Side.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay. Zim arrived at the park and was shocked at what he saw. Gil had Flippy's knife in his hand and was walking towards Flippy. Gil's look had changed. Her eyes were no longer bright blue, but completely grey. She looked at Flippy, not smiling, but very angry. Flippy was briefly shocked, but then he knocked the knife out of her hand and pulled another knife out of his own jacket. Like, how many knives does this guy have? Like, oh yeah, I not only need 1 knife, I need 2 knives. Gil grinned evil and hit him in the stomach so hard that he fell into a pond. Flippy shook his head and opened his eyes. His eyes were black again, his teeth no longer pointy, and his voice no longer so deep. Why do you think Gil is so angry?
Because the squirrel died. I was also angry.
Oh my god! So this is Sam's reaction when we were in the botanical garden, and she's like, "No, you cannot write a story about killing a squirrel."
I was so upset about the squirrel. Okay, my question is, what do her teeth look like if they are no longer pointy?
Ah, you mean from Flippy? Flippy is a boy.
Oh, he.
Yeah. I thought
we were talking about Gil. Yeah.
No. Because if you remember, Flippy flipped out in the last episode, and his eyes changed and became, I think, greenish, and his teeth became pointy. Like, I don't know how you can change your teeth like from normal to pointy. And but yeah, this is like a fan fiction, and these characters can transformate in seconds.
Okay.
And now they are like normal teeth again, like not dangerously looking.
Okay.
Flippy knew what was going on. He freaked out again and attacked someone. That happened to Flippy a lot. But when he looked around, nobody was dead. A comment from Minnie Mandy.
Except for the squirrel. Sad face.
Sad smiley face. Like, okay, I think Minnie Mandy is also sorry for killing the squirrel. So,
I sure hope so.
I sure hope so. Getting an evil look from Sam from this side. Now I'm scared. I hope no squirrels die anymore. Otherwise I get killed with the butter knife here in the house.
Yeah. And I mean, no,
Yeah.
no, I would never.
You looked at me like thinking about it for a second. I'm like, oh shit, I need to go. I have an appointment with my dentist.
About your pointy teeth?
Obviously.
No, I was just thinking it would take so much work to kill someone with the butter knife I have.
Really? Wait, you were thinking about let's continue. He signed and said,
Lucky that nothing bad happened.
by the way, because Flippy fell into the pond, the blood that was on his body is gone.
Okay.
Understandable. like there's just a totally wet pond now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking there would be better ways to describe how the blood was washed off him when he fell into the pond instead of making an author's note in the middle of the paragraph saying PS.
PS!
Yeah.
What is the meaning of PS, by the way?
Postscriptum.
Postscriptum.
Postscriptum, that's Latin for...
Like, by the way.
Yeah.
Ah, no, I mean like PS means something like...
I thought you wanted to tell me something.
No, I don't want to talk with you.
Yeah. No, by the way.
By the way, yeah, okay.
But also it has to be at the end of a letter normally, I think.
Yeah, I think she's including it like a lot. Like there were like only a sentence before, like except for the squirrel, she said, and then like one sentence, and Flippy said something, and then she's like, oh yeah, by the way, I need to explain this.
Yes.
But maybe she explained it because it's very important. Like, who knows?
But like I said, she could have described how the water turned black in the
Black?
red.
What blue blood do you have?
I don't know what kind of blood Flippy has. He's a cartoon character bear.
Cartoon character bear. Yeah, maybe if you use the uncensored version. No, the censored version, the blood has the color of blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you want to say. Want to tell me.
No, okay. Short. By the way.
PS.
PS. For the people who maybe no one knows, but for the German people, actually, when I was a child, I looked at Dragon Ball, which was an anime series in the television.
Yeah.
And actually, there's a difference between the Japanese original version and the version that is showed in the German television, because the Germans thought, oh no, there's blood. We cannot show this series in the German television because there's like people dying and they are bleeding and it's wet and everything, and people are also smoking. So what do you think did the Germans do? Like they just changed the color of the blood to blue.
Okay.
So they really have blue blood. And I was always like, okay, maybe because they're aliens, it makes sense that the blood is blue or something. But also the people's blood is blue. So it's really weird. And also, for example, when in the original version there's like people smoking, in the German version they just like changed it to people eating like a lollipop.
Oh.
So it's really funny actually. If you see like the comparison, like a guy being very serious and taking his lollipop out of his face, like
Out of his face. Okay.
out of it, like it's hanging on his skin or something. Okay, But back to the story.
Yeah.
With maybe blue or wet blood. Flippy looked at Gil. Gil still looked pretty angry at Flippy. Gil started to growl, and Flippy took a few steps back. Gil said,
I'll kill you for what you did to Mindy.
"Huh?
What?
What did he do to Mandy?"
Did he push her? People sometimes push her. I don't know.
Oh my god, okay, this is awesome. Yeah, because for Mandy it's like, if you push her, this is the worst thing you can do. Like, if you do it, you're not the person you're supposed to be. But, okay, Gil said that he did something to Mandy, so what did he do to Mandy? So he pushed her, so, yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe. I think it's true, so... Mandy lay unconscious in the meadow. Her top was soaked with blood. Flippy had cut Mandy in the stomach with the knife. Oh, Mandy's dead.
Was this mentioned before?
I don't think so. I think this is new. Like, during the time, I think it changed to Zim's and Lucy's perspective or something.
Yeah.
And then Zim just heard Mindy screaming or something.
No, I
No?
think he only felt something and then he...
Oh, like telepathy.
Yes.
He felt it.
Yeah, he felt it. Genau.
Oh my god. And this is what happened to Mandy in the time. Like, Flippy was... How's it called?
He stabbed her.
He stabbed her in the stomach with the knife. Okay. But I like the next sentence. She's still breathing normally because the cut wasn't that deep.
That in capital letters.
Yeah, I like that it's in capital letters.
I like that she's unconscious, although it's not that deep.
Yeah, like she's... maybe because she also was pushed. Like, he was stabbing her, and then, like, she felt like she was pushed, and then she's like, oh no! Like, people just get immediately unconscious here in this story. And immediately unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Flippy looked at Gil in shock and said frantically,
Wait, I'm normal again.
Gil ignored Flippy's words and pulled out a gun from her pocket. Like, what?
She pulled out 3 knives and a gun so far.
Yeah, like, what the fuck? Okay, the next sentence explains why she got a gun. Like, she got the weapon from Zim for self-defense.
Yes.
Like, what? This is not how you use it for self-defense. If you're, like, Flippy is just normally talking to Gil.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's trying not to kill her, but I don't know, maybe Gil is so panicked that he killed, like, he almost killed Mandy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, from Gil's perspective, it's only Mandy lying down in the meadow, in the grass, and there's everywhere there's blood. So maybe Gil is thinking that he really killed Mindy. And now she's like, okay, I will kill you.
Yeah,
Yay.
understandable.
Flippy looked at Gil even more shocked and asked,
What do you want to do with the gun?
Gil said nothing and pointed the gun at Flippy. Zim's eyes widened and he remembered something. What? Zim? Where does Zim come from?
I'd assume you at least made another paragraph in the original document.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But, maybe Zim arrived at the scene.
Like, he was feeling something was wrong and then... Okay, that's our fault. It says it in the first line. The first word of the new chapter was Zim. Zim arrived at the park. Okay, so we're at the park. Mindy is stabbed and unconscious. Gil is attacking Flippy. Zim is shocked.
Yeah.
That's the scene, isn't it?
That's the scene.
Yeah.
And now Zim's eyes widened and he remembered something.
Flashback from chapter 2.
Yay! For the people who don't remember chapter 2, we have a flashback. So Mandy stood in front of Zim. His eyes were blood red and they were eerily glowing. Mandy? Zim, you are fine. I thought, what do you want with what? What?
It's the exact same translation we stumbled across in the second chapter. I remember.
Yeah, oh my god. Okay, again. Zim, you're fine. I thought, what do you want with the Zim weapon? Yeah, the Zim weapon is back.
Yeah.
The weapon that Zim invented, I think. Okay, Zim didn't answer but pointed the gun at Mandy. He glared at Mandy and shot her. Flashback end! Okay. Zim put his hands to his head. as if he had a headache. And what?
And shut his eyes.
And screwed up his eyes? Yeah, it's shutting your eyes, but
Yeah.
I like screwed up your eyes. When he slowly opened his eyes again, you could see that his eyes were glowing blood red again. Yeah,
Yay.
evil Zim again. More blood and death. Ah. When he slowly opened his eyes again, you could see that his eyes were glowing. Yeah.
And then?
And then, Gil shot Flippy. Yay! The new character that was introduced last episode was just shot. Like everyone is killed here. Flippy held his arms in front of his face and had his eyes closed. What? But when he didn't feel a bullet after a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes. Obviously, the ball of the bullet. The ball was in a tree next to Flippy. Mindy saw everything. She was still on the floor, but could still see everything clearly. Slowly, she got up and held her stomach with one hand. She saw the edges of an arm. An invisible arm. Mindy looked to the source of the arm and saw... Mindy? Lucy! I'm so sorry for your neighbors.
You are so loud.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just so emotional that Lucy is now back.
I'm sorry. Continue screaming.
Yay! Okay, Lucy stood there. Lucy looked bored, as always.
Lucy is my second favorite character.
After Lisa?
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Like, Lucy is, like, every time she's standing there and like, this again. Like, it feels like Lucy is sitting next to me on the chair where the bag is.
Yeah.
Like, she's reading with us the chapter and she's like, not again. Couldn't something more interesting happen than people killing each other all the time?
Yeah. For the listeners, we are sitting at the table. There are 3 chairs, and Mindy is not allowed to sit on the 3rd chair because my bag is sitting there.
Yeah, the bag has an important place in this room.
Yeah, has its own chair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah.
cute. But by the way,
Yeah. By the way,
go back to the story. Lucy.
It seems I have already fended off 2 gunshots and thus saved 2 lives. If I fell any lower, I can no longer sing.
Oh my god. She's like, why is she saving people then if she's like, this is the worst thing I could do. Saving people.
I can only say it again. Lucy is my second favorite character.
Yeah, she's very, I don't know.
Cool.
You emphasize with her, kind of. Not emphasizing, but...
No, not emphasis.
Not emphasizing.
I would never hate 2 people.
I would never... Oh my god! Okay. I like your opinion. Mindy slowly caught up with Lucy and told her, "Luckily you're back. This is where the mail is going." What? What mail? Like I just...
I have no idea what you wanted to say. This is where the mail is going. I have no idea what you wanted to say.
I can only imagine Mindy with like a letter, and she's like, "Oh yeah, Lucy, I have a letter. Can you maybe put it into the mail or something?" I don't know. Like, what is the mail?
Okay, you have to scroll up.
Yeah, I need to
know.
scroll
Yeah.
up for a moment. So we have a short scrolling time.
You get gerade den Poster.
Oh my god, I love the translation and also the original German.
Hier geht die Poster.
Like, okay, for the people who don't understand German,
What she's saying is a lot is happening.
but in a fun way, like you use this not when there's people like killing each other, but more like, oh yeah, I don't know, there's a party going on.
Yes. It's when you're at a party and
And the,
People are very drunk and doing stupid things. And
Yeah.
everything is loud and a lot is happening. That's when die Post abgeht.
where the mail is going on.
When the mail is going.
This is where the mail is going. So this is a new word for, oh yeah, do you know? I'm on this party, and this is where the mail is going. This is the feeling that you need to get here.
Yeah.
So for Mindy, this is all like a party.
We could also do a German idiom episode
Oh.
once.
German idiom. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
I think I spider is one of the more
Ah!
common ones.
I think I spider. I think I'm crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. But now we know that the party is going on in the park here, and Lucy just joined the scene. And what does Lucy think to the party? Lucy opened one eye. She has eyes like gas. And said,
I noticed that. What happened? What does she have eyes like?
ah, Lucy belongs to this kind of characters who have like almost closed eyes. Like Gas in the cartoon has always her eyes closed, and she only opens them when she's very angry or feels a lot of emotions and something like this. Okay, I will show you a short picture.
No, you will not, because I don't let you use the internet.
Ah, okay, I'm not allowed to use the internet here, so you
Yeah.
just need to imagine the eyes.
Yeah, I think I know
very
what you
close.
mean. Okay.
Okay. Mindy? Gear has Mindy's eyes widened. She thinks, wait a moment, why did I just see a gear? Gil is not gear, is it? No, this cannot be. Zim promised me that I would never do anything to gear. What? And if he breaks this promise, he will suffer terribly.
Terribly. This is about the contract again. Yeah.
Doing how's it called?
Transformations. Yeah.
Yeah, and she now used gear instead of Gil, so she has a feeling that this might be gear. And
Yeah.
that Zim broke the promise with her. So I like her last sentence, like, he will suffer terribly. Like, this is something that is a little bit, like, non-characteristic for her. Like, until now she was very sweet and always caring about all of the people.
She was mostly neutral, I think. She didn't engage in the massacre at school, for example. She just went home.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with this party. Like, where the mail is going on in the school. Yeah, so maybe Mindy has also another side. Lucy waved a hand in front of Mindy's face.
Hello? Still there?
Mindy? I'm sorry, I just had to review something. Mindy couldn't finish... Mindy couldn't finish the sentence because Gil screamed. Mindy and Lucy turned to Gil. Zim hit Gil in the stomach.
What? Hit. Ah,
What did you understand?
head.
Head Gil... What? What? Head Gil in
That's a
the...
different kind of fanfic now.
During the time when Mindy was talking with Lucy, Zim ate Gil.
Yes.
Wow, this would be very dark. Gil held his stomach. Her eyes turned light blue again, and she smiled. Oh, thank you for hitting me, master. No, this is not what's
No,
there.
no.
Actually, Gil said to Zim,
Sorry.
This will take some time because this is very funny. And I think Sam is just dying from laughing now. You will understand in a few seconds why she's laughing.
It's just so clear that you wrote the story. Thank you for being back to normal, master.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't knew the sentence, but it was very, how's it called?
Very good guess.
Very good guess. Yeah, Mini Mindy is still in my mind,
Yeah.
or in my body, or
It's-
myself.
Almost like you're the same person.
Oh my god! How can this be? Okay. With these words, she passed out and fell on the grass. Mindy looked at Gil, startled. She heard what Gil said. Master. Mindy said to himself. Oh no! Mindy is now a man.
Yeah.
No, okay, I hope that Mindy is still not a man, because I'm not a man, I hope.
Mini Mindy can be whatever Mini Mindy wants to be. We are not...
But
yeah.
okay, this is a Mandy in the story, so
Yeah.
not Mini Mandy. So maybe Mandy in the story is a guy. So this will be like, Zim is a guy and Mandy is a guy, so we have like a gay fiction. Actually, I would also really like it. No, that can't be. Yellow's Willy. Gear!
Oh no.
Zim turned Gear into a person and broke our promise. What? The chain that Mandy wore shone.
Necklace?
Yeah,
Maybe?
she has a necklace and it was shining, kind of. And, oh no, Mandy's eyes turned red and then jet black.
What? Why her? Or him? Or
Like, now it's a her again, like her eyes. And her hair turned red. Her top turned black. Like, why is her appearance, like, changing so much here?
Wasn't her top black from the start? Because she was edgy and all.
I think she had, like, how's it called? A wet one, I think? But I don't know anymore, like, we need to go back for this, but let's just assume that her top had a different color than black.
It was a new day. I think it wasn't described.
This is bad for Mini Mandy author to just, like, say that her top turned black, even if we don't know if it's, like, black before. But yeah, she's transforming herself, so I don't know, every character's eyes turn red and then they are evil, like wet eyes are evil. And her hair is changing to red, so this is quite cool. Mindy growled and said quietly to herself, Zim, what have you done? You will pay for it. End of chapter! Oh my god.
My prediction for the next episode is that Zim will pay for it.
I like your prediction. I think, where's Flippy, by the way? What is he doing?
Flippy is shot and dead.
Oh my god. He's really dead.
No, wait, the ball hit a tree.
Yeah, because
so
Lucy
Flippy
was
is
there.
probably either watching or running away. I suspect he's still watching because you didn't write him run away.
He didn't went home, he's just like, okay, where should I go now? Like, this is my park. So maybe he's living in the park or something because he's a bear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we just finished the chapter, and yeah, the predictions have been that Zim will pay for it the next time, in the next chapter, which we also don't know what will happen. And yeah, I think Mindy will do something bad to Zim.
Yeah.
What exactly do you think she will do?
If I look at the rest of the story, she'll probably try to murder him.
Yay! This is a story where every chapter has like a new context and new stuff is happening and...
Yeah. Death counter for this chapter is still 0 though.
Oh my god! Then the next chapter needs to become... Like, it's the last chapter actually. So who knows, maybe there's a real ending and everyone will die. Or maybe everyone will have a happy ending and everyone will have a relationship to everyone. Harem! Zim's harem! Woo! With Flippy. What? I just see the eyes of Sam like, what are you talking about? Please continue saying...
No, please continue.
No. Like, okay, I will continue, but with ending this episode, and before we will end this episode, I will just talk about the social media. And because you can also, like, we have a lot of pictures on our social media, and we are very, very active in social media. Like, I'm not active, but Sam is.
Very active. We post like one picture once a week.
Once a week?
2 pictures once a week.
Yeah. I think that's very active, because I normally never use like social media in general, but now that we have this podcast, we decided to have social media so that you can contact us and tell us your reviews and something. I don't know, if you have some comments, you can write us there or like our pictures. Please like our pictures. And yeah, therefore I will just shortly introduce to you our social media. So we have an Instagram account which I really like, and it's a Fiction After Lunch Instagram account. So you can find us on Fiction After Lunch. And we have a Twitter account with the name Fiction and Lunch. We have a Tumblr account, Fiction After Lunch, and you can write us an email on fictionafterlunch@gmail.com. So yeah, this is everything for this episode. So Sam, what should we say at the end? Never break a promise.
Oh, that's too serious, isn't it?
Never break a promise with Mindy.
1, 2, 3.
Never break a promise with Mindy. Yay! Bye bye. Bye bye. Bonjour. So, hello and welcome to the podcast Fiction After Lunch. I'm Mindy.
I'm Sam.
And you are?
A Mac.
I really like how every time you're like saying everything so enthusiastically, like, I'm again here in this room with these two weird people and I need to read this. What did you say the last time when you have been here? This mindfuck?
I was convinced to get here by force.
No, this time actually I asked you if you want to participate in our meeting.
With a knife in my face.
With a knife in your face. No, I was like saying you don't get any food if you don't join
Exactly.
our meeting.
And then you dragged me here and put me at this table with a microphone, and I'm still restrained. I can't move. But that's fine because I'm getting used to it, kind of. And therefore...
Is it getting comfortable to be chained up on the chair?
I won't answer this question, but I wish all listeners a pleasant bonjour.
Bonjour!
Because
Bonjour.
you missed your part.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. For the last chapter today, I totally messed up again. No, actually today is not a Fiction After Lunch episode because we just had brunch.
Ooh.
Big difference for you listeners.
Today it's fiction before lunch.
Yeah, fiction before lunch. Oh,
Well, I'd
I
rather
like this
fancy
really good.
Fiction After Brunch because it stays in the context and the name of the original series is still recognizable somehow. So, what about Fiction After Brunch?
I said
Or
this
what about
before.
Fiction After Breakfast Before Lunch?
Like,
Even better.
even better, like fiction after BBL.
Fiction After Barbecue.
Barbecue. Sure, why not?
That's something to do in summertime, isn't it? Like have a nice.
No, I normally have my barbecue
Barbecue.
in winter and snow.
Good.
Good. So,
Very relatable.
because we are the fiction after brunch, lunch, breakfast, lunch thingy. Maybe in later episodes we will also have like a dinner
Oh.
thingy.
Dinner. Lunch.
But now comes the most important question. Sam, what did we eat for brunch or breakfast?
We ate eggs.
We ate our eggs.
Yes, we had eggs and we ate them.
Oh, what else do you do with eggs?
Yeah.
Throwing them.
Don't
Have we
answer.
got eggs
Don't
or X's?
Huh?
Have we got eggs or X's? And what?
X's.
Which do we eat?
I'm
Well, never
confused
mind.
as
I hope
much as you are.
it's been delicious.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, but what else did we have?
I don't know how to say the little bread. What's the word?
Brötchen.
Bread
Brötchen.
buns. Rolls.
Bread
We had. I brought fresh bread buns from the bakery this morning. We had marmalade and peanut butter and cheese and I'm gesturing.
What did you try to say?
Trauben.
Grapes.
Grapes.
Grapes. Yeah. And tea.
And
and
then an ominous French cheese that looked like
toothpaste.
Yeah, but actually it tasted quite good, actually. So
Oh, you tried?
Yeah, I tried the cheese that you recommended. It was a little bit weird and fluffy and everything, but I still tried it. It had a very intense flavor to it.
Oh, like everything French.
Yeah, and also Sam brought some homemade marmalade from your mom.
Oh, you
Yep.
mean rose jam?
Yeah, what was jam?
No, not rose germs. Don't.
Not the germs again. Like last time you were talking
no.
about germs all the
Not the
time.
germs.
Like
German
Germans are
yeah.
germs or something.
Yes.
Yes.
Germs
No, but
are
it was
germs.
really, really good, and actually now I have the marmalade in my fridge, and Sam gave it to me, so I'm really happy about it now. And Sam also brought me a present, which like I was really, really surprised and really happy about it, because for you listeners, maybe you know we have a YouTube account now. We have a YouTube channel. And in this channel, we are sometimes uploading some like videos of, how's it called, outtakes?
Yeah,
Like
little
some-
animations of outtakes.
Animated outtakes, you might say.
Yes, yes.
Because some stuff that we are like discussing in the podcast itself, we are like, I am cutting it normally out when it's like weird or like, I don't know.
You're
Sometimes
messing.
it's not. Sometimes
messing
we are
up.
just talking about a lot of stuff, and then it's like getting way too long. And,
Yeah, when we get too distracted.
yeah, and not talking about the story anymore. So I'm trying to balance it.
We try to stay focused.
Yes. And there was one story about the tomato plant, which you maybe already saw. If not, stop the podcast, watch the video, and come back again. Otherwise, you're not allowed to continue.
Link
No,
in the
no,
description.
you're still allowed to continue. And yeah, actually, she brought me like 2 tomato plants, which were already, how's it called? They are already
Homegrown.
Mm-hmm.
and you got them from your parents' garden, like
Yeah.
from your home garden, everything. And you also brought me, how's it called? Is it same name in English?
Gerania.
Gerania?
A small flower with red petals.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really, really beautiful. And you will see this picture on our Instagram account. So I'm just starting to make advertisement for our social media now.
Buy
So
more
follow us
flowers.
on Instagram.
Already talking for 10 minutes.
Yeah, we
bloom
just
up
made
your life.
advertisement.
Yeah, bloom up your life with plants recommended by the Fiction After Break Lunch and Dining Team Podcast Associates.
Yes,
Yes.
this is a very nice podcast, because maybe in future we will have maybe lunch or breakfast with my grown tomatoes. So who knows? It will become a part. Like like every day I will make a picture of the tomato plant just to see if she dies or not.
We'll
Like
sell
he
the
or
fruits.
she?
We'll sell the fruits exclusively hand-packed because they're hand-grown and therefore they are most delicious just through the concept of it. And we might sell some of them in a limited offer for, let's say, €100 each.
Wow.
To show you, dear listeners, our appreciation of your comfort, of your satisfaction with our product, and we'll let you come a bit closer with our hand and homegrown tomatoes.
Don't trust him. Don't trust him. He just wants your money and then just to disappear or something. You will never get tomatoes.
How very unfortunate, you spoil the best part.
Oh, the best part for you, you say.
Of
Not for
course.
our listeners.
I don't care.
But for the listeners, we have like some. You're really a villain. Like your laugh is really evil. Like, why are you sitting here again? Because I'm scared of you.
You
like
drugged
Sam,
me,
aren't you
and
scared
you
of
dragged
him?
me.
I drugged you.
Yeah, you drugged me and you dragged me here. And I still can't move, but I can make my mind up and therefore.
Oh, no.
Still
And you have a
some-
microphone in front
something to do
of your
with
face. Like your hands are chained up. Like you only got headphones and a microphone, and you just need to talk.
I do only consist of a hat.
Oh my god!
My other
What
body
picture?
parts are already missing because you made a fortune out of every part. You sold it to some organ vendors, to some scammers.
What?
Yeah, of course.
What is happening? Oh yeah, by the way, we are we are Fiction After Brunch, which means we are also reading a fan fiction here, which I wrote when I was 13 years old. And yeah, obviously you should have listened to the episodes
before.
So I will not explain what happened until now, and Meg also knows what happened until now.
I didn't. I can't be bothered.
No, you know, I think. I think the only thing that you don't know was what happened in the last episode, but I need to admit, I have no idea.
Nothing
Do you know
happened.
anything? Like, Sam, do you remember what the last episode was about?
Mindy got really angry at Sim. Something happened and Mindy got angry.
Okay, yeah, I think it was this, like, Gear's other side. What was the name of the last chapter? And it was, like, Gear became angry? Like, evil?
There were a lot of angry people in the
Yeah,
last
like,
chapter.
everyone was angry, and Sim was like, what is happening? And, yeah, I think Mindy realized that Jill might be Gear, and that Sim broke his promise. And then
Oh, no.
Mindy became really angry and like, you cannot break promises or something like this.
Ah, she figured out what Sim did.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
how do you call it? The transformation of Gear into a human being. So
Yeah, sticks and stones can't break my bones, but broken promises will break my heart apart.
oh my god, this is so nice.
My heart is bleeding in tears.
Okay, this is not so nice. Okay, so let's get into the chapter, which is called
Chapter 7. Mindy versus Sim.
Zim was back to normal and turned to Mindy and Lucy. He looked at Mindy and knew what was wrong with her. She was angry. Without a reason. Oh, nearly. About something. And the way she looked at Zim, he knew she was mad at him.
like, how do you look that Sim is like, oh no, she's mad at me.
Zim looked quietly at Mandy. She just growled.
What's going on, Mindy? I made it Gil again.
He couldn't finish speaking because Mandy put him in the stomach,
Like, what did she put in the stomach?
also called speedily spooch. Had beaten. No.
Yay, Google Translator fail.
Yeah.
Like, what did she put him in the stomach?
There's this nice Monty Python sketch with a Hungarian come to England with a fake dictionary which translates Hungarian to supposed English in complete gibberish, and it got the vibe, this sketch, because the English used here reminds me a bit of that sketch of Borat, you know.
Borat, okay.
Yeah, a bit like, no, it's completely butchered. You get it in a sense, but it's still completely butchered.
Yeah, Mindy put him in the stomach, had beaten.
Yeah.
Like, in my head, actually, I have the image of eggs. Like, she put some eggs on his stomach and just beat the eggs. I don't know, it's
The
just like
eggs.
what happens in my mind. Like,
The eggs again. The eggs we ate today.
yeah, the eggs that we ate today.
And you knew
Mindy's
that.
beating some eggs on the
With-
stomach of Sim.
When you were 13 years of age, you already knew what might happen today.
Yeah, I could travel in time, you know. I watched Harry Potter, I know how time traveling works.
Zim held onto his stomach and took a few steps back. He didn't even know that Mandy has such power when she's angry. Mandy said, in an angry voice,
You turned Gear into a human. You actually know that you are our broken promises. I think in normal she would say like, you know that you broke our promise with this.
she takes promises seriously. Who might have thought of that? Zim is stunned and stuttered.
I, meant,
Mandy looked at him even more angrily.
And for breaking our promise, hate I you!
Of course,
But one thing I want to check before I hurt you.
Zim said, a little uncertainly.
what?
She quickly raised the gun. Ger had dropped and held the gun to Zim's head.
Okay, wait a moment. What is she doing?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is escalating.
She was so nice in the first chapters and so mostly neutral to everything that was
Yeah.
happening.
Plot
And now she's
twist,
like-
unexpected character development, and a hint of possible future violence.
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing.
Of course, but who knows what else might you need a gun for?
No.
Stirring your soup?
No, it was like a gun that Gear had with him, and Gear's, I think, unconscious right now. I don't know.
How do V-holes come into Swiss cheese? Of course, with a gun.
Nani?
How else? You just shoot at a gun. You just shoot at a cheese.
Oh.
Why not?
But I don't know, it's like really sad. Like, he just broke a promise. Like, what kind of promise is that she's like taking so seriously that
It's
she
all made
wants to
up.
kill him?
It's all made up.
Okay. Question. Do you think she will shoot Zim?
Yes.
Yes, of course. What else?
Okay.
She already picked the gun, and why won't she use it?
Okay, why not?
Mandy, bang! No! Oh, I'm sorry. V! Why
My
V?
voice!
No, then.
Oh.
I'll give you back your voice, so please.
Yes, so say my name.
Mandy!
Zah!
It might be an archaic spelling of the word tea. You know?
Like, tea?
Yeah. It might even get more absurd.
Yeah, tea!
Yeah. Zim looked startled, obviously. His eyes widened and turned blood red and lighted even more than before. His spider legs came out of his
Peck.
pack. Mandy looked a little startled at Zim. She had the thing about the spider legs now not expected. The thing about the spider legs was not expected.
I think it's quite true. Like, Sam, did you knew about the spider legs?
No.
Like, how do you imagine them?
Like the legs of a spider. Like 8 thin things coming out of his...
Straws.
Of his backpack?
Straws?
Why not?
Straws?
It would give it all a comedic effect, you know? Like imagine a very sophisticated mechanism which just shows us spider legs made up of plastic straws.
Oh my god. I think this is something that you could do in the Harry Potter movie, like where Lupin is asking Harry or like the students, okay, you have this kind of, how's it called? This monster that develops into you fear, and then you need to imagine something funny about it. And the guy who was scared of spiders just turned the spider, like, gave the spider
Wasn't it wrong?
rollerblades?
Ah,
Do
yeah.
you remember?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, and I think in Mark Emmett's imagination, the spider became like straw legs. I think it's quite cool.
Now for the thing about the spider legs, Lucy looked at Zim in surprise and said to Mindy,
Okay. Mindy, what happened to Zim?
but Mandy couldn't answer because Zim hit her in the stomach. You, dear reader, you followed a tree and passed out.
So every one of you pass out now. Doesn't matter where you are.
Follow a tree. Follow a tree. Go to the park and follow a tree. And when the tree starts to move, you pass out because you can't believe it. Because it's too much for the little stupid minds, and therefore you can't stand what has happened, and you pass out immediately. It's too much for your tiny monkey brain. You can't deal with it. Of course, obviously. I never thought of it. It is so brilliant.
Yeah. But I really like that, like, Mandy just hit Zim in the stomach and he became evil again, and then he's, like, hitting back in the stomach. Like, they're just fighting now. Oh, it's so sad. And Lucy is just like, okay, what is going on? Like, Meg, what is going on with you and your cable? Like, he's just fascinated at looking
I tried to figure out a way to get rid of my restraints, and now I'm fiddling around with my little... No, I'm not. No.
No. Please explain more.
Not this kind of cable.
Cable?
It is my...
What kind of cable? Now I'm interested.
Let's go on now. Next page, please.
Let's continue.
I want to know.
Lucy, of course, she looked annoyed. But not at me, but at Zim, and she said...
Hey, is this going to start again with fighting? I like to fight, but at the moment, that becomes too much. Fighting is getting boring, but it does got to.
Well, that is a very deep utterance because, well, what does it got? What has it got?
Two?
No, it does. It says obviously it does got to.
Yeah, I think she means like, okay, fighting is boring, but it has to be done.
Well, it's very
in this
creative
moment, maybe.
because you have to make up a sense of that sentence, because it does not explain by itself. You know, language
Yeah,
does
it's
not
like
stand for itself.
interpretation.
It is a matter of interpretation, of course, and this is now a very fertile ground for any sorts of interpretation. Like, did the writer like suffer of a heart attack in the moment of writing this sentence?
No, I think it was Google
Or
Translator
did
and
the
the writers.
brain just shut down immediately?
Instantly, yes.
But I don't know, fighting is getting boring.
But actually, I really like that Lucy is like saying the sentence like, "Oh, again fighting." Like the Lucy itself starts to recognize
Yeah.
that every chapter there's like a fight going on, and like, "Oh no, not again! Can we stop the stuff and do something more different?"
Yeah, what do you think of this idea? Like, fighting is just getting boring because Lucy always loses and got hit on the head too much, and therefore the whole process of thinking gets more and more difficult, and even stating a plain, clear English sentence. And everything's becoming a mess. And
But I think this is true
therefore,
for all the
the
characters.
first part of the sentence still got made up properly, but then afterwards everything just turns into a single mess, and something like fighting is getting boring, but it does got to.
Like she becoming drunk
What does she
while
want to
she's
say?
talking. Like, I don't know. Hey, is this going to start again with fighting? I like to fight, but at the moment that becomes too much. Fighting is getting boring, but it does got to do. Lucy Exo stopped. Something like this.
Yeah, I can't think of another way to explain this. But of course, she got distracted and can't think of anything else because, meanwhile, and let's get back to the story, you have to keep in mind this sentence, but it does got to, and now expect a plot twist, because whilst saying this, Lucy looked around for a gun, but found nothing except
Point. What should she found?
her brain falling out of her head, lying on the floor.
Oh, like Lucy's a zombie just
Like,
losing her head.
Fighting is getting boring, but it does go to. Something like that. And then just the whole the natural instincts they kicked in, and she looked for a gun to protect herself.
Natural instinct to look
Yeah.
for a gun. Oh my god.
Must.
My story, everyone has a gun.
Yeah, of course. And she sort of feels she can't think anymore because the brain was dropped. She feels like must protect brain. Looks for a gun.
Oh my god. Okay, meanwhile, what happens with Zim and Mindy?
Of course. Zim had ignored Lucy and ran towards Mandy with his spider legs to kill for good.
To kill for good.
Yeah.
Like he's killing
Kill
Mandy
for
to...
good. What else? Like, let's put an end to all of this. Let's once and for all just kill for good.
Yeah, because all of these characters are like trying to kill each other all the time, so why not kill them already
Yeah.
and be done with the story?
And totally crazed and totally convinced of this one definitive fatal choice. He was laughing like crazy. He stood in front of Mandy and picked up... No one suspected this. He picked up the one and only phone.
Why is he picking up a phone?
Which phone? The phone, not a phone. The one phone. The only phone in the fictional universe you've created. The only phone. But the best and the most striking question is, who does he want to call with the only phone in the universe? No one can pick up his call.
Who knows? Maybe there's another the phone.
Okay.
In another universe, there's
That's
also like one
Like
the
there
phone.
is the phone, but also the mobile, you know? And they can call each other.
Yeah, sure. Like, he's just deciding, okay, I will
Hmm.
call the police already to clean up the mess that will happen now.
Yeah.
Or who do you think will he call?
The hospital, because
The asylum.
Because? Why would he call the hospital?
if you remember, as we have established in the chapter before the last chapter, he's now together with the doctor.
Oh, the doctor! I forgot the doctor! Oh my god! Oh, the weird doctor! Oh my god! Oh no! So we don't have any chance anymore for having like a Zim, Lucy, Mindy, Gear. Not triangle, but
Square.
square. Love. No,
Love
square.
A crossed square because no,
No?
no,
Oh, no.
doesn't work. You need a square with one cross, you know,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
the outer ends they were not connected. In such case,
We have a picture of this.
We have a picture. I can show you later.
We can show you on our Instagram.
Well,
Like,
let's-
follow us on Instagram.
But first of all, here comes an imperative spider leg over them.
Over what?
I don't know.
what?
Over them. I don't know.
Over them, over the phone, over Zim, over Mandy? What?
Over them
All
damn
of them.
planets.
All of them. All of the planet, like the spider
Yeah.
legs just exploded.
Oh no, here comes the revenge now. Lucy stood behind them and shook a Coke can. She smiled and opened the Coke. She sprayed the can and the whole cola on Zim. Zim stopped and did not roll like last time. He just stood there. His spider legs are back in his pack and his eyes were back to normal. Well, it's a Shakespearean vibe. His spider legs are back in his pack and his eyes were back to normal.
It's a nice flow, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I was definitely thinking about it. when I was
Zim
listening.
looked bored at Lucy. She just smiled and said,
Oh, my second can of Coke.
That she just found on the ground laying there. Like, is Lucy normally just, like, not buying her can, but just taking any can of cola which is, like, lying on the ground?
It sounds like the city they are living in has a pollution problem.
Garbage everywhere,
Yeah.
cans of Coke everywhere. Like, this is Zim horror because he's like, oh no, everyone can spray cola on me
At any given time.
at any given time.
but this doesn't matter
Like the
anymore
bullying intense.
because Zim then decided to look briefly at Lucy again and then looked around.
Okay. Mindy, Gia and you are here, but where is...
Again, okay, Mandy, Gear, and you are here, but where is...
I don't know, you have this kind of, what is it, a Russian accent? No. Like, I don't know, how, can you redo it?
No, I can't.
Oh.
Lucy finished Zim's sentence. In jail. Oh!
In jail.
Flippy? He freaks out when he remembers the war. Because he suffers...
The war!
The one and only war.
Of course.
Like, every time when he's watching a movie and there's, like, I don't know, the war.
But then she couldn't continue because she couldn't... Why? She couldn't pronounce it?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe Lucy...
I can't pronounce it.
He's suffering from, I don't know the word.
A trauma that results in language loss. Zim looked at her and asked.
Suffer from what?
Lucy took a deep breath and said...
Schizophrenia.
Now for Zim.
What is that? Mini Mindy is saying.
Almost everything Lucy says about schizophrenia, no, is not true.
But everything she says about it now.
No,
But what with all the things she said before, in the past?
that should be true.
Really?
Yeah, you know, it's a true story.
And now to continue with these lies.
It's-
Lucy. Oh.
I thought you were... I thought you weren't going to say it. Okay. Lucy.
Lucy!
Man, what are you doing?
Lucy! Lucy! Lucy will explain my mental state now.
It's a disease. It causes paranoia and, on rare occasions, it causes paranoia.
Lucy!
Two different personalities when something bad happened. I'm
I
sorry.
don't know. I really like the sentence. It causes paranoia.
And on rare occasions.
You know when it's bad when even the paranoia gets paranoid.
I'm crying.
But that's not enough.
There's more to it.
Please for more details. Lucy!
And whenever you remember the bad one comes, this other one personality out.
Out! Out! Out!
In short, Flippy got angry after joining the war.
Remembered?
The war
Oh,
remembered.
yes. He got angry after joining the one war that was remembered. The war remembered. He joined the only one in existence in history. And you got angry. Lucy!
This different personality can also apply to certain words come out and that got...
Zim looked at Lucy! Suspiciously and asked,
Got what, Lucy?
Lucy! Zim shouted.
What?
End of chapter.
Oh no.
And with that big what,
Yeah.
we conclude this episode, and
Yes.
here's for some disclaimers.
What disclaimer?
No actual mental states were harmed during the making of this episode.
Yeah, because Lucy said nothing is true what happened here. But okay, let's figure out what is schizophrenia in this context of the story. It's a paranoia that causes paranoia.
So we must explain that no name of a real existing disease refers to the one really existing disease, but it's used in a different context of interpretation.
Yes.
Good. So therefore we do not want to offend anyone suffering of a bad mental state, because we do already suffer enough.
From the story.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think it's in, like, what she really means? Like, it seems like, okay, we have two different personalities that appear, and it seems like Flippy, like, he joins the war, and then when he remembers the war, he becomes, like, a different personality or something.
Well, from a psychological standpoint,
it's your point.
I would assume as a child you just said schizophrenia because it was the only psychological word you knew
Yes,
at that age.
so true.
But for people who were in the war, things like that certainly can trigger a psychotic episode.
Mm-hmm.
It's not called schizophrenia.
But post-traumatic...
Post-traumatic stress
PTSD,
disorder.
yeah.
Exactly.
Very well done.
PTSD, for short.
Oh,
Yes, that's why veterans get scared on New Year's Eve, for example, when
because of
fireworks. Yeah, careful with that.
Those big blows.
Yes,
And does it also happen, like, she also says that it can also apply to certain words, like, I don't know, if you say a word which remembers you a lot, like, on the war or something? Like, I don't know,
Fire.
if you were given the comment, like, kill, like, if you hear this word.
You
Can it
won't
also
get
already
such
trigger,
an
like,
order
really-
from your higher-ups.
I don't know,
They
like...
won't shout at you and say, soldier, kill! No!
Like,
It doesn't
but
work like
But
that.
I don't know, is it possible that some words or some sentence can cause, like, personality change or anything like this?
I'm not sure in how far a personality change will take place, but certain words certainly can trigger a reaction.
Emotions and...
Yes.
Like, in general, everything that remembers the person of, like, maybe the war or similar
Exactly.
event.
It might
Yeah.
evoke such images, such experience, and cause emotional stress. But
Yes.
that's not what is referred to as schizophrenia,
Okay,
you know.
but yeah, in this context of the story,
I
it's
just think
like,
it
called
is...
like this.
it's nonsense. It's just gibberish the character Lucy uses to distract others from her evil plans. And she tries to convince everyone that Zim is a complete maniac. The problem is, it's even true because this this sad figure with spider legs made of plastic straws. It's a sad sight.
It's really sad.
It's heartwarming, this urge to be recognized, to feel important, but on a budget. You just can't afford plastic straw spider legs to make an impression.
I like that you're like still sticking to your plastic straw spider legs.
I like it. Of course.
But yeah, so this is the end of the chapter. So what do you think about the chapter? Like, actually not so much happened, I think.
Well, I think a lot happened because Mindy was threatening Zim with the gun. And then Zim got evil for a moment. Then Zim was not evil. Lucy wasted another can of cola.
That's the most important thing
Yeah.
for Lucy, I think.
Pollution and waste.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
Yeah, and Flippy got missing.
Are there any environmental programs for your little universe? Or
I think because this is the last chapter that I wrote, and I think the next chapter Sam will write, I think.
Yes,
You
I
want
will.
to?
oh, that's
Okay.
the last original chapter.
Yeah, that's the last original chapter
Now
that
that's
I
the
wrote.
biggest news of all.
So, dear listener, it's now the first part of our season.
The first season of Fiction
No.
Anthology, original season, is now concluded.
Yes, the original season is now over, and how we will continue is that Sam and me will write the continuation of the story.
The horror continues.
The horror continues.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Like every chapter, like what is the main purpose of the story? Like every time some people will fight,
I
new
recommend
characters come,
you-
new people die.
You've already tried to change your name before, today. Exactly on this particular date, and I, as a professional, would like
What
to
professional?
would like to ask you to change your name again for the next season from Fiction After Lunch to Horror After Lunch. Of course.
Yeah, like I think the first 3 chapters were not horror. I think the horror started with the school chapter.
Nah, the prologue was
course.
horror.
Ah, yeah.
But I must
The
say,
prologue with the man holding his child and wife, and they are dead, and there's like fire burning
Everywhere.
around them everywhere.
isn't every school child dead inside?
No. Okay, so, but now that this chapter is over and we figured out that Lucy also has this kind of like 2 personality thing. So this is maybe what we got out. Like Flippy has 2 personalities and Lucy has 2 personalities, or maybe she's lying to make them out as a maniac and that the police can catch them.
Yes, and another thing I want to mention is also this personality disorder where you go from one personality to another. That's also not called schizophrenia.
What is
Yeah.
it called then?
I don't know right now.
Oh. We don't know anything. And I would like to conclude very personally this last original chapter with the last word ever written down in the original fanfiction, and it goes like this. What?
Yeah, I think Zim perfectly describes
The gist
us.
of a fiction, of the whole piece of literature.
Yeah, all the time we were like, what is happening? What? No, not again. Okay, so Meg, what do you think will happen in the next episode? Like, I cannot ask Sam because she is already planning, or maybe you can also
As
lie
this
to us.
becomes the
or-
first sort of sponsored content, I would like to see some hints to the upcoming tomato production facility and the probable premium packaging of each single tomato for the limited price offer of 100 euros paid directly to my bank account
To your bank account,
As
not to
the
the
marketing
Fiction After Lunch
manager.
account.
in charge.
Yeah, I think you
Of
will
tomato
become in
production.
charge of our finances. Not.
Oh,
Sam is responsible for... Yeah, Sam, you're responsible for our social media and like, how's it called? Like the professional name? Communication?
public relations and communication.
Oh.
And
manager.
management.
Management. And I'm... What am I? Like, I'm just organizer. No,
You're the author.
I'm the author.
Well,
Yeah, I
she's
forgot.
So Sam is the chief communications manager. What about you? You're the
I'm doing... How's it called? I'm cutting all of
chief
the
technical-
Editor.
I'm the editor, actually.
chief technical officer.
Officer. I like officer.
officer. Yeah.
And you're like now our financials.
I am. I'm the CFO of this thriving company.
This company.
Okay.
Yeah, let's become a company with this fan fiction.
Why not? You mustn't be registered. It's just a fancy name.
Yeah, why not? Or Sam, do you want to give us a hint?
Yeah, if you want something, I can.
Of course, please do it, because I look forward to the story getting even more absurd.
No, I hope that not so many people die. Like, I think Sam will
What a
just
blatant
kill
lie!
I think Sam will just kill all of my characters and just use her own characters.
Yeah, replace
Why
with my
not?
own. And that-
Crossovers.
Yes, crossovers.
Very
And then it
nice.
will develop like into her story, and then we can continue her story.
But
Oh my
won't
god!
Won't it anyway, because she will write the next chapter.
Yeah, she will wait the next episode.
So,
Yeah.
look at it.
So we also thought that we can make this like I don't know how to say.
Interactive media!
Yeah, interactive media, and also to make it a book, we have to change a few things about it.
I think a lot of things need to change about it.
It happens that fan fictions are made into
Books.
original books
Oh my.
when you change the names and when
Yeah.
it's far enough from the real thing, like 50 Shades of Grey used to be a Twilight fan fiction. Not long ago, One Direction fan fiction got made into a movie, which was bad, but we won't talk about this. And so,
I guess it just happened because the plot was just driving into one direction.
Oh. Oh. And actually, you also started to rewrite the first chapter. So,
I did.
Meg, what you're reading now is not going to be in the book. Like, this is too horrible. This is
So
too...
nothing of this will ever be published. Nothing.
Like, in this podcast. But, like, the
Well,
book
that
that we are
doesn't
planning to
count,
do
obviously.
is be better, well-written, and... Yeah, better. Better in general. Like, you will see maybe in the next episode.
Your declination is wrong. It's not called better, it's called worse.
Oh! You're not very optimistic, you know?
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Like, the life gives us enough opportunity for realizing these absurdities, and like putting it into a work of literature is very calming and relaxing, and gives you a possibility to reflect on all such things, and therefore, why not continue like this?
We will continue with this. So, okay, this is everything that we have for today, I think. And now we also want to
Promote
you-
social media.
promote social media. So,
for the third time this episode.
yeah, but we don't told you about all of our social media, and because now we established that Sam is our, what is it? Chief social, no.
No, you are the chief.
Chief Communications Officer, I guess.
Okay, Chief
The CCO.
the CCO?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Chief Communication Officer, please introduce our social media.
You can follow us on Instagram
Instagram.
under Fiction After Lunch,
Fiction After Lunch.
on Twitter under
Twitter.
Fiction and Lunch,
Fiction and Lunch.
because I didn't have enough letters.
Huh? But
You can only have a certain amount of letters in the username.
Fiction After Lunch would have been too long.
Yes! So it had to be Fiction and
I'd
Lunch.
issue a formal complaint about this nonsense. Like, you can't even use your real name.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we
I
have
feel
two names,
discriminated.
Fiction and Lunch. So next time
So,
we will eat lunch while we
On
do the
evil
fiction.
Twitter, which is very nice because it offers a suitable stage to scam even more people, to enrich even more people with our premium content.
Oh my god,
Where you can find us
our
under the
financial
name
officer
of
is getting worse.
Fiction and Lunch on Twitter.
Fiction and Lunch.
On Tumblr we are Fiction After Lunch, like
Again.
it should be. Yeah.
Fiction after lunch, yes.
And you can write us an email under fictionafterlunch@gmail.com.
fictionafterlunch@gmail.com.
And yeah, so we will see you in the next episode with Sam's original story about what will happen next in the episode. And yeah, until then, 1, 2, 3.
Don't drink chemicals that will kill you instantly. Hey! Here's a quick psychology lesson from future Sam, because I think this subject is kind of important. And so schizophrenia, according to Psychology Today, is a serious and chronic mental illness that impairs a person's thoughts and behavior, and if untreated can include psychosis. Schizophrenia is a disabling mental illness that affects more than 1% of the world's population. Individuals afflicted with this thought disorder experience hallucinations, disorganized thinking, and are prone to false and paranoid beliefs. These and other symptoms often render the individual fearful, withdrawn, or difficult to interact with. Schizophrenia takes an enormous toll on afflicted families. Many people with schizophrenia have difficulty maintaining a job or living independently, though it is important to recognize that treatment, especially at the onset of symptoms, allows individuals with the diagnosis of schizophrenia to lead meaningful and productive lives. Symptoms of schizophrenia are classified by the DSM-5 as positive and negative, each of which include a suite of behavior. There may also be cognitive symptoms which are harder to detect because functioning is already impaired. For a diagnosis to be made, acute symptoms must be present for a 1 month period, and continuous signs of a disturbance must be present for at least 6 months. Despite the severity of their symptoms, many people diagnosed with schizophrenia are unaware that they have an illness. Positive symptoms include hallucinations, delusions, thought disorders, movement disorders, and negative symptoms include flat affect, which means a person's face does not move or they talk in a dull or monotonous voice. Also, lack of pleasure in everyday life, lack of ability to begin and sustain planned activities, speaking little even when forced to interact. It's a very common mistake to confuse schizophrenia with a multiple personality disorder. That's the word I couldn't remember when we were recording the episode after brunch. So the thing Mindy actually wanted to talk about is the formerly known multiple personality disorder, which we now call dissociative identity disorder. It is a mental illness that involves disruptions or breakdowns of memory, awareness, identity, and/or perception. I have an article from the Cleveland Clinic, and it says that the dissociative identity disorder, or DID, was formerly called multiple personality disorder. People with DID develop one or more alternate personalities that function with or without the awareness of the person's usual personality. DID is one of a group of conditions called dissociative disorders. Dissociative disorders are mental illnesses that involve disruptions or breakdowns of memory, consciousness or awareness, identity and/or perception, mental functions that normally work smoothly. When one or more of these functions is disrupted, dissociative symptoms can result. These symptoms can be mild, but they can also be severe to the point where they interfere with a person's general functioning, both in a personal life and at work. How common is DID? Instances of true DID are very rare. When they occur, they can occur at any age. Females are more likely than males to get DID. And what causes dissociative identity disorder? A history of trauma is a key feature of dissociative identity disorder. About 90% of the cases of DID involve some history of abuse. The trauma often involves severe emotional, physical, and/or sexual abuse. It might also be linked to accidents, natural disasters, and war. An important early loss, such as the loss of a parent or prolonged periods of isolation due to illness, may be a factor in developing DID. Dissociation is often thought of as a coping mechanism that a person uses to disconnect from a stressful or traumatic situation or to separate traumatic memories from normal awareness. It is a way for a person to break the connection with the outside world and create distance from an awareness of what is occurring. Dissociation can serve as a defense mechanism against the physical and emotional pain of a traumatic or stressful experience. By dissociating painful memories from everyday thought processes, a person can use dissociation to maintain a relatively healthy level of functioning as though the trauma had not occurred. Episodes of DID can be triggered by a variety of real and symbolic traumas, including mild events such as being involved in a minor traffic accident, adult illness or stress, or a reminder of childhood abuse for a parent may be when their child reaches the same age which the parent was abused. What are the symptoms? For example, hallucinations, depersonalization, severe headaches, anxiety, eating and sleeping disturbances, and many more. I just wanted to add this to the episode because, as I said, both schizophrenia and multiple personality disorder often get confused when you talk about it in everyday life, and it was important to me to mention that because, as we've already said, I study psychology, and yeah. Thank you very much for listening, and you will hear from us in the next episode. Bye!